our eye level, it reaches a fixed limit, this time at the ceiling. By the time this angle that I've drawn above the man's eye level reaches the celestial plane of the sun, moon, and stars, it is somewhere around 7,000 miles if we were to go along the ground, and the exact distance is not important right now. The important thing to note is that there is a fixed limit based on angles. I use 7,000 because at sunrise here in Florida, the sun is directly over West Africa, which is about 7,000 miles away. So to visualize what is happening, I created this page, and this line represents the extension of that teeny tiny angle from our eye level when it finally reaches the celestial plane. So what happens when the sun comes into or goes out of this limit? This is how you get the sunrise and sunset. Now, in your eye, perspective makes it seem like it is at your eye level. That is because, for all intents and purposes, it is at your eye level. And that is why the sun appears to rise and set at the horizon in your eye. What is happening is that it is simply coming into the angular resolution limit of your eyesight. You see the sun at the sharpest angle possible from eye level. When the sun gets within a certain distance to your position, the light waves can finally make it into your eye at an angle that can be resolved. Before that time, the angles are just too small. The light will diffract or not be visible at all. And again, it is simply a function of perspective and angular resolution with the additional factor of diffraction or atmospheric lensing. However, the fixed physical limit is what will always determine when sunsets and sunrises occur. And so check this out. Look how the sun comes into and goes out of the angular resolution limit of our eyes. And then this is what it looks like from our perspective when we are actually viewing it in real life. Pretty cool how it works, at least in my opinion. So, hopefully this was helpful to better understand how perspective and angular resolution determine our vision. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Adios.
You see, there's a thin line between genius and insanity down on Earth. And they think what we're doing is madness. We would like to show you and show the world that there is a method.
Face, dressed up like something from outer space. Elton John, David Bowie, Alice Cooper, Lord have mercy, they're all survived.
Hey guys, how's it going? So I wanted to do a quick follow-up on my videos about angular resolution and perspective to first demonstrate that there is no observable curvature. We are still waiting for someone to discover this elusive curvature. And then I would like to show why buildings are seemingly cut off at the horizon, bottom first, which the cult of scientism storytellers claim is due to the edge of a spinning ball, in complete ignorance of the fact that there are other possibilities that actually make more sense. So, first off, these shots here are taken in Ormond Beach and show a lighthouse that is 16 miles away. This lighthouse is 175 feet tall And notice that the focal plane of the light is only 168 feet above sea level. Now, when we do the math, there should be 117 feet hidden behind the curve with a camera height of 5 feet. I was standing on the beach with the water hitting my feet, resting the camera on a 4-foot sign. The gross curvature is actually 170 feet. So when you look at the shot, you can see that practically the entire lighthouse is visible behind the pier. I'm sorry, but there's a problem with what the so-called scientists claim, yet most people continue to have faith in them, which is understandable because they either don't even look into the topic or they could never entertain the fact that they could be misled. So, next we have the hotel at 17.6 miles away, and 147 feet should be hidden behind the curve. The hotel itself has 18 floors and is about 180 feet tall. And just to be conservative, we could add 20 feet above sea level, and still it is obvious that 147 feet are not missing from this 200-foot structure. Anyone who's being intellectually honest must admit that there is a problem with the story we have been sold. The numbers just don't add up. The curvature is just not there. And this brings me to my next point, which I think is the most important to understand, and that is the reason why buildings appear to be cut off at the horizon bottom first. If we again consider that our vision is based on two very important and universally accepted concepts of angular resolution, which is the fixed limit of our eyesight, and perspective, which is the system of angles of light entering our eye to create the 3D image in our brain, then we can easily calculate that it is in fact necessary that the bottom of buildings be cut off first due to angular resolution and perspective. So I tried to show in my No Angles on the Flat Earth video how the angles of the light entering our eyes will create the perspective picture for us, that famous perspective drawing where everything gets smaller and disappears at the vanishing point. We know that the light enters the eye and creates the image upside down, which our brain then flips. But what is very important to notice about this process is the point of inflection, the midpoint in the eye where the slope of the light changes. I tried to show this with this crude illustration, and you will notice the horizontal midpoint in the eye where the light above reaches the inflection point. And this is in fact the horizon. This is what the horizon is. It is the vanishing point of things above meeting the vanishing point of things below. As you scan from top to bottom, the slope of the line will reach the inflection point and then change to render everything below this inflection point or horizon or vanishing point. I showed in my No Angles video how the angles get tinier and tinier as they approach this inflection point or horizon. Now, what we need to understand is how angular resolution dictates just how small of an angle we can have in order to resolve everything above and below this inflection point or horizon in our eye. This angular resolution limit dictates how far we can see below our eye level, which is basically how much water we can see standing on the seashore. And then here's the kicker. It also dictates how much of buildings will necessarily be cut off in the distance. This is the best case scenario with perfect vision and perfect atmospheric conditions without any diffraction. In reality, it is usually much worse, but we will use the basic numbers to show that under perfect conditions, buildings must appear to be cut off bottom first. This is simply how our eyesight works. So, if we use an angle of 0.02 of a degree as our angular resolution limit, the limit of our eyesight or the visual acuity of the human eye, we can not only calculate the distance to the horizon below eye level, which is often just referred to as the distance to the horizon, or simply how much water we can see standing on the seashore, we can also calculate how much of an object in the distance will appear to be cut off. I am using the camera height of 5 feet and a declination angle of 0.02 of a degree to figure out that we can see 2.7 miles of water in this shot. This is done by making a triangle with height of 5 feet and angle of 0.02 to figure out the distance as 2.7 miles. And this is also conveniently what the cult storytellers use as their distance to the edge of the magic spinning ball. They have simply chosen dimensions of a spinning ball that just happen to line up perfectly with the limit of our eyesight. It is very tricky, and it's understandable how not many people would look into it. Now, what is happening is that anything smaller than this angle of 0.02 of a degree is beyond the ability of our eye to render. It is physically impossible to see any further. We cannot see Europe across the ocean because it is physically impossible for our little eyeballs to see that far. It is a fixed limit. Or, if you do not like having a limit on your eyesight, you can believe the storytellers and Santa Claus and the spinning ball stories. However, and what is conveniently never discussed, is that the same mechanics apply above eye level, above the point of inflection. Anything smaller than the angle of 0.02 of a degree above the eye level, above the point of inflection of light entering your eye, is also impossible to see. Not often discussed or even understood, but it is out there. Anything entering your eye at an angle smaller than 0.02 of a degree will not render. So if we take the inclination angle of 0.02 degree and the distance to the hotel of 17.6 miles, we can solve for the height of this hidden portion, or this portion that is seemingly cut off. We make a triangle with the distance of 17.6 as the base, 0.02 of a degree as angle A, and we end up with a height of 32 feet. Add 5 feet for camera height, and even Superman would not be able to see 37 feet of the bottom of this building. That is a best case scenario. In reality, we are probably losing 50 feet. And the point of all of this is to demonstrate that science, physics, angular resolution, perspective, they all clearly show that objects in the distance must disappear bottom first. This is simply how our eyes work. The angles get smaller and smaller as they approach the point of inflection, or the vanishing point, or the horizon. The mechanics of our eyes dictate that objects above eye level, or above the horizon, will disappear bottom first as they approach the vanishing point. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. It is known as vanishing point for a reason. Of course, objects are going to disappear first on the edge facing the vanishing point. This is also how the sun rises and sets seemingly behind the water, but it is simply going out of our ability to see it, or coming into our mechanical ability to see it. Otherwise, it is at an angle that is just too small to reach your eye. Or, if you do not like this, you can believe in Santa Claus and NASA and a spinning ball. So, I hope this makes sense. This is one of those things that is difficult to describe and conceptualize, especially due to the spinning ball programming. But once you get it, it makes perfect sense. It is logical. It explains why we see what we see and how we see what we see. Or, again, you can just believe the Church of Scientism and their magical claims of exploding nothingness into spinning nuclear dinosaur ovens with tractor beams and rocket ships. So sometimes that's more entertaining. But anyways, thank you so much for watching. I apologize, I do have a cold, but I had to get this video out there. I'm kind of pressed for time. But again, thank you so much for watching and all the good comments and support. So Adios. Have a good week.
There's a method to the madness. It's the truth, it's the truth.
I see you wanna do something freaky to you. Take you to another place and time. Just sit back.
See that I didn't really look too bad, but that was only because I'm a very good actor. I think I should be nominated for an Academy Award.
Thanks to Curious Life of a Flat Earther, Kurt, for solid information there. Excellent stuff. Is anybody hearing me?
Phooey on Yui.
We've got a new person here, God Rock, and you want to try to talk to him? Easy on, are you there? Hello, Easy on. Welcome to the server. Alrighty then, I guess you don't want to talk right now.
Oh, well, I guess maybe not. I thought I turned my mic off. I guess I didn't for a second there, but how do you say that name anyway? Oh, look, he bailed.
Spelled, I was saying it easy on, but
Yeah, who knows? I was saying E Zion, because I live behind the Zion curtain here in Utah.
what do you call it?
We call it the Zion curtain. Huh?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
The Mormons curtain.
yeah. Bingo. Just a little biblical, but flitter, clatter, chatter, clatter, whatever. About they're always talking about Zion, and like they do in Matrix. It's this special place. Zion is. We're all going to meet up in Zion and do our
Yeah,
thing.
that's what they say. Yeah. Any other new people on here? Hank Hill thinks he's on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing, I think.
Hank, I thought you were going to quit that.
I tell people, that it's stationary and, it's like flat-ish. So raw flash, right? I can make it close flash.
Come in, Robot, but I heard most of what you said.
Yeah, if you take your phone and put it in the freezer and then take some ice trays and clap it over the top of it 3 times and then bring it out, it should be okay. Maybe not. That's bad advice. Don't take it.
Bad advice, huh? Sorry about the robot.
You're good now, Hank. Speak your mind. Or don't.
Yeah, I want to repeat what Justin said. I don't think he'll mind. But he was speculating that the money that went missing on September the 10th, 2001, those trillions, and the subsequent, 18 trillion later. So the government's lost or misplaced or unaccounted for, he said 20 trillion. And then he said, how's that possible? He said he speculates, right, this is not something he knows, that there's more land and maybe they're building it up. Like they're spending money on this land. That's this extra land. And then he points to the Pacific Ocean and he's like, nothing? Like, all this is just nothing, like a few islands, few sparse, tiny little islands. And it's, kind of making me think. But yeah, I thought I would share that with you. I thought it was a pretty decent little speculation.
Oh, I liked it
Yeah.
because you put together the facts that there are no flight paths that go over the area. There's no shipping lanes that pass through because they don't make any sense. Is why. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to go straight across that open water for how many thousands of miles to try and get somewhere, and so they just don't do it. They claim it's dangerous. If you ever have a problem with your ship, and there's no place to land your ship and look for repairs or buy fuel or food or no place to emergency land your aircraft. So yeah, they've got it all worked out, pretty well, where it makes a lot of sense to a person that doesn't want to do any critical thinking about it. Yeah, I like that concept, Hank. I think there is even some little bit of information on that somewhere. I remember looking at it. I'm gonna have to go back and double check. But there was somebody was claiming that there was, in fact, another medium-sized or small-sized continent in the South Pacific somewhere.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Justin.
What's the topic?
Your topic.
Extra land in the South Pacific.
It was your topic
It was
about the missing money.
the missing
Yeah, I told him
money
in the beginning.
in
Yeah,
Antarctica.
I told him it was yours.
So that's my thought. My belief is the missing money went to Antarctica's land and all of the land out there to build buildings, underground storage, whatever, cities, whatever. But like I say, I take it, my personal belief, I take it always to this map here, beyond the ice wall, and saying that there's more land, more minerals, more resources, and of course, where they took the trillions of dollars to. That's me. And I'm not saying that's a 100% fact, but it's a good story, right?
Yeah. Also, here you could throw this pile it on top of that as well. Some people say they've spotted two suns in the sky. Very seldom, sparsely here and there, whatever. There's been two suns spotted in the sky at one time. What if there's another sun further out that travels around?
God, no. Think about it. What if it's their sun they created for themselves out there?
Oh, and then all that is a new area that just recently melted?
Exactly, with the Chinese sending their sun into the sky.
And then now they're going to send another one even further out.
NASA already has a patent. NASA already has a patent for the sun. Did you not know that? Here, let me.
I did know that.
Sun patent.
Sun simulator.
Sun simulator.
Isn't that what you're talking about?
Let's see.
What do you guys mean by creating a sun?
Oh no, they've already created a sun. What are you talking about?
Sun simulator simulates the sun. It's not an actual sun.
You've got to look it up if you haven't seen it. China actually made their own sun that was 5 times hotter than our sun. Did you know? Yeah, you need to look that up. Holy cow!
That seems really interesting.
Yeah, they sent it up in a rocket. It was well, at least that's what the news said.
That's a new person you're talking to there, Justin. Just to let you know, Heavenly.
Heavenly?
VC verified. Hello,
yes,
Heavenly.
I just verified him.
Oh, you did.
Okay.
Not.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I guess
I just barely pulled him in. Yes. And we were talking about this in the
check-in
in there as well. We were talking about this in the voice check-in as well. The Antarctica stuff is in the money. But now we're
Continue.
switching it to the sun because, like I said, what really is happening if they are making their own sun,
Well, it would make sense to put it further out, like you're saying, because over top of where we're at, it's going to be too much. Going to burn us to a crisp to have two of them up there. Well, it sure would be nice to be able to have the resources and the time and the.
This topic seems like a huge gray area.
Oh, I'm sure it is extremely gray. I wouldn't.
This is
I wouldn't go there without having your extremely gray sunglasses on.
Yeah.
Ricky from Boston. That's the one I have.
Oh,
He-
Ricky.
He talks about the NASA's patented fake sun. I just posted it in the chat.
Richie from Boston.
Hmm.
But he's a rambler. If you've ever listened to him, he can go on and on. Sometimes.
And then this one here, of course, they saying that there's 24 hours of sunlight in Antarctica. Give me a no-cut scene of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think they're. Have you seen that new recent thing with that sundial or that flat map dome dial deal thing that which it has on the dashboard of his motorhome? And he puts the flashlight down on over the glass dome and puts it on the very bottom outside the edge, and the whole ring lights up. So maybe there could be a way that there's a reflective light that makes it daylight for 24 hours. But as far as the actual sun being seen for 24 hours, I don't think you're right. Show us the cut.
The only 24
Yeah,
hours is actually in the north,
Right.
and that's provable.
Yeah. That's actually, you can actually watch that, I guess. There's a few days.
Yeah, it's fun watching that one.
Yeah.
It never sets.
Yeah, you just watch it go further away and then come back and go back further away again, and yeah, of course it's always kind of far away in that.
And it's
Never
usually
does.
like in like a figure 8, like in an infinity sign.
Right.
I've always thought that was just incredible because they literally are up there for infinity. I mean,
Yeah.
you look at the path that the moon takes. It's like it's an infinity sign. It's absolutely amazing. Here, let me try and find that video.
So, Heavenly, do you think the Earth is a spinning ball right now? It's okay if you do.
I actually do not.
What makes you think it's not?
What do I call him? Justin? Is that
It's me.
how I can refer to you? Okay. Well, Justin was giving me good points and topics, and he was
Research them on his own. He's not just gonna believe me.
I don't like fully believe him, but I'm starting to want to explore more of the flat earth.
That's a good position to be in because we don't want you to believe anything we tell you. We want you to verify everything we tell you.
Well,
We want you to think for yourself.
like Justin said, he told me I need to do it for myself so I can actually believe it myself instead of having others give me information. So I can, like, I guess, prove it to myself. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
and that's the good thing about this is you can actually do that. You can actually go out and do it for yourself, and you can see the evidence with your own two eyes, and that is really helpful for when you see it with your own two eyes, then it's like, now what am I supposed to think? Is my eyes lying to me? Well, no, they're not. Everyone else has been.
And that's why I was thinking you guys could lead me in the right way to start this exploration of the flat earth.
Yeah, but we don't.
Yeah, have you seen an Earth curve calculator? Have you pulled up one of those yet?
Not.
You should search that on your search engine and pull up an Earth curve calculator. And then there's different ones, right? Some take into consideration atmospheric conditions and some don't, right? So there's different ones that you can look at. And basically what we're trying to convince you to do is find a large body of water at rest. Just basically go see what you can see. Take some observations, some measurements, So an observation would I can see that building. Okay, how far is it? What's my altitude? Above sea level, right? And then how high above sea level is it? And you can make some observations, or you can make some measurements. Like I said, like if you see something way out in the distance and it's got a known distance, like an oil rig, right? You can take some measurements of different things like the horizon and other things. So yeah, you just want to do your own measurements and observations.
I found the horizon thing very interesting, like how far we can see. I think it was like 250 miles or something like that.
So also photography, the longest photograph of the world record was Mount Conahu. I think it's 273 miles or something like that. And to think about that, 273 miles. When you type that into the Earth curve calculator, it's like how's that possible? And you do all the math, and it's supposed to be like a mile under the horizon. If the horizon is the Earth curve from the measurements that they give us, the dimensions they give us.
So I was telling you this in the voice check-in that the Earth is supposed to have the horizon at 3 to 4 miles, right, Heavenly? I told you that. And when we can see over 10 miles, there's a problem, right, with that math? So when we can actually go out in reality and show that all the time that we're seeing way farther than 4 miles, there's no way that you can go back to seeing 4 miles. I mean, you never actually did see only 4 miles. You've always been able to see over 4 miles. The mathematical equation on paper states that you're only supposed to be seeing 4 miles, and that's it. That's the whole thing about it, is when you go to paper, it works very well, but not in reality. So I don't know if I told you this, but the live stream, when you're in the live stream, it has a live text chat just right up above. So when you're in the live stream, make sure that you're in the live voice stream, the live stream voice text, so that you can see everyone texting to you. Heavenly. Did you see me ping you?
Yes, I saw it.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that okay. But yeah. So when we tell you, yeah, we can see over 10 miles, I want you to see this picture right here. Because this is where the black swan begins. Okay? We only need the one picture. Okay? But there's several. Before you actually get to see the black swan, there's several in the whole clip that does not show the horizon at 4 miles. So when you can see that mountain in the back, what does that tell you? How far is that mountain? That's what it should tell you. Okay, so let's go to Google. On Google, it says that it's over 26 miles away from the observer on the shoreline where he's taking that picture. So you're telling me I can see 26 miles away on a globe Earth model over this curve that's supposed to be at 4 miles away, the horizon, where it's supposed to start. Yet I can see it clearly as day, even without the camera. It's a smudge, but I can still see it. I can't take that model. I'm sorry. I can't take it. I can't be convinced. I can't believe, because reality is showing me something else. Sorry. End of story.
If there wasn't anything to this, like this would have like disappeared, right? Remember how Tide Pod was like eating a Tide Pod was like a thing for a while? Obviously, everybody knows you shouldn't do that now, but it turned out there's there's not anything to eating a Tide Pod except for like medical bills and possibly worse. So, it's like if there was nothing to this, why would there still be so many people talking about it 7 years later? Because nobody's talking about the Mayan calendar anymore. But like between 2008 and 2012, everybody's talking about that calendar.
Hey, Hank, I just got my 2022 Mayan calendar. That's awesome.
That's not a fact. Did you resurrect some Mayans to get it?
Wow. It's got like pictures of Tartaria and stuff in it. It's cool.
Okay, so there's one guy who has a Mayan calendar. Back in the day, they were like on TV, Ancient Aliens, the History Channel, like all kinds of stuff.
Well, I've heard the speculation of that was kind of like the major awakening was 2012. That's when people really started waking up. So maybe that was an end of an era. I don't know.
Yeah, it was the end of a Baktun. Several Baktuns have come and gone, according to them. It's pretty interesting. Like the part of people have been protesting since before. So people were waking up before that. Like people, I think it was in Vermont, where they were like, it was a gun grab or a slight gun grab, and people all over the states like went to this place. That's one thing that I heard. And then the people in Hong Kong, right? So Michael J. Smith said that the contracts happens like the reset that happened about 100 years ago, where we had the Roaring '20s and then the subsequent depression. I think.
What up? How you feeling? All right.
Yeah, 2012 could have been an awakening.
God rocking, hot micing. So, Heavenly, do you have any questions? Are you brand new to this?
I
Is
am
your
brand new.
mind, your mind is probably kind of blown a little bit. We're not trying to overwhelm you.
It's thinking about a lot of stuff right now, so I'm just trying to like, because
Put it bluntly, they lied about the shape of the earth, and that's just the facts. We're just here to share those facts with you. We got plenty of them, but we won't want to overwhelm you. So, if you got any questions, feel free to throw them out. Hank knows all the answers. So just ask Hank.
Okay, thank you.
Hank, you're a robot.
Unfortunately, he's got all the answers. He's also a robot when he tries to talk. But here's Indio. He has most of the answers. Right, Indio?
Yeah, I got all the answers that mean nothing. What's there to think about? You dropped out, man. What happened?
You're still here, dude. I hear you.
All right, cool. I just had some ahi tuna tartaria. Woo, it's good. You ever have ahi tuna? Oh,
I have Star Kids tune out of the can every now and then. That's about it.
all right. It's a delicacy, Dave. But no, it's good. It was tasty. There was this little guy, little teeny, like a tent and a little barbecue, man. That's all it was. Some dude outside of establishment, man. I'm like, okay, let me try it. It was really good. I like when, I hate corporate food, man. Big company food. I like little guys that cook stuff, on the side of the road and shit. Good stuff.
Just to play
You can
devil's
taste
advocate, what if the guy on the side of the road is not following all health procedures that the health department enforces?
Well, you can kind of look around and see if he's, health procedures might be good, might be bad. We don't know, Dave. Yeah, looked pretty clean. Anyway, tasted good. Good stuff. You don't know. I've seen guys get grades for their restaurants because they gave somebody a big stack of cash, right? The health inspector takes cash bribes, is what I'm saying. I said I'm back. I had a phone call. Super windy microphone, man.
We got you, Indio. It sounds like you got wind coming through.
Always wind. Wind. Always wind here.
Boston seems like it's windier than Chicago sometimes.
It really is. It really is, man. It's windy as hell here. I'm in Hobbit Square. Hobbit Square. Hobbit. Where's
That's where the late Jimmy Jedi debated a Harvard astronomer in Harvard Square. Wasn't that where they was at?
That's right. Yes, exactly. That's true. Along with Ernest. Ernest was out there. I haven't seen Ernest. I haven't seen any of them guys out here. Nah.
That's the day that went concave, ain't it?
Yeah, he went. So have you ever seen? You broke up, man. We broke up.
We lost you.
Yeah, another phone call. People are blowing up my phone. Bastard.
You're back now.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. So there's a video where they interview Harvard graduates at graduation. Oh wow, sounds fun.
Anyway, where was
Was that
I?
Ernest?
Yeah,
Ernest doing that?
yeah. Ernest was going on my phone. Ernest is blowing my phone. He said what I'm saying is not kosher.
He'll live. He'll be all right.
Anyhow, they interview these Harvard graduates, caps and gowns, all that stuff. They ask them, what causes the seasons? Out of every single person, only one person right in the
Wow. Not too
one person,
surprising.
and it was a journalist.
Wow.
It was yeah. The people that graduated with science degrees didn't get it. That's freaking scary, man.
That is scary.
Especially Harvard, because this is where you come to, like, because if you want to pull the levers of power, this is where you go to school.
Right. That's skull and bones territory, man. Skull
You know,
and bones.
but they got it, you know.
Might be me,
Yes,
man. I'm driving. Might be me.
from what I remember, Jimmy Jedi School did astronomy are pretty good from what I remember. It was like 2016.
It was 2018, but I think he had such shitty audio, man. There was like buses and trash trucks and fucking all kinds of shit. The audio is shit, but the astronomer left with a flat Earth shirt, man. After talking with Jibby for like 40 minutes or so. I remember that. Dead Air Dave. I like that name, Dave. I like it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Looks like we lost our new person. I'm looking at the list now. Everybody on the list is crazy globe deniers. Continue, Flat Earth Day.
Crazy globe deniers in the house. Hey, I was listening a little minute ago about the trillions of dollars that have gone missing and the theory of maybe they're using it to build some other shit. But, dude, man, I don't know if you guys have looked into the ghost cities. They built an entire fucking Paris, France, and ain't nobody lives there. It's like, what? With the Eiffel Tower and everything. They could be spending their money on that shit. I don't know. Or it could be just a movie set for a war or something, right?
Where is this empty city located at? Is it in France?
No, it's in China.
Oh, okay. That's
Ghost
weird if
city.
it's true.
Ghost cities, man. Ghost cities. Check it out. Don't believe me. It's a fascinating thing, man. And when I first saw ghost cities, man, I was like, red flags going off. I'm like, wait a minute, what is going on here? Why are they building all these cities nobody's in? You got Paris, France. They got like Florence, Italy. They're like building all these cities. Like, are they going to relocate people there later on, or are they just going to blow it up, make it look like a war? I don't know, man. Like, all this shit goes through my head, and I'm like, It makes no sense, man. You can build fucking giant cities and nobody's there. Crazy. Anyway, ghost cities, man.
Yeah, that's
I've
weird.
seen like drone footage of the ghost cities. Seen people walking around and going, big giant cities, nobody's there. Weird. Anyway, just another one of the things to think about. But yeah, they could have been building, taking all those trillions of dollars and 20 trillion missing dollars, 20 trillion missing. Yeah. What are they doing with $20 trillion? Damn. I don't know.
Did that new guy leave? One that Justin was talking to? Still
I
here?
think so.
Hevingly is the one, and he's gone. Yeah, looks like it.
Damn it.
He was not convinced at all when he came in. His first question was, "Why do you think it's flat?" Like that. That was his first question.
We know the answer to that one.
There's a lot of delusional people, man.
That's the only question I want to hear, though. That's the only question I want to hear. Why do you think it's flat? Because it's that as opposed to why don't people fall off the edge? Why can't I see this? Why isn't the sun out 24 hours a day? Why would they lie? Why I think it's flat is literally the only question I really want to entertain.
Well, that gives you a little window into their mind now, doesn't it?
Yep.
Because somebody that asked that question, they think that the globe is obvious and a foregone conclusion, but they've never really thought about it. So, like, why do you think it's flat? Well, I actually left my house before. How about that? I walked out the door. I didn't see a ball.
Don't feel like I'm spinning.
Nope.
Nope.
Not at all.
I don't feel like I'm shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. I promise. I don't feel it.
I mean, we all walked around that way. Me included. Just walked around through life thinking the Earth's a ball with no sensory evidence to support that whatsoever.
None.
It's quite amazing when you think about it.
It's
how great a trick that is.
Squirrel.
Run it over.
Yeah, India, you gotta give them credit. They literally have 90% or more of the people literally believing the exact opposite of what it is, and they think that's cool because they haven't looked at it.
It's truly amazing. Quite honest, you have to give them credit. Truly,
it's astonishing. Well, there was a quote I used on PMT today, man. It was, people that believe in absurdities will also commit atrocities, man. And when you believe in absurdity, man, good luck with that. Good luck. And it's absurd. Spinning balls, shooting through space, infinite Big Bang. Fuck off. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not just is it absurd. So, there are absurd things which are true, but, you need evidence before you believe them. You need, like, rock solid, hard proof.
Right.
Or I believe in absurdity. If you say something like, I can walk on my hands for 3 miles, maybe, possible, but I'm not going to believe it until you actually demonstrate it. You don't even got to go 3 miles. If you just walk a mile, I'll believe the other 2. But the globe doesn't even have that much. It can't even show like a little bit of curvature. or a little bit of spin.
Does anyone know what McToon's regular job is?
Circus clown? No, y'all go ahead.
Just wondering if he was a full-time YouTuber. That's where he made his money. Watching the recent interview he had with Danny Faulkner on his show, talking about misconceptions flat earthers have about astronomy. And one of their conclusions was that Indio spends all of his life on Discord.
They concluded that about Indio, you said?
Yeah, it was curious to me because I was like, isn't McToon a full-time YouTuber? I mean, it's like the things that they insinuate. Obviously, it was insinuating that there's something wrong with that, even if it was true. Like if you have infinite free time to pursue your passion or something you're curious about or interested in, who's to blame you for doing it? What's wrong with that? Nothing.
I hear you. I agree with that. I mean, a lot of times I'm on here, I'm working. What people would think. I'm working a lot while I'm doing it. Anyway. Yeah, evidently Danny Faulkner paid us a visit this morning, I think.
In the YouTube chat?
That? No, he's actually on The Voice.
No shit.
He was here.
Were his balls flirting with dropping, or what happened?
Well,
sorry, I don't mean to be so mean, but anyway.
There was a rational discussion going on, then there was a bunch of diversions, and then it went to Cass, and then his wife told him we're going somewhere to do real stuff.
His wife. Here's what I want to know: did he find curvature or not? You know what I mean?
Nah, we never got to that point.
They never let you get there, right? And if you do get there, then they're just like,
hold on. I'm not going to let the situation be mischaracterized.
Okay.
The people who diverted it to the sky were the flat earthers, not him.
Yuck, that's not good.
Yep. Well, if you're going to run interference on, a conversation that's going well, first thing not to do is take it to the sky.
Yeah. It's just cleaning up our side of the street more and more, by the day.
Yeah, it's like, so for example, one flat earther or anybody might say, oh, what about that direct measurement that they did of the water over 25 miles? And then the other flat earther will come in, oh, but what about that lunar eclipse?
Ugh. Yeah. Well, hopefully they're taking notes on that, listening. I mean, I can always improve too. I just really want to see that curvature.
All of us can improve. It's just, I wish people would, generally speaking, just try to stay civil and try to keep it one-on-one and on point instead of scatterbraining people sometimes, That's just my opinion.
Well, there's been a coalescence in the past 2 weeks of an increased, from my opinion, push of the idea of astronomy. So this interview was 2 weeks ago.
Coincidentally, what also released 2 weeks ago is essentially an open source astronomy project, which is basically, I'm not sure what organization, I haven't finished watching it yet. They're basically wanting just everybody to just submit information about the sky to them so that they can have this huge crowdsourced information of astronomy data. I mean, that should already send up red flags, but
So they're accumulating all their sky evidence for the globe, right?
Well, they're prolonging, excuse me, prolonging the inevitable. So that's why I'm just so calm and cool about it, because, like, they'll never demonstrate globe. I want to see him run out of stuff to come up with, you know. That'll be a good day.
There's definitely going to be a point where, like, they're going to mess up big time and there's no way out of it. I know that's going to happen soon.
Yeah, eventually.
You can only lie so much.
And we just keep picking them apart, right? There is a tipping point for everything, so yeah, just kicking back, waiting for that one.
well, yeah, people might not be aware, but Danny Faulkner is actually a young Earth creationist. Which, if you are an astute observer of the stories of Big Bang cosmology / cosmogony, as he would aptly correct you, which term you're applying, that presents a problem about light from distant stars. If we have a young Earth universe, then the light from the stars must have traveled faster than the speed of light, or have been miraculously arrived by the hand of God directly. Of course, there's a third option, which he didn't mention, which is that the expansion of the universe was actually not just inflation, but like not even hyperinflation, but like instantaneous inflation. You know, so where a star 14 billion light years away actually arrived there in like 1 second rather than, you know, over time. But they need that in the heliocentric model too. It's bullshit.
The universe was created for the Earth, and it expanded and all that stuff, and then Earth was created. So you could do that one.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah.
Because first there was void, right? Nothing says how old the void is.
Right. But that light problem is also a problem with standard heliocentrism for similar reasons. It's that the distances don't make sense with any of the models that they have. So they have to come up with, again, hyperinflation to solve the problem.
Oh, they have all sorts of problems. They have disappearing stars problem. They have, so they use quasars to determine brightness, right? Cepheid variables. So some of them have just like disappeared or vanished or changed the brightness. So they measure distances using something called standard candles where they correlate brightness to distance. But if the thing disappears or changes brightness, then, you know, then you have a problem. It's like one of the cosmic distance ladders, so if that's wrong, and they have
Well, there's another apologetic guy that I listen to on the regular. And he recently also had a astrophysicist, astronomer type guy on his show to basically talk about flat Earth. Obviously, from a biblical scriptural angle, which Danny Faulkner does as well, to a degree. And again, they were talking about those things where it's like this term's being floated out there called rescuing device. You know, it's like you have a problem with your model, so you just throw out this word that's a plethora of excuses. You know, like Globers have refraction. That's their rescuing device. Or you might say flat earthers have, oh, that's just an optical illusion. That might be their rescuing device. And like heliocentrism just has exotic matter that they create out of thin air. That's their rescuing device. Oddly enough, Einsteinian model of the universe is a rescuing device for the failure of the Newtonian model of the universe. Oh yeah, I didn't mention that here. I mentioned it on Nathan Oakley's a couple of times. So Newton basically realized in order for his gravitational model to work, you need an infinite universe, right? Infinite stars. There's a problem with that, though. If there's infinite stars, then that means light would be everywhere. There'd be no place you could look that wouldn't be lit up. So instantaneously, that was recognized as a paradox that's self-evident, not true, because you can look around and see darkness. So Newton failed. And hence, a new model to rescue it had to be created. So what do you need? You need an expanding universe. And then your expanding universe doesn't expand at the rate it should, so now you need dark matter. And your dark matter isn't going to do something it should, so then you need like super ultra dark matter.
There's also some galaxies which are messed up because they have no dark matter, which screws their whole thing up too.
What?
There's so many holes. I mean, shit, man. If I listed them, I'd probably come up with 100 easy. They'll just say, well, we don't know everything. Yeah, no shit. You don't even know the shit you think you do know. So there's a YouTube channel. I think his name is Anton Petrov or something. He's Russian or Ukrainian astronomer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, right? Oh, my God, I watch all this stuff. Because it's so... just if you just watch that, the thing is, like, he'll start his videos with like, yeah, we just figured something out. And then he goes into the, like, whatever published paper and says it with such certainty, right? It's like how he switches gears like that. Like, here's something we couldn't figure out for a very long time. There's this paper, and now we know. Like, no, you don't. You're a monkey through poo, man. You threw shit against the wall until something stuck. And this is one of the
If he was being honest, he'd be like, sorry, but if he's being honest, he'd be like, here's a new story we made up, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, think about it like this, right? Make some observations. I have a bunch of data, and I just keep trying different mathematical technique after different mathematical technique for years and years and years until something fits. And then you make all sorts of declarations about proofs and you have this whole story to explain it. No, dude, you just like threw shit against the wall until something stuck. And this is one of the arguments against math is reality, because there's a lot of like people that think, oh my God, how do these equations predict the universe? It's because that they're fiddling.
I think you got sucked into the windmill.
Yeah, we lost the end of that.
I don't know about you guys, but I just got it cut off. He cut off for me. Indio, are you still there?
We lost your last couple sentences, Indio, if you can hear us.
They wanted to stop him from talking. They always silence the truth. Oh, there he goes.
I like what AI was saying about the word magic. What did he call it? I always called it word magic. A salvation device?
Huh?
What did he call it?
I mean, yeah, you could call it that. A rescuing device.
Yeah, a rescuing device. Yeah, so it's like a floaty. So they can float the globe.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They have him on both arms, so they can be weightless.
And then they wonder, if there's no gravity, why wouldn't you just float away?
Refractions like the globe defibrillator.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're stuck. They're really stuck in the conception that comes from a heliocentric model, in the sense of Einsteinian mass attracts mass to the center of mass, like radial gravity, right? Like there's these radial strings reaching out, grabbing things and pulling it towards the center. Like they're stuck in that conception, even though Einstein superseded it for obvious reasons. Because when they think of gravity on a flat Earth, they're like, oh, how could the flat Earth possibly work? This is one thing Faulkner and McToon were talking about. Because you'd need an infinite plane, to get all the field lines to have a perpendicular polarity or whatever. I'm like, that's only if you apply your conception to it. What if it's just linear, straight down? I mean, whoop-de-doo.
It also wouldn't have to be infinite. Wouldn't have to be anywhere close to infinite, because as it is, from measurement, we know that plumb lines don't go straight down. See, this is where you have globers that don't actually know the guts of the globe model, right? So in geodetic surveying, plumb lines curve because when they go measure it, it's not exactly perpendicular to the surface. So they have to do this correction, curve plumb, right? So even McToon and Mr. Faulkner, who's a PhD, they're anti-flat earthers, and they run around saying we're a bunch of dumbasses, but they've never actually challenged their own model and investigated it with a critical eye. They only go out and be like, where can I go get this proof flat earthers wrong? And that's all they do, instead of trying to falsify their own model.
Hey, interestingly enough, I'm so glad you brought that up. It reminded me of something. I actually took a screenshot of it, a commentary in that YouTube, where basically, I'm pretty sure it was, I don't think it was a flat earther criticizing McToon, but he basically put forth that criticism. He's like, you don't agree with Faulkner or the things about this science. You just are happy that he is aggravating flat earthers. It's like, so you admitted in your show here, or sorry, it was in a comment he made. So McToon made a comment, and this guy commented on the comment. He's like, you basically admitted in this comment that you don't really care about the science in this instance. You just want to aggravate flat earthers.
That is
I'm
sad.
going to pull it. I'm going to go look for it just for a second. One second.
It's literally so much brainwash that they have to stoop that low to not even care for anything that is said, just to disgrace flat earthers. That's it. Gosh, what a life.
That's like most of the internet, though.
Yeah. Google's for sure doing it now, and DuckDuckGo.
Also, have you seen the paper I post sometimes? What is Gravity on a Flat Earth? Something like
I got it.
So what he does, he basically makes basically a cylinder and models flat Earth. And the Earth only has to be less than their radius thick for all the gravity vectors to be pointing straight down, right, like they want. So the claim that it has to be infinite, that's just, this is like Vsauce. They just say stuff. You just ask them, did you do the math to check? I don't need to do the math. I thought of it.
Oh, Indio, it does need to be infinite. If it's 0 inches thick.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Man. Exactly. One atom thick.
Has there ever been an interview with that Michael guy, with a flat earther? Because I would love to see that.
Vsauce?
Yeah.
On my YouTube channel, I got him admitting that he doesn't know the Earth is a globe.
I can barely hear you. I think it's windy on your end. Think that's wind?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's wind. I said I have a clip of a video that he made where he says he knows that he says he just believes the Earth is a globe. He can't prove it, and that science doesn't prove anything.
Meanwhile, his profile or his channel is all about science.
Yeah, occasionally they'll be honest. But this is like I was talking about that other guy, the astronomer, is that in one side of their mouth, when challenged, they'll just say, well, this is what we think. But then when they're giving their spiel, they talk as if things are absolute truth and absolute certainty. Mm-hmm. And that's just, to me, that's being dishonest. That's like, you're not being an honest broker of information here.
Yeah. At least, yeah, they did say that they are somewhat of a shill.
All right, I got it. Let me see if I can read it here. So the guy is criticizing. Oh, okay. He's criticizing Mr. Faulkner. If God created the light already on its way from a supernova in 1987A, which is this particular supernova, it never happened. The star never existed in order to give the supernova light when it exploded. It was already 162,000 light years away from the source before the supernova when it was created. As such, God would have set things up that we would believe an event took place in the past that never actually did. Usually we call people who do these things dishonest. Now, that's actually a critique that's used quite often by atheists and in certain apologetic debates that are anti-biblical, basically saying, you know, if you guys believe certain things about the universe, then you're basically saying that God is intentionally deceiving everyone. So McToon replies, To me, it really isn't any different than last Thursdayism, which, if you guys don't know, is the idea that the universe was created last Thursday and there's no evidence otherwise. Philosophically valid, but not matching evidence. Regardless, the fact that Answers in Genesis is anti-flat Earth is hugely triggering to the flat earthers. I love to point this out to flirts when they start claiming the Bible talks about flat Earth. Then a guy criticizes Toon about his knowledge of the Bible. Then down here, the guy says, I think you're missing the point. Speaking to Toon, your very explanation says that you don't actually care about the science, but you'd just rather trigger the flirts. And that wasn't a flat earther. He was basically criticizing Faulkner that if Faulkner believes in a young Earth, then he should also believe in flat Earth. They did mention it, that like some of the verses that seem to lend towards a flat Earth, and Faulkner did agree that if you believe in a flat Earth, the Bible will seem to agree with you. There are a few key verses that the Globers try to use. For example, he is the one that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. Some translations render that word circle as sphere, but the actual Hebrew just means circular or round, which we all know could be a flat, round object as well. So Faulkner's position earlier when he came in here as well is that the Bible really doesn't speak one way or the other to cosmology. It only speaks about cosmogony, which is where it all came from, rather than what it is. But again, I would describe that as dithering, you know. It could be true that it doesn't really lend one way or the other, but I think it lends more towards the flat than it does any other type of shape or design.
I have a weird question. So, a sphere is that solid? Like, is
Not
that the
necessarily.
definition? So it could just be a line of a circle. That would be considered a sphere?
Yeah, a circle rotated 360 degrees around a single axis.
So when they say there's an atmosphere, what's sphere about that? Is it just the surrounding atmosphere? Like, is that considered a sphere? And if not, why is it called an atmosphere?
A sphere is also referred to in common language as an area of influence, right? So it doesn't have to be circular or ball shaped. Like if you said to somebody, you know, this person is within my sphere of influence. I mean, does that mean that there's a radial, you know, pi string going around you? No.
Yeah, I guess it's one of the things that made me think maybe the world is a sphere, because atmosphere, to me, it sounds like that makes sense. Like this was before. But I've always wondered. Yeah. I've just always wondered, like, does it mean the sphere as in like the enclosed circle of our world, like the petri dish? Or does it mean like the sphere as the globe? And is atmosphere like a term that is actually used with the globe, or is that with flat Earth as well?
Well, I mean, it's just the word we've all grown up with to mean the air we live in. You know, so there's people that will bend over backwards to try not to say that word. You know, they'll say atmo or atmos, or they'll say atmosphere, and then they'll make sure everybody recognizes that they didn't mean sphere.
Yeah.
I mean, I say it all the time because it's just a word that we all understand what it means. And
Yeah.
it does have a connotation.
It's like when
spherical in the sense of a world.
Yeah. It's like when people say planet and they don't really mean planet, but we just remember, or it's an overused word. So sometimes we say it even though we don't really mean it. So you could see the atmosphere being the same thing.
Think about all the words you use for that don't have anything to do with this topic. Like, I need a better sound system, so it's a better atmosphere in here when we watch movies. I need a better lighting system, so it's a better atmosphere in here when we watch movies. Or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess it's just quality of air.
Well, either one of those doesn't have to do with the air. It has to just do with your surroundings.
Environment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those surroundings aren't spherical. Air takes the shape of the container it's in.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what atmosphere could mean, like the petri dish that we're in, if you could consider it that, like the circle of the enclosed shoreline. Whereas if I was talking about myself like back in the past, atmosphere was one of those words that would make me go, okay, well, if the world is flat, why do we have the term atmosphere? And I'm thinking, is it with the globe lie? Like, is that a word that was made with the globe lie, or is that actually a legit thing that we have in our world? And it's called atmosphere for the circle, not the physical ball. But yeah, thanks for.
We definitely have an ambient air system that we live and breathe and move around in.
Yeah.
You could call it snorkel. You could call it snorkelblork, and it still do the same thing.
That sounds like a Rick and Morty thing. But yeah, thanks for summing that up.
This is
You know,
a
as
problem,
close as
right?
Snorkelbork. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is a problem that the Glovers often fall trap into, and to be fair, lots of people do, where they allow the etymological or definitional sense of a word to impose itself on reality. You know, for example, if you say atmosphere, and then the Glober might say to you, oh, see, you're admitting it's a sphere. Like, no, that's just the word we call the air.
Yeah, that's my point I'm trying to make. Like, sometimes those words could pull you out of it. Like, if you're trying to learn the real truth, those will keep you from exploring more. Especially because I thought the moon was a sphere and we could land on it, even though I didn't believe in the moon landing. So when you tell someone that it's not something you can land on and it's actually smaller and we can't reach it, that's when you show people, okay, cool, like we're not in this spherical world that we think we're in. But yeah, that word is tricky.
Let's hear what Hank has to say, and then I got to tell you what Arwen has to say.
Oh, the Snugglebork. It sounds like snow globe in some other language, so it's fun.
Yeah. It reminds me of those little creatures. They were called, I can't remember what they were called, if they were called snorkels or whatever. It was an old cartoon. They had like a bent straw on the top of their heads that they breathe out of.
Yep, I was born in '82. I know all about the snorkels.
Yeah, very similar to Smurfs. So now I want to tell you what Arwen has to say, which is genius, by the way. He said you could just replace all these buzzwords with Smurf. So it'd be like, I went outside and I saw the Smurf, and then I looked up at the Smurf, and then I smurfed the Smurf, and I came up with Smurf. Therefore, Earth's the globe.
Yeah, I guess that works.
Because the Smurfs used the word Smurf to explain everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you really shouldn't make fun of the Smurfs. You know, their gray matter in their brain, it's a very small amount, you know, so they do the best they can, but the Globers have no excuse.
Well, yeah, especially guys like Matthew Lawrence, who's been here for years. And then you'll ask him, hey, you ever think of going out and testing this curvature that we've been talking about this whole time? Oh, no, I don't feel that I need to do that. But you should definitely go buy a camera and look at the moon so you can learn something.
Yeah. I mean, it does bring up a valid point. Like, I could do that, but at the same time, there's already people who've done that. So, sure, I could take the moment to do it for myself, for my own pleasure, but I'm not going to find anything that no one else has found. Like, it's possible, but I don't know if it was like the right way to figure it out for myself.
Well, if you get a strong enough camera, you can actually see the flag that they left on the moon.
Oh, is that a fact? Cool.
Heck no.
Dude, the one thing that is
Your
fascinating.
camera would have to be, check this out, in order for that to be true, your camera
Yeah.
would have to be 75 meters wide. Yeah, no such optic exists.
Yeah, but are we talking about like the moon miles away? Like that?
The point I'm just making is there's no way to verify any of their stories.
Yeah.
There's nothing we could do to verify anything they claim about the moon, except like phases and stuff. About it.
So the one thing that I thought was cool was the lunar waves that eventually show up. Like the ripples. I just want to understand why that even happens. It's almost like electricity, I guess.
Well,
so I've not done a great deal of research on the lunar waves, so this may be an argument from ignorance. But if the ocean waves, why wouldn't the waters above wave? And if they did wave, could you be able to slightly detect it? So I think it's like when we see the turbulence on the stars, and they're all twinkly looking, and it looks like the
Yeah, it looks
turbulence
like
of the light
reflection
at the
in
bottom of the
water.
pool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's the atmosphere. I don't think it's the moon, but I think the moon is
Oh,
emanating.
okay.
That's just my opinion.
Yeah, because it distorts it in a way. Like, I'm not sure if it is entirely the moon itself doing it, but it does distort it as if like it almost like
a cold front.
shifts the look of it.
Yeah, like a cold front.
Yeah, so I guess that could be the case that it's unaffecting, and it's actually like the water, supposedly.
Yeah, but who knows? I mean, it could just be the sky resetting, and now we got enough frame rate that we can actually detect it. I don't know. I just don't think the moon is like translucent. I think it's solid. Well, not solid. Let me rephrase. I think that it's, yeah, not translucent. We'll go with that. But, you know, who the hell knows, right?
Well, it'd be really cool if we could get a photograph of the sun, the moon, and the earth all in the same frame. To like prove any of these claims they have about the three-body relationship between them. That'd be interesting.
Well, from where we're standing, we could see the moon and the sun, and there's no way to like kind of get that angle, like with the balloon thing.
Nope.
Sure, there's like a day you could do it, like before the eclipse or something.
Well, where is the moon during the eclipse?
Well, has anyone ever tried to like keep an eye on that while they use a doggy cam?
Well, what happens is, as far as I know, because we've been asking for years. I mean, maybe it's possible someone has it, but we've been asking for years for the evidence that the moon is physically present during the eclipse, where the moon is supposed to be the thing occulting the sun. Now, you definitely see a dark circle, right? But why don't you see it before the dark circle or after? Or why don't you see a dark circle off to the left or to the right? It's like, from what I've gathered, by the lack of anyone presenting any evidence to the contrary, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, I'm just saying nobody's presented it yet that I've seen, that the moon is actually there. Now, the best things we've had is people give us projections that the moon would be there if it was traveling in a path that they claim it's traveling. It should be there at that time.
So for me, I'm assuming that if it's the right size at the right time, that's 2 or more confirmations. That's usually what I go by. Like if I can confirm something twice, and by the right size, I don't mean the shot on the Earth. It's definitely the wrong size, the shot on the Earth. But I'm talking about the apparent size. It's apparently the same size as the sun, except for on an annular eclipse. That's when you get the Ring of Fire eclipse. But that's a rare one. We don't see that one very often. I've only seen it once my entire life, and I had to catch a glimpse of it as it was going down. So I never actually saw the full totality annular eclipse. I only saw like a piece of it because it happened from like West Texas all the way to like California. I think they saw it, but in East Texas we didn't see it.
Yeah. Anyway, cool story. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, they always end up, in the heavens, right? It's like if they don't do it, we slip into it, But it's intriguing, like what's going on up there, and it's fun to speculate about. But it's wrong to take tax dollars, by gunpoint and throw people in the dungeon with torture cuffs if they don't, back your cosmology with tax dollars. So that's the difference.
Yeah, the only interesting one is when the globe earthers claim that the Earth is, casting a shadow on the moon. It has to be a circle to cast a shadow. And then you show them a GIF of a paper towel roll casting a circular shadow on the moon. And then you're like, oh, cool. So the Earth's a paper towel roll. Thank you. Ugh. Yeah, let's see. It's lights in the sky. Irrelevant. Let's see what else. Gravity. Irrelevant. What else? I don't know. What else do they claim that's completely irrelevant?
They claim Snell's law, even though they have no boundaries, and they don't have the angle of incidence, or... Yeah.
Also, sunrise and sunset eclipses are impossible in the heliocentric model because the sun is 400 times farther. It can't possibly be on the same angle. Because the horizon dip, remember?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, Faulkner did claim to have an answer for that.
90 miles away. Oh, he does now, does he? I want to hear that one.
It's in that McToon thing. I was planning on going through and getting all his claims time-stamped for ease of use.
He specifically talks about horizon eclipses?
Well, if you mean the Selenelian style, then yes.
No. Well, that's what I'm about. Any horizon, any eclipse that happens at the horizon, sunrise or sunset, is impossible in the heliocentric model. Because if I draw the horizon dip, right, in their model, so I'm at sea level, 0.02 degrees horizon dip, I draw a straight line to, 300,000 miles away or whatever the moon is, and then I draw a straight line to 93 million miles away, those lines aren't in the same line. Because the sun's farther. Think about it. Now, say you had a stop sign that was right under your eye level, like 2 inches. But then you had another stop sign that was 400 times further away. That first stop sign wouldn't be in the way of the second stop sign. So a flat earther named Mike Bowl figured this out. And of course, Culver's try to say refraction. There's no space refraction, so they have a problem.
Well, did you factor in the extra atmosphere that they claim went out to the moon and give them that refraction at least?
Refracted shadow.
Did he just use perspective to destroy them in space?
Perspective from outer space.
Well, I did see that eclipse. I mean, it was like right before the sun went down. It was like barely above the horizon, above the trees. So maybe 30 minutes before the sun went down, I had all the welder's glasses and I showed everybody at work. So everybody saw it.
Well, anyway, the standard answer to the Selenelian is that there's atmospheric refraction, which makes things move up half a degree. And the size of the three bodies is different. It's, I want to say, 1 degree in your field of view. And the shadow would be 1.5 degrees, he said, I think. So that would be enough for it to cast a shadow on the other object. The problem is, if I'm not mistaken, we have records of people seeing Selenelians at 10 degrees. I can't remember exactly. I guess what I was trying to say there is if you would see it anywhere more than 3 degrees, that would all their mulligans would be used up.
So what you're saying about eclipses on the horizon, there would be some type of like refraction parallax kind of thing taking place? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, essentially. They think that they can see the sun around the globe in one direction and the moon around the globe in the other direction.
Right, for a solenoid, right? There's alleged refraction in both directions that is pulling the sun and the moon both above the horizon, when in reality, or in their head, in reality, both are below the horizon but are being refracted above it so that you can see the solenoid eclipse take place. But were you previously talking about an eclipse that takes place, not a solenoid eclipse, but another eclipse that would take place close to the horizon, being visible as it's close to the horizon, both objects at the same horizon? I came in late.
India was basically saying that the point of view from your perspective out to those objects is a completely different angle, so they're not in line. So you wouldn't be blocking one or the other's path. Because a lot of their little models that you'll see are like really small scale, like where the sun and the moon are like right next to the earth in the same little square.
Right.
And so they have to explain the angles that way. Now, to be fair, sometimes flat earthers do make assertions that when you actually take the angles out are wrong. But then again, the globers make huge angle errors as well.
Yeah, I guess really it comes back to trying to apply orthographic views to views from perspective and not doing it correctly, right?
Right. Oh, by the way, what you definitely cannot do if the only factors you have in there are geometric relationships. If you just draw straight triangles and don't take any optical effects into account, I mean, your conclusion is wrong, period. We don't live in a universe with ideal perspective. That only exists on paper and math.
Yeah, because from an orthographic perspective, right, not taking into account like the viewer's perspective, nothing works out if you try to draw the geometry in that orthographic view and expect to see it in a first-person perspective.
Excuse me.
Did the conversation die down?
Oh no, there's just so many ways you can say you can't geometrically make up answers for the optical field of view just because you put it in orthographic view and think you drew the angles correctly. I mean, heck, we got Globers even to this day, after never having included any of this, finally saying, "Oh, well, how would you explain it?" Like, I don't know, dude. Why don't you get a piece of paper out and start drawing it out, try to figure it out? Why don't you go in the Wayback Machine with all the YouTube videos and flat earthers and even other people that were talking about it years ago? It's not like it's a mystery. It's been hidden from the world. Yeah, you got a Glober, they'll come in here and be like, perspective is a linear function. Everything recedes into the distance in perfectly straight lines. And that perfectly scaled function that follows a linear path ad infinitum. Right? Be like, well, then how can I go to MIT lectures and watch a professor talk about how it actually takes off at a certain range? As things approach 0 degrees in your field of view towards your angular resolution limit, it's not linear. At a certain range, it becomes exaggerated, hyperbolic, faster than the other rate previously. So things wouldn't just fade away evenly into the distance. They do that for a while, and then they reach a certain range, and then they instantly disappear. We've been telling Globers to take that stuff into account since the beginning that I can remember. They're like, oh, that stuff don't matter.
It's only when you have an object that's small enough that it can get beyond your diffraction limit while still like not reaching the horizon. Kind of like with a piece of hair. You can see the piece of hair up close, but as you walk backwards, the piece of hair slowly fades out and you can't see it anymore.
Yeah, I've been playing that Curious Life compilation quite a lot lately, because it talks a lot about this topic, specifically the angles as things approach 0 degrees, what your eye could actually perceive, but also the propagation angles of light at range as they approach 0 degrees in your field of view. Like when those two things coincide, everything goes bye-bye. Yeah, but we've had Globers in here for years, basically treating all objects as if they're a total object, right? So let's say something's 10 feet tall, so they try to do the math for when the entire 10-foot object would be below the angles necessary. It's like, no. What about the bottom 1 foot? What if it's just the bottom 1 foot that's in that angle where the light can't reach you? What would happen then? You're like, oh no, it's a whole object. It's like, whatever, dude. So it really is like they see the world in orthographic geometric constancy, where all objects are the same at all times, with linear relationships. Almost like they're stuck in a video game from like the Pong era, you know, where they never got the update for 3-dimensional spatial relationships. That's all it takes, though. All it takes, do a little bit, go out there, see an observation for yourself, where there's absolutely no possible way curvature is present, and you watch the bottom of something blink in and out of existence. And then it's over. Your mind is free from the assertion that only Earth curve can cause the bottoms of things to disappear. And to be fair, I mean, that's pretty much the main claim that they have. The whole boat going over the horizon thing. That's like their crux of their core claim.
Sounds so simple, but many of them, like Matthew were saying earlier, they refuse or just don't want to go do stuff like that. It's like they're afraid to see stuff, you know. It's whatever.
Well, it's interesting because that claim is easy to test. It's easy to test, but at the same time, there's all those other arguments that they like to make. But like I've experienced in the past, and some of you have as well, that some of the top arguers, or quote unquote big names that used to come around here, like when they're pressed for what the real evidence is that the Earth is a globe, that's the evidence they present.
I was going to say, Dave, I know you've been wrong a lot. I know you've been alive long enough to remember. That's not even the correct sentence. One more try. I know you've been around long enough to remember Cathexis and his, what was it, the left brain prison? Are you trying to say that, you know, some of these ballers, maybe even like Matthew, maybe in a left brain prison? It's all
I know what you're talking about. I've been joined by new VC Verified. Looks like they're not new. They got plenty of roles. If you don't want to talk, don't say anything. But hello, Ambient Light. Would you like to talk? Yeah, they're right to remain silent. It's no biggie. I like the name though, Ambient Light. That's pretty cool.
I think I've had 3 people the entire time in this server that actually went out and attempted to at least create some kind of test for themselves to see whether they could make the bottom of something disappear without Earth curve being present. The rest of them just completely never even try it.
And did you get any feedback from any of the 3 that did it?
Oh yeah, that's why I know they did it. Now, the one guy he did it right away. He actually went out into his hallway and tried to do it, but I don't think his hallway was good enough. Later on, he went to a river and he sent the evidence, but he didn't actually go down into the river. I was telling him, dude, you got to get down to the lowest angle you could possibly get. But, I guess that would require getting wet, which is too much of a sacrifice.
Yeah, I've had many conversations with Globers and talking about angular resolution and things disappearing from the bottom up. And I always let them know that they can personally go out and test it for themselves. None of them have ever come back and let me know that they have actually performed the test, unfortunately.
Well, that's because probably some of them, their cranium exploded, and they literally couldn't because they passed away. They're like, holy moly, the earth is flat. Kaboom!
Right. I think lots of times when you can tell people that they can go out and test these things for themselves, they start to really back down from their arguments lots of times, and they kind of just check out or suddenly have to leave the conversation fairly abruptly. It's like, no, this is something you don't have to trust anybody. You can go out and experiment and demonstrate for yourself.
I think that scares a lot of people, because they're not used to finding out things for themselves. And if they did find out the Earth's flat, they would be like, "Oh my God! If I found out, I wouldn't be able to tell nobody," because they're the tight-lipped type person. So what would they do? They would just let it fester and build up inside.
Yeah, I think it also scares them, the fact that when talking about, this specific aspect of the arguments, right? I think it really scares them that our answer lots of times is, hey, this is something you can go do for yourself. They kind of start to clamor at the fact of like, oh, I could actually go do this instead of just trust and believe what I've heard. Fuck it, I'll just go ahead and continue to trust and believe what I've heard. I'm not going to go out and do it. Those people are stupid anyways. These flat earthers.
If we're so stupid, then how come the government has to have social media, to hide us in the corner? Who's old enough to know what the dunce cap is? It was a punishment. They put a dunce cap on you and put you in the corner. It's kind of equivalent to nowadays they make kids sit outside in the hall. But yeah, so they're not like removing us completely from the system. It's just like we're shadow banned. Like it's hard to find good flat Earth research, especially after the government requested do something about the flat Earth and the fake news, right? So that kind of stuff we expect North Korea to do it, not the land of the free. So it's really weird. Did you got to ask the government? Did anybody ask you to ask that, or is this just something you like took upon yourself? That we're gonna regulate free speech. Like, how do you regulate free speech? Oh, you just shadow ban them so that it's not obvious that they're not on the internet, because they are still on the internet. They're even on the big platforms. But good luck, finding the good stuff. Because it's always flat Earth Society and, people like Professor Phil.
Yeah,
Quit
you
bullshit,
just
Hank. You're free to say what they want you to say. So that's freedom, right?
That's right.
people doing their own experiments and tests is dangerous misinformation, according to the government. How dare you go out and do your own tests yourself and report back your results?
Yeah, it's not like you're a scientist. You're not qualified to go do that yourself. Just believe what we tell you.
Yeah, you're not properly licensed to set a camera on the ground at a very flat surface and move an object further away from that camera. You need proper credentialing to do that.
So let me get this straight. We can't verify curvature. We can only assume that anytime something disappears from the bottom up, it has to be because curvature. So we can't prove axial rotation. We can't prove dark matter, dark energy, dark gravity, Newtonian gravity, Einsteinian gravity, but we can prove specific gravity. And you know what? The Globers don't ever argue against that one. The only thing where we disagree is what causes density. So what causes density? Is it the tightness of the molecules because of the static bonds? Is that what it is? Because, a feather is not very dense, but think about it. Birds are meant to fly. So why would they? Why would it be dense? So if you look at other stuff like lead and gold and stuff like that, like it's in the ground, very dense. Makes a lot of sense. So what causes density? And how would you prove what causes density? What's the cause of density? The world may never know.
It's refraction, I'm pretty sure.
So why is gas not dense compared to other things? So the particles are like not bonded. They repel each other. Okay, so what about liquid? Right? There's bonding going on, but it's not solid. It's more in a fluid state or liquid state. So what causes it to be more dense? Well, because they don't have the repelling thing, right? Or maybe they do. But who knows the answer? It's not being repelled the same way as gas, obviously. But does water have the repel feature and it's in like a state of equilibrium? Or is it all just, compacting? Something going on over here. Somebody. Anyway. So then solid, it's all like completely bonded. It ain't going nowhere unless you break it or melt it or something. So that's like the densest state of matter. So to me, it seems like it has to do with the bonds. What else could it be? Other than, the ability for certain elements to tightly pack in where other ones are pushing. Like I just passed a place that sells like gas containers. I guess they sell like welding torches. Oh man, there really is something going on back there. So it's like driving by all that gas. Normally there wouldn't be that much gas in that tiny little space. It's like it has to be contained. That's the only way there's that much gas there. So if you were to if you wanted to see that much water there, like a really good rain, and it would all flood out, and there could be that much water there, no problem. Or a solid, a half a truck of rocks, that would be enough. So, what causes density? Is density caused by gravity? How would you prove that? Show me the way.
All right, we've been joined by Donovan. Hello, Donovan. What say you, if anything? Hank Hill would like to talk to you.
That's right, Donovan. We spoke before, didn't we? I remember your name, which is rare.
All right,
well,
your secrets.
What's that?
I said, all right, then keep your secrets. I'm trying to be the soundboard since CB's not. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, CB is awesome with that soundboard. Best ever. I've seen a lot of people do funny stuff with soundboards. But yeah, Donovan, if you don't want to talk, you just want to listen, that's fine. No problem. Yeah, we don't care. So back to bonds.
Oh,
what causes...
He asked a question. Hi, I was wondering about seasons. Does your mic not work, Donovan?
Okay, seasons. So, from my point of view, in Texas, when the sun gets closer and closer, it doesn't ever get overhead, but it gets pretty close. This is what we call summer, right? And this is when the best crops grow, as far as I'm concerned. You can get the most amount of variety of crops, and then as the sun goes more and more south, it becomes winter. So to me, what it looks like is the proximity of the sun causes half of the Earth to go into a slight, I don't want to say hibernation, maybe retardation of plant life, right? And then the northern hemisphere is what they call it, right? That's in, the growth period. So it's like resting and growth, and it's a cycle. It goes back and forth. And as far as I can tell, the sun is the cause because longer days is good for farmers. And I've heard people, in the southern plains, they say that, when it's Christmas time, it's very hot. So I'm assuming the sun is going that way and it goes in between Capricorn and Cancer. And then on the equinox, it's above the equator. So that's the way I understand it. Anybody got a better explanation?
I think you covered it pretty well. It's just the movement of the sun in and out between the tropics, passing the equator every 6 months, right?
Yeah, that's the way I understand it. So I say it's caused by the sun. The Globe Earth says it's caused by the axial tilt. I don't know how they would prove that, but that's their claim. I think mine makes more sense. So we all witness proximity of the sun. As it gets closer to the zenith position, it gets hotter. And I feel sorry for the people of Ecuador because those people apparently get 2 summers. It's got to be really hot down there.
Donovan, if you got questions, it's perfectly okay to talk. It works a little better if we talk to each other. Just saying.
A lady orders a pizza. She said it's scrambled. I know not to scramble my pizzas, but I didn't argue. I took her a free pizza. Then she says, It's greasy. I want my money back. So I get there, and she shows me the pizza, and she's like, look at all this grease. I said, ma'am, what kind of pizza is it? She said, it's a pepperoni with extra cheese on thin crust. Well, duh, because that shit is greasy. Pepperoni and cheese is like straight up grease. I mean, it's solidified cow mucus. Come, what are you thinking? You got a heart problem? So I had to give her money back. So she got 2 pizzas, all of my time, and her money back. And she's not even going to eat it. She said if she took 1 bite, the doctor would put her in the hospital. But people with heart problems know they can't be eating stuff like pepperoni, salami, cheese. Those days are over. But people are people.
I just finished my latest songs, if you guys want to hear it.
Yeah, it's better than my rhymes. Go ahead.
The truth is objective, but it's not always obvious, especially when we have preconceived ideas about what it is. Please wake up. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Or will it break you? It's about how we respond to new information, shutting down our curiosity and elation. It's the fear of new things blocking innovation, a fear of old things, a forgetful nation, a fear of facts, a moral resignation. As per design is the plantation. But I don't want that for you. Please learn logic and study creation. Then you can discern what is true for yourself with experience and experimentation. It's called empirical verification and falsification. But it requires logic, since mankind is prone to fool itself with fallacious connotation. So the cabal simply removed logic from public education. Do you know the truth? 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 Do you know it? Do you know it? You don't have to know everything, just know the value of logic and objective evidence. You don't have to believe a thing, just do the work, know and note the righteous precedents. Simply take back your mind and take up residence in the objective reality. Don't let them rule you through decree, becoming an unwitting devotee, parroting religious zealotry. Let me give you the skeleton key. First part, logic and health, mental and physical deficiency. Sunlight, iodine, B12 and vitamin C. If you want to become an escapee and be set free, stop eating the fruit from the poisonous tree. And I know it might sound at the edge of crazy, and the general first thought is, you're lazy. My expert has the highest degree. Everyone knows it's totally outer spacey. You must be crazy. That is an example of why we need logic, since that is an irrational red herring from what I'm communicating, combined with an ad hominem, ad vericantium, ad populum fallacies. That's not actually debating. That's being deceptively calculating, or in ignorance too accommodating to the fallacies on TV that have been indoctrinating. It's honestly nauseating, with fresh NPCs every day populating, an uphill battle, yet we're dominating. All we ask is for you to start investigating so you can start substantiating and articulating and perhaps a modicum of self-regulating. We had enough of the easy mode troll decapitating, just turn to stone with the truth illuminating. The truth can't be stopped because it's reverberating. You don't go back to the lie because it's liberating. Do you know the truth? 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 You're not a person, a fictional entity, a man or a woman is what you're meant to be. Your children are not kids, the offspring of goats. They're your treasure, your future, your freshly sown notes. Not to be given up for government notes. If you believe otherwise, you're very nice, not wise, but very foolish. A bit ghoulish, cause you don't know and you cannot rule this. You're afraid of being idiots, I'm serious, it's insidious. It comes from the word idiosyncratic, meaning peculiar and distinctive. Like being Socratic or romantic. Epistemology reveals it, words have meaning, and most have no idea what they mean. The truth. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth?
Yep, you got another winner there, Joyce. Good work, man.
Yeah, dig it. It's like, what is truth? Well, that first verse just about covered it.
I like the beat you had in that song too. It was unique. The sound, it was cool.
Yeah, that was my first attempt at auto-tuning something, and Toby Dog from the server made the beat.
Well, from what I could tell, it was recorded very well. Sounded good. Russian Judge gave you. Do you put your songs out on other stuff like Spotify or anything, Dragus? You should.
No, I just put it on YouTube, and
Yeah.
a couple of people watch it. That's all.
Well, that's cool too, but it's a shame you're depriving a lot of people of some good music.
Yeah, I need to figure some stuff out, how to get all that working. Now that I got like Toby Dog and other people from the server getting me the tracks, I could actually do that with a lot of the music. In the beginning, I was just using free tracks from YouTube, so I only had the limited license to republish it on YouTube.
Has there ever been a major music star from Iceland?
Yeah.
Bjork. How do you say? How do you say it?
Bjork.
Bjork.
Björk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say it right.
I remember
Yeah.
them now. I don't remember the song you're talking about.
That's funny, Hank. Like, Björk or Björk is not an Icelandic name.
Sorry, bro. I don't mean to be. I don't mean to be ignorant.
It was super funny. It was so funny. Karma laughed so much that I had to say something.
Well, you know, it's one of those things to where it's like from here, right? It's like a totally different world. It's like we don't try to pronounce the words correctly, and you know, sometimes I rub a little bit of Southern accent on it. I don't mean.
It's cool. It's cool. You hear when the Icelanders come on here, they're also butchering the English. I'm doing it too. Like, I can't pronounce all the words perfectly.
Yeah, it just happens.
Well,
Yeah,
you
but you
do a lot
guys
better.
like.
Drake does a lot better job than most of his fellow countrymen.
I think I'm realizing that Drace, he doesn't drink as much as his fellow Icelanders.
That is correct. They go drinking most weekends. I used to do it when I was young, but I wised up pretty quick.
Yeah, one day there was this guy. He was, oh man, he was so frustrated. And he was saying like the Native Americans, they drink too much. I was like, what country are you from? And he was like, Romania. And I looked up the list, and they were like number 3 on the list. And I was like, bro, pot calling the kettle black. No offense to the Romanians, but Yeah, it's a fact. What can you say? I looked it up, and it's like he didn't have much to say after that. But yeah, he kind of triggered me because he was like 100 million people. No, there was probably 3 million people. It's like, no, bro, there was like 100 million people here. Like, you look at the Tartarian buildings, right? Like, who built those? Like, lots of people working together, obviously. Is there Tartarian buildings in Iceland or what?
No, we have a few ruins from very few ruins, and most of those are from the early settlers. There was like I forget what it was exactly, but there was like this one place that got used for some military thing in the past, and that is a ruins today. Like, we don't have a lot of stuff because we're a pretty young country in that sense.
Yeah, we're pretty young, but this is obviously second-handed land. Um, we know that there was people here before us. Some of them are still here, and some of them are not. But yeah, in like South America, from what I understand, it was like just straight up like a hive of tribes, and
Okay.
they terraformed the land. Go ahead.
Essentially, if there was any buildings here before, they would be covered by lava right now. So we don't know. Our entire country is like covered in these lava flows that have then grown moss on top, and then we don't have a lot of trees. We planted a bunch of the trees to try to stop erosion and stuff like that, but yeah, our country isn't the oldest. I think it's one of the youngest countries in the world, just because of how it was like uninhabitable essentially once when it was covered in lava.
So, some people say that there's like a molten core and a lava under the crust, right? But it's almost like all the tectonic activity. It's almost like things just kind of shift, right? So it makes sense that this stuff is going to be increasing because the more oil we drill out of the earth, the more everything's going to kind of shift, and it's going to cause earthquakes and sinkholes and stuff like that. But the whole lava thing, that's like a different type of activity. So as we see more lava, like what's going on with that? So if the earth is shifting, wouldn't that mean that it would make lava move around? But other than that, like what would make it? So like if the earth is a giant compost pile and it causes like heat when things are like breaking down. So that explains the heat part, but it's like the earth has like oil is its blood and lava is its blood, like two different things.
Yeah, I think the lava and stuff is related to our magnetic field, or something along those lines. There's some point in the ground or some magnetic lines or something that superheats the material that's there and creates these lava pockets, if you will.
So you know how they like to scare us in the news and say that, boy, if Yellowstone ever goes, it'll be the last one to go. It's like, oh man, okay. So it's going to destroy us, right? It's like, yeah, but what about the New Madrid fault line? Well, yeah, that one will go too if Yellowstone goes. It's like, so basically we're just sitting here, right? Like partying like it's 1999, but any second the shit could blow. But that's the fear campaign that they always do. Fear and consumption, fear and consumption. That's all they ever do. It's like nonstop. It's like, what if this is just how land pops up? Like more and more land constantly popping up. And, you know, the earth is only 6,000 years, some people say. Some people say it's 4.54 billion. It's like, well, if it was that old, wouldn't everything kind of already be in its place? Like everything would have, you know, sussed itself out. Seems like that to me.
Yeah, I see this as like a renewal process or a cycle within the system, kind of like how the water cycle, the water goes in a circle, like the material in the ground goes in this circle through this process.
So I'm thinking it's kind of like when you build a new house and the house is still settling in because it's new, you know? Oh, I got a phone call. So if there's all this oil and there's all this magma, so if something happens to the so-called plates and the oil were to get into the magma, wouldn't that cause an eruption? Wouldn't that just be like a big bad zit?
I mean, that seems like it could create an explosion or a pressure increase, which could press the lava into a new cavity and create motion underground. Sure. Could make it
So
rush
what if
to
it?
the surface.
So if it was natural gas, what happened then? Or butane or propane? I don't know. Is propane man-made? I don't even know. Is that on the table of elements? I don't even know.
I don't know. The Earth is a mystery, man.
It is, man. We grew up like most of our life thinking we got it all figured out, and then it's like reset. We don't know shit. Okay, we know a few things, but it's better just to sit down, be humble, check it out for yourself. The arrogance.
Because the more you dig into this, the weirder it looks. Because you look underground, there's not just these pockets of gas, these pockets of lava, and these pockets of oil. There's also giant cavities, and there's giant lakes and oceans, saltwater and non-saltwater. So, like, we have no idea what's below us. We just
But
barely
I'm the
scratched
type
the
of
surface.
person. So I'm the type of person that when I played Minecraft, I was like digging to the bottom, trying to get to the end, and then I would like build a skyscraper, like literally up to the top. I would like jump and put down a brick, jump, put down a brick, jump, put down a brick, and I'm like way up in the clouds, like way up there. And it's like, does this place have like its ceiling? And I can't remember if I reached the ceiling or not.
Yeah, I
I
guess
don't
I
remember.
did the same thing. The world height limit.
Yeah, I can't remember. It was so long ago. All I know is I made some awesome glass pyramids. They were awesome.
I was so efficient in that game that people thought I was cheating.
So I haven't played it in a while. I think I may have played it like close to 10 years ago. I just remember my children being small and we were all playing it on phones, and then we discovered that it was on a computer. We were like, oh, this is way better.
Yeah, look at this picture of Africa or image. Those blue spots are aquifers under Africa. So that's a lot of water. In cavities. Like, there could be anything down there.
So I was talking to a Puerto Rican guy, I think, and they were telling me that they had like well water, but they weren't allowed to drill. And I was like, what? Like you're on your own land, private property, and you can't drill it? They were like, no, it's not allowed. I'm thinking, oh, that's gonna suck. Not being able to like get your own minerals. It's like it's all there. Abundance is really the natural order. Like everything is just so abundant. I mean, look how much water is right there. Like just right down the middle of it. And it could be irrigated. Because if we could do Pipelinistan, then these waters could be irrigated out in both directions. Because it looks a little dry in the west. But there's two aquifers right there. I'm getting a phone call. D to the V. That sounds like a very good idea. Oh, he's not in here. So many people don't talk to me at once.
What's going on here?
Finally, Jimsy's here. We start talking again now. Thank you, Jimsy.
Just got here. Whew.
I think we was just
Checking.
explaining gravity or something. That last thing was talked about. Go ahead, Jimsy. What you got?
Someone was explaining gravity. I want to hear that.
It was Hank. Looked like he just bounced for a second, though. He did a gravity hit and run. Way to go, Hank. There's no heliocentric enthusiasts in here right now, Jimsy. You need to go find us one.
I saw someone without roles, but he's server deafened, so maybe when he comes back, I'll try to unmute the person.
Yeah, you're talking about Y Animal. Yeah, he's been here for a minute.
Yeah.
Give us a full report from Massachusetts. Did I say that right?
Massachusetts? I don't know. People say it differently, so.
How do Mexicans say it?
The way I say it, I just say Massachusetts. That's it. Driving in the highways.
Running back, what we talking about?
Jimsy had some questions. Jimsy had questions for you, Hank. Serious questions. You ready?
All right, Jimsy.
How do you say Massachusetts in Texas?
Massachusetts.
Oh, no.
Okay, Mass. Because I'm one of the cool kids.
Mass, yeah. I'm from Mass.
How about this? How about Hill Country? You live in Hill Country, boy.
Hill
Does
Country?
that kind of mass attract mass? Or is that different?
I don't think that word means what you think it means. Okay, so yeah. So I had a friend from Mass once, and she called this place Flatland. I never really thought about it like the way that I'm thinking about it now. But she called Texas Flatland. I never said that until I went to Massachusetts. And I was like, oh, I get it now. Like, this place is like nothing but hills.
It's a bunch of hills all around here, but I guess that's topography for you.
You got so many hills that, like, when I think of Massachusetts, I think of the banjo.
I think a bunch of these hills are artificially made. Like man-made. Many of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Why would you think that?
Because you can see like layers, many of them, like layers after layers. Like it looked almost like, these places they throw trash and then a layer of soil and then more trash, more soil.
So you have several hills made with landfills, it sounds like.
Yeah, landfills. Yeah, many of them. Not all of them, obviously, but yeah, many on the area that I live, these hills, out of place, they do look like landfills. Yeah, if you want to build things, you gotta fill the land and build.
How hard would it be to build an underground, not a deep underground military base, but just a functional underground military base? Like, even as like normies or natives. Yeah. How about aboriginals? Like the first people that were here. Is it possible they could have built underground, like a hive underground? And that was their fortress, where they sent the women and the children?
Several of them had
very
elaborate
possible.
cave systems. That's different than what you're talking about. Not just caves, right?
Yeah, but man can make caves too, right?
Yeah, I guess so. If you got enough dynamite or something like that, right?
For sure.
Dynamite. Got to pronounce things correctly.
Apparently, there's a guy by the name, I think his last name was Kincaid. Did an expedition down through the Grand Canyon in, I think it was 1917 or 1906 or something like that. You can find it in an old magazine called the Gazette, the Arizona Gazette. He found a cave down there, supposedly that had been carved out, went into the wall of the cliff down there, and they described it as such, that you walked in, the big chamber went, huge. It went back, and they said it would house, I think they said it would house over 30,000 people, they figured, could have lived in it. Over 30,000.
So 30,000 people.
It went to the left and it went to the right. And as it went to the left and the right, it went, and then it had a little room after, like a hallway, went all the way down through, and then off that hallway in opposite directions, there was rooms carved. For like hundreds of rooms, hundreds and hundreds. And this was supposedly covered up and hidden by the Smithsonian, of course. Anyway, you can look it up. There's an article called the Arizona Gazette, I think something Kincaid, 1907 or 1917 or something. Pretty interesting.
Ding, Courtney.
Huge cave. Huh?
A lot of food.
They said they found artifacts and all kinds of stuff in there, like Egyptian artifacts, as a matter of fact.
To me, when I hear the word artifact, I get in trouble for English. It associates to like Antiquitech. Obviously not the mortal and the pestle.
They both coffees. Okay. Have a good night.
Hot Mike and Dave, Mr. Never Hot Mics.
Somebody mute me. I can't reach my phone right now.
I'll just keep you out of here.
I pocket hot mic'd at a Cracker Barrel. You ever at Cracker Barrel?
No, I don't think I have.
Hot micing.
Yeah, you can just keep it on me. You're Dave. You're cool now, but
I've been taking lessons from God Rockin'.
Rapping the bass.
And my phone in my jacket pocket. I guess my keys or something. Press the button. I don't know. Anyway, y'all go ahead. You had 30,000 people in the Grand Canyon underneath it, right? Is that where you were?
That's what he was talking about. But yeah, that'd be a good place to put your eggs. Maybe even all in one basket. Because the women are the children of the future, right? Women, the most valuable resources.
Yeah, if there wasn't any women, we wouldn't have any more children. I don't think so, as far as I know, biologically speaking.
Things would be really dull and violent. Sounds like prison. It would just be periods of sheer boredom, right? Because women, they do stir things up a bit. It would be like boredom and like rioting. Boredom and it was cycles. So yeah, I can't understand the witch hunt. Like, how did people like fall for that? How did they get brainwashed into that sort of mass formation psychosis where it was like, she's a witch? Like, how do you know? We don't. Let's test and find out. It's like, okay, how do we test? If she survives, she's a witch. Kill her. I heard somebody chiming in. Was I breaking up or what happened?
Oh, no big deal. I was just making a joke. I said, see if she floats.
Yeah, the Monty Python skit.
Yep.
That was hilarious. You got anything new to talk about Oblivion? We're getting bored in here.
So it's like either way, if she got accused, it was like a death sentence.
Yep.
So the moon's like barely lit tonight, and it's like I can still see the moon. So if it's not reflecting the sunlight, how come I can see the whole moon? And I think the red light from the moon is when the moon gives its own light.
You want the Glober answer or refraction?
All right. I guess it's quiet. Anybody? Hopefully, you can answer this question. You know, when people talk about the sextant proves flat Earth, right? Well, if you take one observation in one location, do the math, it says the GP is X distance away, right? Then you continue to a different location,
let's say at the exact same time. Let's say you had someone else at the same time doing the sextant at the same celestial body at the same time from a different location. And then it says the GP is X distance away. Well, if you do the math, the distance to the GPs are not linear on a flat plane. You know what I mean? It should be linear and consistent X distance, like twice as far away should be twice. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. How did it go? It's like the angles to the celestial body, and then the distance to GP is not linear from different locations.
I don't pretend to know everything about sextants, and I'm not following what you're saying, but maybe somebody else is.
I just got here, sorry.
He's got a sextant question. Go ahead, Oblivion.
Oh boy, alright, let me see if I can do that better this time. So basically, you're in one location, you shoot angle to the celestial body, and then when you do the math, it says your distance to the GP is X distance away. But at the same time, you got another person further away who does the same observation, measures the angle, and the distances are not linear. You know, between the angle and the distance to the GP is not linear.
So what you're saying is that you do it, right, and it gives you this, distance, and then the guy further away from the star does it, and it gives him a different one. Is that right?
Oh, sure, and of course it would. But on when you calculate it mathematically on a flat plane, the distances are not linear.
It doesn't add up linear. Yeah, gotcha. That's because of refraction. So when light passes through multiple layers, it does what? Multiple layers of density, it slows down. And when it slows down, it changes angle at the barrier of those layers. So that kind of makes sense to me.
But then wouldn't you not be where you're supposed to be?
Right. That's why you only take a look at the stars above a certain angle. So you don't want to measure the stars at the horizon or above the horizon. You want to measure the stars that are a little closer to the zenith position. That way you can get pretty accurate measurements. So like for me, I would, I would measure Orion, right? That'd be a good constellation for me to measure. Because it's not right over my head like the Pleiades is. Well, the Pleiades is almost perfectly over my head, but not quite. So I would measure, some of the stars in Orion. Because it's a little bit further away from the zenith, but not too much. Then I might jump over on the other side and measure Ursa Major, right? And that would give me 3 different stars, right? Depending on, let's say 2 from Ursa Major because it's such a big constellation, and 1 from Orion's belt, right? That's going to give me my location. I wouldn't measure the ones that are like close to the horizon. So does that answer your question? Why it's not linear?
I guess, sort of, but.
So I'm telling you, it would be linear if you use stars at a higher altitude or angle. Sorry. I don't mean to say altitude. That's confusing. I apologize.
Angle.
So I could be wrong, but the point you're getting at there is irrelevant to why it doesn't work on a globe, right? Because they need the 90-degree thing.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that when they plot it out, over a circle or a sphere, what have you, it does match up and is linear, and it actually does match up with what's shown and stated in the almanac, and it does mathematically work consistently. But when you do it on a flat plane and you do the triangle and you measure the angle and then you do the math, the distances are not linear.
So you understand perspective, right? Everything is not always where it appears to be. Or is that incorrect?
I don't understand.
Well, what you're doing is you're looking to the sky and you're saying, when I look at the sky, it makes me think globe. It's like, okay, have you looked at the ground? You tried that yet? So have you directly measured, over a large body of water at rest?
Well, yeah, but now we're just kind of steering away from the whole point, though. You see, I mean, it just, I just don't understand. Like, it seems.
Let me make sure I understand. You're saying that me talking about measuring the Earth directly is steering away from the shape of the Earth? But
No. The angles not being linear. That's what I was saying, or not. The distances not being linear.
Right, but then you wrapped it around and said this works on a globe, but it doesn't work on a flat surface.
Yeah. Well, sure, because if you're gonna look at something, you have to look at it from from both sides to see, what the heck is going on, right?
While I agree with that, you should look at both things, but to me, both things would be like the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. Or I've been to the Gulf of Mexico. Maybe next time I should go to one of the Great Lakes. I'm definitely not going to be looking at the sky to answer my question about what is the shape of the Earth. Just like I wouldn't measure your head, right, to get your shoe size. I'd measure your feet.
Well, Oblivion's a flat earther. I think he's just trying to figure out the sextant argument, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I understand. Most of the time when people argue the sextant, it starts at and ends at, well, where's your 90? It's like, oh, God, the argument is further past that.
Well, I mean, they can't get past, you can't have a congestion. You cannot have a curved line in it. So that's the problem, right? Realistic. Could be. I don't know enough about this. Go ahead, Hank.
I wasn't saying anything, but yeah, I can't really answer his question. I don't know why it doesn't work out linearly. To me, whatever stars are over your head are the ones that you should be measuring. And if you're measuring the same star from far away, like you said, I think it's going to start dipping down closer to the midway point of the horizon and zenith, and that's going to get you like the worst measurements. I've heard Battlemod say that part of the sky is actually the worst part to measure. So if that's what his argument was, if I got it correctly, which I did try to steal man's argument, I think that's what he meant. If that's the point, then it's kind of like, well, you're doing it wrong. So if that's like a globe Earth argument, it's like, oh, how convenient for you to ignore refraction. Real refraction between multiple layers of atmosphere.
Gotcha. So basically, if I'm here and then someone else is, let's say, I don't know, maybe 100 miles away, maybe that's, what would the difference be in angle to whether or not it would be an acceptable observation for navigation? I don't know what that would be, but I'll have to look into that.
Like 1 point something degree. Because what is it? It's 24,901 divided by 360, and that gives you the miles between degrees.
Gotcha. And then if that's not an unreasonable distance from comparing the two, you do the math, and the distances to the GP not equaling being linear. That was the whole question.
So would you expect it to be?
Well, if you draw it out, you know what I mean? And you draw it out and you measure the angle.
So you would expect it to be linear.
Well, mathematically, sure, yes. Well, no, you mean no on a well, that's the whole point, though. Is when you draw it out on a flat plane, the angles, the measurements are not linear. But when it's plotted on over a circle, so to speak, it does actually work linearly. Same
Okay,
math.
so I'm at the 33rd parallel, right? I'm at the 33rd parallel, right? So if I were to measure the angle of Polaris above the horizon, it would be 33 degrees, right?
Okay.
So if I start going north, it's going to change linearly, right? So how is it not linear?
I'd have to work that out real quick to give an example.
Well, first of all, we can't go to the North Pole to verify that's true, but from what I understand, that's why I'm on the 33rd parallel. And every time I bring this up, I kind of like hear like the flat earthers of 2015 going, "Thanks a show." It's like, man, I live in Texas. What the fuck?
Again, I don't know everything about this, but it sounds like you're equivocating a circle of equal altitude, which only works on a flat plane.
No.
With a globe, you know.
No.
Okay, I'm wrong. I'll shut up.
No, it's okay. I'm not great at this, but basically, you're wherever you are. Point the sucker at the horizon, measure your angle, whatever that is. So you know the angle. You know you got a 90. And the difference between 180 and you add those two numbers together and then subtract it from 180, you got the remainder. You know what I mean? I have to get out the calculator and give an example.
So you're saying that it doesn't work out linearly, then I have to ask the question, then why are we using this thing like thousands of years later if it doesn't work out? So are you doing like a perfectly topographical flat, plane? What are you measuring that off of? Water that has a sea level?
Bear with me, my computer's locked up and I'm trying to close something out.
Take your time.
I don't know a whole lot about sextants, but the question I'm asking is, if you can't get a 90 degree on a globe, right? Then how is it working linearly then if it's curving and you can't get 90 degrees on it anyways?
Because the Globers want to just brush past that 90 and talk about something else.
Yeah, please, guys, don't take my refutation of those arguments as the end-all, be-all. I am not an expert when it comes to math. I've been clear about that for a long time. So I would ask QE these questions when he comes around.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm going to just throw out an example, and it's just off the top of my head. So let's say you just shoot the sextant, and we're measuring. Give me, for instance, you give me a what you would call a reasonable angle. You say 50 degrees? I'm just throwing a measurement off the top of my head.
Just the closer to zenith, the better.
Okay, let's just say
zenith 80. Being perfect. Yeah,
no, that's bad. 80? Okay. Well, that's just pretty high angle, but okay. So you got 180 degrees in a triangle, minus, we know we got a 90, minus 80. Remainder is 10. Then I forget what they say. They say take that times 60 equals distance to the GP 600 miles. I think that's how it works. Something like that. Is that how it works?
Don't give me a line, bro. Someone else has to answer that.
And then you take another measurement from another location, and you do this exact same thing, and it tells you the distance to the GP. But the whole point is this is the math, and then the distances themselves from the same celestial body is not linear. And it works out mathematically, regardless, like if you're 10 miles away, 15, 20, 30, 80, 90 miles. That's the whole point of the question. And that's assuming it's flat. Now, when they do it on over a round object, it is linear.
What's changing when you do it over the round object if it has to go off of 90 degrees? What's changing? I mean, I really don't know a lot about sextants. I'm like genuinely asking.
I'm trying to think of a good example of how to. I could put a link in the chat to a model that was created. I just don't know how to manipulate the model very well, but it shows them.
I'm just very confused of what's changing. Like what why would it? I guess I don't understand how it's being calculated with curve, because you can't get a 90-degree angle off of that. So how are you even doing the equation to say, well, hey, this works out linearly, but the other ones don't? That's what I don't understand.
Perfect. Okay, so imagine I'm standing right here. Picture you're standing in a room, and you're looking forward and upward at an angle to a light. You measure the angle with your arm to that light.
Okay, so angle can happen on a flat surface.
Yes, on a flat surface. Now, imagine the further you step back, the more you have to lower your arm to point that at that light. The further you keep walking, you have to keep lowering your arm.
Okay, I'm with you.
Now, based on the angle that you're pointing, and when you do the math, it tells you the distance to the GP, which is directly beneath the light. That isn't linear. Now, on a circle, over a circle, the math does work. It is linear. The angle doesn't change. Wait, how does that work? I'm trying to. Sorry, I'm trying to describe it. I'm trying to. Oh, I'm sorry. No. The angle does change. Yes, of course it does change. But the angle as well as the distance to the GP is linear. That's what I meant.
Pointless, but I could be wrong. I guess I don't know. I'll shut up.
So if it works, it works. If it's not linear, but it still works, then I don't know what the problem is.
Gotcha. That's the thing. Is that's the whole argument. Is why does it? We know the system works, but when it's plotted out, it doesn't mathematically here, but over there it does. That's the point of the question.
When have they ever used sextants configuring off of curvature? Is that how they, I mean, like, genuine question, is that how they normally do it, or do they just go off of, 90-degree angle, then they plot it out that way, or do they, like, put in curvature and shit into the formula?
They never put curvature in. I know they just assume they assume they're looking at straight ahead of a flat plane when they're looking at the horizon.
All right, so if that's the case, then I guess this is where I'm confused with Oblivion's argument is who's making who has ever in the past calculated it on. He said a circle, but I don't think a circle is the globe or a sphere. But like, where is that even coming from? Is my question. Like, I've never heard of a globe or even say that before.
Oh
Because
yeah,
I don't think that's how you measure it.
Yeah, bear with me here. I'm trying to find it.
I've heard them talk about circles of equal altitude, but that's definitely not a globe. You know, that's not a sphere. You have a circle around the GP, and it's all equal altitude, so that's a flat plane. Anyway, I'll shut up. Y'all go ahead.
Don't apologize, man. Just for speaking.
I know. I don't know enough. I know that they can't even get an elevation angle with a curved adjacent. That's one thing I know for a fact. That's about all I know.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been talking to Globers who want to avoid the 90-degree and the flat baseline, and they got you talking about two different linear positions instead of the 90-degree and flat baseline.
Right, that's my point. Like, yeah, how can you even come to the conclusion, well, it's not linear, if you can't even have a flat baseline to begin with at a 90-degree angle? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's because he's been talking in the anti-flat Earth servers, so they're going to go in the weeds and not talk about the simple stuff they can't prove.
No. What the argument is, because I mean, like I said, there's two sides to every coin. To argue one side, you have to know the other, right? So basically, no matter what, you're just out in the middle of nowhere. Everywhere you look, nothing but water. What is the only thing you can see? The horizon.
That's the
only thing you got. It's all you got. So you just shoot a line of sight, and we know it's just a line, a baseline, so to speak. Now, perpendicular to that is your 90. Now, the world is flat. Shoot your sextant. Now, snap your fingers.
How are you going to get anything besides a 90 if the Earth is curving?
That's the thing. Now, pretend the Earth is flat right now. Snap your fingers. It's spherical. You're still using a hypothetical. No, I'm sorry. You're still using mere line of sight.
No, you wouldn't have a 90
perpendicular
anymore.
line.
You wouldn't have a 90 anymore.
Yes, 90 degrees to your line of sight. That's it. It's just shoot a laser line.
No, you can't have a 90 with a curving. You can't have a 90 with a curving beam.
Nobody notice I never said anything curved. The only thing you can see. Hold on. The only thing in the world you can see is line of sight to the horizon. That's it.
Yeah, but the horizon. Never mind.
No, I hear you. I know what you're saying. What I'm saying is it's simply your line of sight to the horizon. Now, pretend 90 degrees from that, and only that. That's the other side of the argument.
I'm sure 10th man or QE could answer this, but I can't. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it sounds like one of those arguments where you're saying it only works on the globe, but we all know that is invalid.
He's saying to look at the horizon, but the horizon is flat. So I don't understand where or how you can apply a sextant in any way, shape, or form to the curving globe model's Earth. It doesn't make any sense. So why is the question even being asked if you can't get a 90-degree angle, regardless if you're looking at the horizon's flat, the horizon is a curve. Even in our limited perspective, it doesn't curve. So where are you getting this notion that you can apply this and have it linear? Like you're just warping what you're already looking at and measuring. You're just putting in the idea in your head. This is
no, like I said, you in your own mind. Just picture right now, you're on a boat. Everywhere you look is ocean. The only thing you have to look at, to point your scope at with your crosshairs, is the horizon. It's the only thing you have to orient yourself. Now you measure angle from that location that you're aiming at. That's your line. It's the only thing you have to compare anything to. Then you
Well,
get
it
an
seems
angle.
like if you don't start with a flat line assumption there, then your navigation is not going to be accurate.
I
If I'm
didn't
saying
assume
that right.
anything. You notice, though, I never assumed anything except that I'm on the water and I'm
For a
pointing at the
sextant
only
to
thing I
work,
can see.
for a sextant to work, you have to assume you're on a flat plane. You can't
I'm not
have a
assuming
curve.
anything. You see, I'm not assuming anything. The only thing I know for a fact is that the only thing I can see is the horizon, and the only thing I know to be repeatable is the celestial bodies and the angle compared to the line of sight to the horizon. That is it, and that is all. I didn't assume anything other than that.
I'm not saying it right, but I know that sextants, you have to have a flat plane for it to work.
That's your line of sight to the horizon.
Yeah. Because if that was curved, you wouldn't be able to accurately navigate.
Yeah, but you see, notice I never said anything about flat or curved. Just the only thing that you have available to you is your line of sight to the horizon and being capable of measuring the angle to the celestial body. That is it, and that is all.
Right, but you don't have to make an assumption just in your brain. It's just the sextant won't work if the line is curving.
Notice I never said anything was curved. I said it was absolutely dead line of sight.
And that's why they work.
Tangent to a ball, are you assuming that your line of sight to the horizon is what, tangent to the ball or a flat, surface? There is an assumption there, isn't there?
Gotcha, Lemon.
It's tangent to a ball, or you're assuming it's going over flat land.
Lemon, glad you came. Okay. Okay, it was really dead in here for a while, and I was like, okay, all right. Since it's quiet.
Seem like you're assuming it's tangent to a ball, though.
No, I didn't. No, I don't know how long you've been here, but
sight is tangent to a ball. Isn't that an assumption?
no, I didn't. No, I didn't say that. So anyway, since it was so quiet, I said, okay. With regard to the sextant, the baller's argument is that when you measure your angle from one location, you do the math, and your distance to the GP is X. And you go further away and do it again, measure the angle, do the math, and the distance to the GP is not linear. That's what they say. On a flat Earth, it's not linear, but over a sphere, it is. And I've got a link to a model that they've shown comparing mathematically side by side how it does and does not work, whether sphere versus flat. And that's all. I was just asking if there's a rebuttal.
Well, the rebuttal is the thing about the globe being linear versus the flat Earth not appears to be a non, issue, because even over the ball that we supposedly live on, it's not linear. That's why Polaris appears to linger on the horizon in a non-linear fashion past the equator, according to Debye and Robotham and the sailors that they were talking to or whatever. That said, they're seeing Polaris way beyond what the ball would dictate. It appears to be lingering on the horizon in a non-linear fashion, so it looks like, similar to a flat surface and this supposed world that we live on now, we have a non-linear rate of Polaris descent.
But in
Sounds like they got you chasing a red herring. That their argument is done at curved adjacent. They can't work.
Well, you do need a flat line for a sextant. The thing is, the Globers are trying to draw a flat line in, space. And they're making an additional assumption that this flat line in space, if it's hitting the horizon, is going tangent to a ball.
Yeah, that's what I was describing when you came in, I think, is I was just saying, look, you're just a person out in the middle of the ocean. There's only one thing you could see to orient yourself, and that is your direct line of sight to the horizon. Measure your angle based on that line. That is it, and that is all. Not presupposing a ball. I'm not presupposing it's flat. Those are the only things I know.
Flat towards the horizon. That's what I was trying to say earlier. That it's flat. To whatever you're measuring, how you just described it, it's measuring flat. So why would you then take what you are measuring as flat and then apply it to a ball? Why would you do that?
No, it's a tool. Well, it's a tool. Like, think of it as a rifle scope. I aim it. Aim it at what? The horizon. That's it. That's all. That then establishes.
With the ball, though.
It seems additional to what?
To at least assume that your line of sight is going tangent to a ball. That appears to be
No.
an additional assumption.
No, like I said, just pretend you, Lemon, you're out on the boat. You look around 360 degrees around you. All you see is water.
Flat water.
Nothing. But yeah, water. And all you have at your disposal is your view of the horizon. So as long as everybody using a sextant points at the horizon, then they measure their angles based off that. That's repeatable, right? I mean, that's the only thing you have.
Well, we'd have to make a new assumption that instead of going tangent to a ball, it's just going to some sort of convergence, perspective, vanishing line. It's just some sort of optical point arbitrarily drawn in space that may not quite match a physical reality of, say, this ramp of ground that's ramping up toward the sky as it ramps downward and makes this, apparent line. It's just apparent. It's not physical. And so it's not a physical tangent. At best, it's a apparent optical one.
I was just not arguing that the method doesn't work, because obviously people have been doing it and do it and use it. It's repeatable and supposedly linear, right? Because it's what's the word? The published information is linear and consistent with distance and angles and distances to the GPs. It's linear.
You can look at the ceiling of a flat hallway, Oblivion, and you could get something similar to the 69 miles per degree that we see with Polaris. You get a foot per degree of dip for the light in the ceiling in the hallway. It just is over a flat surface instead of a ball. So I think we need to see what assumptions we're making consciously or subconsciously at that point and try to work through them with other possibilities, flatter possibilities, as to why we're getting 69 miles per degree.
Gotcha. Yeah, don't think I'm just some baller in here trying to troll and rile you guys up. I was just asking for a rebuttal because I honestly haven't heard one. I haven't that I recall.
Well, there was another flat earther. I think his name was he was British. I forget. Glean. He did the math, and he was getting a flat line rate of Polaris dip toward the equator. What was that, Hank Hill?
Hey guys.
Yo.
How you all doing?
I think.
Huh?
Sorry, I heard Hank trying to speak, but it was quiet.
I'll turn my volume down. How are you all doing today?
Good.
Very good, very good, very good, very good.
Well, getting back to what you said about the rebuttal, I would rebut and say that even the world that we're living on, globe or not, doesn't appear to be linear. It appears to be non-linear, consistent with a flat surface. So as far as I can see, the rebuttal is it still matches a flat surface anyway, with Polaris appearing to linger on the horizon toward the equator.
True.
So, Lemon, let me ask you, my layman's sextant argument is sextants work on a flat plane. They don't work on a globe because they have to have a curved adjacent. Is that correct?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Now, see, you're letting them walk past that curve adjacent and drag you into the weeds, sir. Whatever's linear or whatever, it doesn't matter. They can't even use the sextant on a globe.
Yeah, Lemon, earlier I was explaining the difference between like, for instance, you look down a hallway and you see a light on the ceiling. You point your arm out at it. You point right at it. And then the further you walk backward away from the light, you have to change your angle to maintain your pointing at the light. And the angle versus distance to the GP, which would be the, to the ground from directly beneath the light, isn't linear. Now, when they plot it on over a sphere, the angle and distance is linear mathematically. That's the argument they propose. That's the argument I was asking if anyone had a rebuttal for, because the published literature shows that these lines are equally spaced, and the distances are linear, right?
And the counter rebuttal is that Gleam measured nonlinearity, and it looks like we're actually measuring nonlinearity. But the Globers have the ready-made excuse of refraction, making the stars linger a little bit longer on the horizon. So that's the counter rebuttal. It's not linear anyway, therefore it's probably flat anyway.
Well, that's what Hank was saying. I think it was earlier. He was saying that when you do observations, you want to use stars or celestial bodies that are higher angle to minimize alleged refraction.
So was there a new person that said hello? Are they still here?
Say again?
I thought a minute ago I heard a new person say hello. Are they still here? Guess not. Y'all go ahead.
Well, it also depends on how you make the angles. If you make the angle starting from the center of the Earth as the vertex, the little pointy point of that V-shaped angle, you're going to get different angles than making it from the observer on the surface. So we need to ask ourselves, are we making angles from the center of the Earth like you have for that 69 miles per degree from the center of the Earth? Or are we making them from the human observer who's on the surface? Which one is it going to be? If you're making them from the center of the Earth, you really shouldn't be getting any angle beyond 45 degrees of ball, if that, because eventually the ball surface is going to obstruct what's beyond. You're going to have a huge hunk of Earth curve to look through to see anything beyond like 45 degrees. But if you make it from the human observer's, eye on the surface, okay, well, then you're going to get different angles visually. So that's very confusing that we seem to be equivocating between two different types of angles, one from the center of the Earth for 69 miles per degree versus one from the eye of the observer on the surface. So I guess, Oblivion, the question is, what's the vertex of the angle? The observer's eye on the surface or the center of the Earth?
Gotcha. I'm posting a link to that calculator. I finally found it. It's a model. It'd be nice for you guys to take a peek at it, play with it. I don't know how to play with it. There's a baller named Bacon. I don't know if I'm sure you know who he is. He designed this, and he manipulates this very well. I don't know how to. Oh, he just moved the slider bar. It has 3 slider bars. And this was his demonstration of where it's linear over a sphere, where it's not on over a flat plane. It's a neat, brilliant little calculator. I mean, it's a sophisticated little son of a gun.
I agree with you. If it were a ball, maybe it would be linear. It's not linear, therefore it's not a ball.
Got him. Not you, but the argument.
Yeah, guys, I'm not attacking anybody. I'm just thrown out.
Oh, we know, bro. We were just going over arguments. I used to do it all the time because nobody would speak when Huey entered the room, and I'd be over there at scientism, or science versus scientism, and then Huey would leave, and I'd catch up with him later. And I'd be like, "They're saying this. What's the counter argument?" And then he would just, go over it like real nice and quiet and calm, and explain it. So that's why I said, say, hey, they're saying this, and he's going to say, they're talking about Delta X, which I kind of I kind of think they are. You know, they're just talking about something that doesn't really matter, anything but what they're not trying to talk about. So did they say these words? We're not talking about the horizon and, you know, the adjacent, right? We're talking about this. And that's when they brought that shit up about, well, it's not linear, but you would expect it to be if it was a sphere.
It's nice to just state the argument, counter argument. The argument is on a globe it would be linear. The counter argument is it's not linear, therefore it's flat. Or something flatter.
It sounds like they're trying to use math to bamboozle us. They would never do that, would they?
Yeah, trying to confuse people with myth and magic.
They're ignoring refraction. They're ignoring refraction and trying to bamboozle us. I think, because when he came in here, he was talking about if there's another guy further away, it's not linear. Like, yeah, that's why you choose another star. Choose another heavenly body. But it works. That's the thing. It works because the Earth's flat.
That's what I failed to understand, I guess, with this question was what you just said. Like, it works because the Earth is flat. Because you're measuring, and you can't measure the 90-degree angle on a curve. So that's why I just couldn't get past his question when it started venturing into how the Globers are using it for their argument for a curving baseline. It just threw me off each time. I'm like, how can you even get that far?
Basically use a tangent. That's their straight line, a tangent that hits the ball at some sort of far distance. So your line of sight is the straight line that's hitting the tangent to the ball at this one point off in the distance. That's the way they get around it, basically.
Yeah, that's all they're doing. That's why I was explaining to you. I'm not saying ball, I'm not saying flat. Just picture yourself on the water. I don't want to repeat myself. You've heard it. And regardless whether it's flat or ball, all they're doing is pointing at the horizon, then checking their angle from that. That's it. That's all.
Well, that's where they run into the problem again that the horizon's moving around. So you can't use a sextant on a globe. That's the end of the story.
Yeah, you take two flatter sextant baseline measurements, and then you say it only works on a globe.
Well, that's what this. Oh, go ahead, please.
No, you were saying.
That's why I was saying, guys, just if you're at all curious, just save the link and look at it later if you want. It's a really cool little calculator that shows their argument. That's all I'm saying.
Well, basically, they have to explain why the ground rises up to meet this line of sight and make the line of sight tangent to this surface. The only way that they could think about it is if the ball rises up to meet their line of sight, like you're actually looking down the ball. That's what they basically imply. They imply that your line of sight is actually looking downward over the ball and hitting the ball that appears to rise up to meet your line of sight.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Long distance observations don't match, the geometry. I totally get it, and I understand they always say it's refraction, and I always say, well, okay, so no matter how far away we view, and the flatter it looks, the more it's spherical because of refraction. Yes, the more like always curves to make itself look flat. Yeah, I get it.
I would say, why is the globe Earth so bent on making itself look flat?
Well, in any convincing lie, there's a lot of truth mixed in. And so it's enough truth, flat perspective mixed in with the lie, the globe, to make it passable.
What did AI say earlier? I was trying to commit that to memory. Flotation device? Or what was it? A preservation device? So they're using refraction, and gravity is preservation device. And then India said that refraction is the defibrillator for the globe Earth.
I think he said salvation device. I could be wrong. Something like that.
Rescue device. People have a rescue device for their preferred theory, whatever it is. Whether it's true or not, they're trying to salvage and rescue this globe model with any amount of refraction and stuff like that.
What should we call this super duper refraction? Should we call it like Uber refraction, or what?
McWestian refraction, sugar water refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing missing is the Kool-Aid packet. Oh yeah.
The main thing is getting people to consent, so they change their actions to act like it's a globe. Once you show them the spell of the sugar water, that's more than enough. I've got you under my sugar water spell. Oh yeah.
A Kool-Aid man. I didn't need a window right there. Who's going to pay for those damages? Are you? Oh yeah. I'll pay for this.
So at that point, it's not a line of sight going tangent to a ball anymore. It's a line of sight reaching out into this vanishing zone where a lot of visual compression, smushing, diffraction, a lot of stuff is going on. There's a lot of visual height and visual information smashed into that zone. So you could be looking at really anything. And once you zoom in, within the vanishing zone, a lot of stuff is smushed and compressed together. Stuff above the vanishing zone, below the vanishing zone. Truly, you could be looking at anything when you look at the horizon.
Don't globers also think in refraction? Obviously.
Well, they talk about refraction basically taking the string of light, the path of light is like a string, and bending the string up and down based off of the refraction. The string bends down, the object appears higher at the other end like a seesaw. If refraction bends the string up, it pushes the seesaw up, and the other half, the object itself, appears to be lower than it actually is. That's basically what they think is happening with refraction over the ball, somehow curving this string over the ball, basically.
So who said that? Bree? Is that you?
Yeah, I was reading the this article about how sextants are used and how it even says that you need to use a some sort of almanac to refer to like the refraction and stuff like that. So I was like, well, wouldn't globers also have to use it?
Of course. So I wanted to you said, what are they talking about refraction? You know, they're saying that light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. It would have to be in order for everything to look flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you see the GIF that I posted?
Well, let me check.
Yeah, do me a favor and just study it for a moment, right? You seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Okay, it's kind of by time lapse. So I want you to pay attention to when the GIF restarts. Everything seems to be pretty clear, not crystal clear, but pretty clear as you're looking across in the day. And as the day progresses, the sun perturbs the atmosphere and causes all this wonky stuff that people call atmospheric refraction. I call it atmospheric turbulence because that's a better definition of what's going on. Because this looks more like heat waves rather than, you know, like there's no islands popping up and setting back there as the refraction increases and decreases. The line in the front, the long one, in the middle, It's the artificial horizon. So this is due to the atmospheric conditions. The real horizon is in the background. Can you see it? It's closer to the second line, the shorter one, near the top.
Yeah.
All right, so back to the first line. The artificial horizon is created because of the atmospheric conditions caused by the sun. And you can see that it looks like the bay is disappearing from the bottom up. Now, if that was a boat there, a really big ship, instead of a bay, wouldn't the boat be appearing to disappear from the bottom up, even though the bay isn't moving?
You said if the boat was in place of like the little town or whatever, that strip area?
Yeah, let's say that bay wasn't there and a big old, what do they call cargo ship pulled up right there. Wouldn't the ship, or doesn't the bay appear to be disappearing from the bottom up?
Yeah, it does. Like it looks like it's rising upwards.
Right. So this is what atmospheric refraction actually looks like. That's what they call it, refraction. But they're claiming it's doing the opposite. They're claiming it's uncovering things. But we've been asking, especially me, because I like to use this GIF a lot. We've been asking Globers, can you please show us, a GIF where things are being revealed from the sun perturbing the atmosphere and causing refraction? Because what they say is, essentially, is when there's atmospheric conditions, like we call turbulence, they say refraction, it causes us to see further. And I'm going, no, that's not right. When it's clear, you can see further. And they're like, no, when there's conditions, you can see further. So it doesn't make any sense, the argument, to begin with, especially when you look at that GIF right there, because to me, it makes it so crystal clear that it's just like on the roads. When you're seeing the light bend up, it makes it look like the sky is where the road is. And you're like, wait a minute, like I drive down this road like every week. I know this hill is taller than it looks like, but because, it's like summertime and the sun is setting, it makes it look like, there's like a mirror effect between the sky and the road. So when I look at this GIF, I'm like, yeah, refraction, is this what you're talking about? Because this is the opposite of what you're talking about. Thanks.
Mm.
Yeah, any Glober can please bring me a GIF, a time lapse, showing things rising and setting that are beyond the curve. Yeah, I'd love to see that. So basically, if you were to play the GIF backwards, I guess it would do that. It's awesome. So I guess there would be a way for them to do that, just to play it backwards and see if anybody notices the difference. But what I can see is that the sun causes this to happen, just like a helicopter when it takes off, and the sun is behind it. Like you can see the heat waves coming from the engine, and it's not making the sun set and rise again, or rise and set again. That's not what's happening. But it's just slightly distorted, kind of like when someone jumps in a pool and you see all the light dancing at the bottom of the pool. Like, okay, so if you're outside of the pool and you see someone in the pool, they may not be exactly where you're seeing them at, right? That's because there's a boundary. But if you're in the pool and you don't have goggles and you just open your eyes under the water, they're going to be exactly where you see them at, because it's one medium. So the Earth, the Atmos, is one medium. So things are going to be pretty much where they look like they are, except for a slight, disturbance, known as turbulence. That's the way I see it. If anybody else wants to show me anything different, Baller, Flatty, you got a different idea, let me know. Maybe I shouldn't be worried about people in the prison as much as these left brain prisoners. They're stuck in their left brain. And anybody who hasn't seen that, Cathexis did a great job on that.
Yep, shout out to Cathexis. Hope he's still okay and around. Haven't heard anything from him in a long time.
I wonder what happened to Cathexis, man. Because he was in like free chan like every day. And then one day, Robert Bassano, me, Cathexis, and John Cutie was in the same room. And then Cathexis stopped coming around free chan so much and was doing his own thing with John. And it's like after that, he was doing his own stuff without John a little bit, or maybe it was before, I can't remember. And then after a while, he just kind of faded out. He invited me to a Discord server, which I didn't know how to operate, so I left it. I left his room like a dumbass and kind of uninstalled the app. And then I came back like a few years later, maybe a year and a half later, and got you guys, tried to get on. Came back like 6 months later, I think. The best thing about this place is all the information that you guys bring, because you're all doing your own independent research. I think like every day, like once a week, we should get together and we should talk about the research that we're all doing independently.
I'm going to get to the bottom of that sextant question. If I have to study this for hours, I'm on it. I haven't let it go since he said it.
Spoken like a true introvert.
That's a good job, Bree, of highlighting the difference between our mindset and a Glober mindset. We get something that's stuck in our brain, we want to figure it out. They just accept what they're told. Generally speaking, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I could be wrong with that thing. It sounds like that bacon guy is just leading in a red herring that's just mathematical base. And as far as I know, you cannot use a sextant on a globe. That's what they need to show us. How can they use a sextant with a curve adjacent? Not possible.
The first thing I noticed when I looked at the formulas that he sent in that link is that they removed h for a variable in the Glober's equation, which I thought was weird. I'm like, why did they remove that when you should be using that in your formula? But they just removed it entirely and replaced it with the radius. And I'm like, well, then where's your measurement to the celestial object in the sky? Where did that go? So I'm just trying to review the information before I make an argument.
So they slipped the R in there. Right. That's hilarious. Where'd you get that radius? That's hilarious.
Trust your refraction. Where'd you get the radius?
That is a good question. Like, in where that's another good rebuttal for his question is, well, where did you get the radius of the 3969 from? Where's the proof for that for the equation you're using?
Exactly. Before they use it in an equation, they need to justify where they got the R. Because we've been asking them that for years.
Circular reasoning.
What's also weird to me is that
I'm sorry, Brett. I'm just saying ideal to cover real quick. Go ahead.
I was just looking at how like the formula that's given for measuring the distance and what's weird is that the link that the Globers are that they provided trying to say this is how it works on a globe, they don't even use that. Like, I don't even know who came up with that or where it came from, but that's not used anywhere. Like, I'll post a link to what they use. Hold on, like what's actually used.
Black Swan.
Hello, Black Swan.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
I hear you, yes. Where is everybody? Sleeping?
Well, there must be something in the air. Looks like everybody's out getting baguette.
Oh.
Whoa, that was close. Almost dropped that pizza.
Flat air. I was having customer support getting on my nerves. We should sound an alarm to wake up the Globers. Don't
Well,
let them
using
sleep.
trigonometry like that keeps them within a certain range for their values. The distance of the stars and the heavenly bodies can't be more than 3,000 to 5,000 miles up using trig, unless you assume that the Earth moves millions of miles through space to make the triangle much bigger. But without that assumption, the stars are pretty close based off of their dedication to trig and what's demanded by it.
But how do you get that elevation angle?
I thought they said they got an elevation angle off of a proposed line that was tangent to the ball, or some sort of imaginary line of a plumb line, perpendicular plumb line, an
So,
imaginary line drawn in space.
so that will be like a tangent to the horizon?
Yeah.
Right. What they're saying. Straight line. Oh
Yeah.
shit! I just lost my speaker there. Can you hear me still?
I hear you. Yeah, you're good.
Cool. So they're saying they got like a tangent line, like from the eye of the sextant to the horizon. But wait a minute, the refracted horizon, the one that's like bending around a curve. So the fact that it works, it disproves their whole theory about refraction. Right?
Yep.
Because that's all I tried to say from QE to the beginning, but he wasn't trying to hear me. So when he said this argument, I knew what they were going to do is they were going to invoke like a flat plane, right? And they did. They said there's a tangent line from your eye to the horizon. So my automatic response was, you mean the refracted horizon? And then QE was like, no, it's not even about that. Show me the curved adjacent. That's the only thing that it's about. But I could see where the argument was going to go. Like I already knew. So now when they say, oh, we got the tangent line, we're not using the surface of the Earth. We're going from, our eye to the horizon. Well, what is the horizon? the apparent location where the Earth meets the sky. So in this case, it's, you mean the refracted horizon? And I think that pretty much kills it. Because what are they going to say? Yeah, the refracted horizon. So how far down the refracted horizon? Is it 10 miles? Is it 2 miles? Because, the horizon fluctuates apparently.
Yeah, it's breathing in and out slowly,
You got it. We've seen pictures of the old platforms partially covered, and we've seen pictures, like the Black Swan image where it's completely uncovered. So they're using that horizon, the one that's supposed to be all over the place, which all over the place on a plane existence doesn't really make a difference because it all has the same, let's say, altitude. But once you're on a ball and it starts going further and further and further away, then you get like a weird acute angle if the light's refracting down. If it's refracting up, then you get like a weird obtuse angle. So, at what point is it hitting at the right spot where the horizon should be? Or does it ever? Is there a right spot where it makes a 90-degree angle on a ball Earth? And if it was fluctuating from obtuse to acute and everything in between, then they wouldn't have any accurate readings, and that's the crux of his argument.
Yeah.
And that's why the refracted horizon is so important.
Well, when I say tangent to the horizon, there's two options here, two cases, actually. One is the line of sight, and I can give them that as a true tangent, to the ball, like the line of sight to the horizon is a tangent line to the ball surface. But the second one is it doesn't work out. It will be like superimposed over the horizon, like stretched across the horizon. So it will be the horizon itself.
Well, once you use 45 degrees, you're really committed because that's the maximum length you're going to get. A 45, 45, 90 triangle has two sides that are equal. So anytime you're using these triangles beyond 45 degrees, you shouldn't get a distance further than what you get at 45 degrees. So with the Earth being one side of the triangle, or rather the radius of the Earth being one side of the triangle for the 45, 45, 90 triangle, you really can't get a distance that's more than what's dictated by 45 degrees, or the side across from 45 degrees, which is like 4,000 miles at that point. So anything beyond that is highly unjustified mathematically, which is why they have to move the ball millions of miles through space to make their triangles expand exponentially.
Yeah, but for this estimation, you need to have the distance to the horizon. You need to know that.
That too. And if you use a side that is tangent to the ball, it gets worse. Because if your tangent is 3 to 6 miles out, you really can't justify any length beyond that, beyond 45 degrees.
Yeah.
So these angles, these idealized angles would have to be drawn with a line going through the center of the idealized Earth. And they would have to go from there with their idealized geometry. But otherwise, it's just baseless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are lost, not in space, but in geometry.
Yeah.
Lost in geometry and trigonometry.
Mythomagic's mythical math.
These math magicians,
Yeah.
they put a spell on you.
Mhm. You see complicated hieroglyphics and mathematical numbers on a chalkboard that are like a mile long, and you're like, F it. I give up. You've mathematically sapped me of my will to try to even understand this. You win, mythomagician, mathemagician, mythomagic. I'm under your spell. Here, take my money.
How much should we spend on that new telescope? Does anybody remember?
Sorry?
What is it, the James Webb telescope? How much did we spend on it? Not enough?
Oh, yeah. Definitely not enough. Yeah.
I think it's called the Chris Webby telescope.
How about the BOB telescope? How about we go steal the telescope from the Vatican? Just their data, not the telescope. They can keep the telescope, but we should be able to have that data. How come the Vatican isn't sharing the data from their radio binocular telescope? Are they afraid that we might see the layers, the axis of evil?
Their telescopes,
they're
the
afraid of?
acronym for it is Lucifer.
Yeah, but technically it's the telescope formerly known as Lucifer.
Oh, okay.
I think they changed it.
Okay.
But it's a nice name. It's the name of a god.
That's their god.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. Not good. I spilt my drink in my car.
Oh my god.
Are you drinking gin and juice?
No, drinking tea with no sugar in it.
Oh, nice.
It's not the end of the world.
You see, if you believe in gravity and actually use microgravity inside your car, then your drink will not be spilling. It will be bubbles floating. You could play with it. It just stays there, and when you want, you just suck the bubble. From the air. Like they do it on the ISS.
Hey, they're drinking some of that special astronaut coffee though up there. That good, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The stuff that the kids are all going crazy over. You know what I mean? I scream, you scream, we all scream for NASA coffee.
And I would scream to try to get away from NASA's coffee.
Right? They do live, when they say they're doing a live stream, they literally mean a live stream of coffee.
Yep. Streaming it. It only needs 3 chuggas.
Right?
Man, if I were ever to visit some NASA facility or museum or whatever, something about NASA, and they came to me like offer me a coffee, I would be like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Or no, go up to their coffee machines in like the NASA headquarters and put like what are those things that you scan on your phone that takes you to the link? Be like, that's exactly what you think it is. That's what it sounds like. Like they're already drinking the coffee. They're like mid chug, and they realize, oh no, don't drink the yellow snow and Nasa's coffee. It's gotta go.
But how do they filter their juice? Wee, you know, like they
have a machine for it, and they said it's one of the first ever of those machines, and it's on the ISS.
First ever.
Yeah. It's made specifically for that.
I know a bit about water filtration, and I'm wondering what the heck it could be, because obviously we know there's distillation, right? But then there's reverse osmosis, but reverse osmosis uses like 3 to 4 gallons of water just to produce 1 gallon, so it's obviously not that. I wonder what they say they use.
Distillation, it's
too much energy.
Yeah.
I think the machine spins at an ultra high. They say it spins at like a supersonic speed or something inside the thing, and it separates it or something. That's probably what CERN's for.
You know what's odd about that? Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
That wouldn't take the odors out.
Yeah, you got to separate the poop in every scoop, bro.
Sorry, you wanted to say something.
I was just thinking about what he said about spinning, separating it.
You ever seen how they do contests sometimes? They'll advertise, say like, we need somebody to come up with a new idea for a suction for a toilet. The grand prize is like $35,000 or something like that. Probably 33,000. They have stuff like that all the time. I don't think they pay anybody the money though.
Hell, with $50 million a day, you'd think they'd pay at least some of it.
I know. Hey, but all that stuff that they put in the airplanes, you know, for overhead is expensive, bro. That overhead, literally, that overhead's expensive.
I want 2 of those magic O-rings, rubber O-rings. I'm sure they are so long lasting they could be used as wedding jewelries. I mean, if they withstand
everybody's so
in space, you know.
The elite, they're so worried about overpopulated, you know. Can we get some of those rubber O-rings for ourselves? You know, the kind that it's closed at the end.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like
life O-rings.
Yeah. Because I've broken a few of those magnums. This happens. You wouldn't think it, but
Quit bragging.
well, I didn't want to use a word that everyone could readily identify, so I went with a name brand.
Sounds like a Trojan horse, bro.
Sounds like everything else is shrink wrap. Yeah, can we get some of that rubber, like on the tires? Because, I have to get like a new set of tires like every year. So if we could get some of that special rubber from the ISS, whatever they're using.
You're still using tires, bro? I use some of the NASA science. I don't even need tires anymore when I drive. It saves me a lot of money.
Fill up the rim.
Yeah.
Just fill up the rim.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pray away the gay of the second law of thermodynamics.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
See. You're welcome to use any of my rhymes at any time, bro. Hey, bro, I gotta say, I really am a fan of your music. Like when you're making the music and I'm playing, I can listen to it. It's like, I don't know. It's like I can feel that groove. It's
That's
like
right.
I fall into it because I'm a bass player, so
yeah,
I feel in the groove.
That's right, bro. Yeah, sometimes people were like, I didn't even understand I had to listen to it a couple times before I could understand, like, because I put like codings in the lyrics,
Yeah, you want different layers that way you can listen to it over and over again.
Yeah.
Like different layers of comprehension.
Yeah, for sure.
All I know is when you're going down the slide. Go ahead, bro.
Huh?
Where will be Voyager 1?
Getting close to the Oort cloud, a hypothetical made-up urge in space where there's a lot of space balls floating around, and sometimes they come around and sundive, and then they go back.
Wow.
Hypothetical origin of space known as the Oort cloud.
It's officially out of the solar system.
Then it would officially be in the Oort cloud.
Yeah.
Good luck making it through all those rocks. It's like an asteroid belt that surrounds the solar system.
You got to spank him with Van Allen's belt, bro.
Either that or Orion's.
How do we know there is a Oort cloud there, like space rocks?
Because we keep getting sundivers.
I mean, they are not getting anything, no signal, no nothing from the Voyager. Like, all connections, everything is off. The satellite, that satellite doesn't have any energy left. It's just drifting. That's their claim. So before Voyager 1, how did they see that Oort cloud? Yeah, I'm asking questions I shouldn't ask. I'm not supposed to ask.
Hey, Danny Faulkner was in the chat last night. Did he ever come on, or do you guys know?
I don't know.
You know who that is, right?
No.
Danny Faulkner.
No clue.
He's a Christian. He says he's a Christian, whatever. But he's like, he teaches like the glow, like outer space and everything. But he's a Christian.
Ah,
I don't know what his name of his radio show is called. He's got a lot of people who listen to him.
I see.
It's called something like Creation in Genesis, Outer Space Creation. I don't know. I don't know the name of it, but
He must be some sort of Catholic religion then.
yeah, he claims he's a Christian, born again Christian, revolving around the sun.
I wonder what's his opinion about the Pope unifying the world religions.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not just a rumor anymore.
Yeah. For quite few years now. I'm not sure, 2017 or 18 or 19, the Pope went into some, I think in the Arab Emirates.
Oh, where they have that ball where it has a handprint on it, and you put your hand in there.
Yeah, that too. And he had a meeting with all these Islamic high priests,
Yeah.
Whatever they are not called priests, but yeah,
they're called imams.
Imams,
right?
Yeah, and they were talking about how similar their religions are, and teaching to those people this, preaching all this, Islam must merge into one religion with Catholicism, Christianity, and
I bet you they'll give you if you go to their thing and profess your faith in that religion, they'll probably give you like a gift card or somewhere, some free hamburgers, maybe a rent voucher. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Shawarma.
And you only have to do it once every 6 months now.
Yeah.
Anybody ever heard of the Bogotov twins?
No.
Watch, I'll post a picture in the live stream right now of them. These fools are gangster.
All right, so here's another globe Earth dichotomy. So they say that the astronaut that traveled through time more than anyone else, he set the record for being on the ISS the longest. He's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a second younger, right? They tell you that, right? He was up there for 3 years, right? And he's like a split second younger. I don't know how they could prove that, but at the same time, out of the other side of their mouth, they say they have to reset the GPS satellite every 8 minutes. And if they don't, they won't work. Why? Because they're traveling through time.
Oh my god. See, I told you. They want you to believe that your feet are older than your head. It doesn't
I
matter.
always wondered how that worked. You know, like if you're looking at something that had to travel such and such billion years to get to us, then how has the light that travels from our eyes to that thing not have to take that amount of time? I'm not smart enough to understand it, you know?
Yeah, they say we're
I
looking back
don't
at
think,
time when we look at the stars.
Yeah.
you know, once you switched off the light, I don't think you can see anymore.
Yeah, but
I
we want to
can
hear what you
believe.
got to say, bud. But it sounds like you're talking into your coffee mug.
Oh, yeah, I'm laying in bed. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's more clear. Go ahead, bro. We want to hear what you got to say.
Yeah, I was saying, I can't believe that once you switched off the light, you can still see it. I can't believe that you can still see it. So, because that's what they claim.
Right, but when do they ever switch off the light to verify? Oh, they don't need to. They just got a just so story, and it's poetry,
Yeah.
guys. It's the just so story, a baseless assertion, right? That this is what's going on, and it's like, how do you know? It's like, oh, well, there's stellar parallax. Really? Can you show me like some carved out images of the stars in like different locations? No. It's like, oh, the oldest known star chart is dated, according to the BBC, at 32,500 years old. And it shows zero stellar parallax because it's a carving of a depiction of Orion with no parallax? It's a little fishy.
Yeah.
They say, oh, you can see it with the satellites. You can see the parallax. You mean the satellites at the Vatican won't share the images with us? Because I've never seen any parallax. And they say, well, you can see the thing that I call graphraction. They call it gravitational lensing. How do they know this was caused by gravity and not something else? Well, it's, because we said so. So saith the king. And that's why, that's why they call them secret kings and gamma pandas, because they
You
say so.
know, if you have a vortex, yeah, in water, and beneath it, underwater, you have a light source shining through that vortex. You're not gonna see the light, the exact shape of the light source. You will see that vortex will twist. You know what I mean? It will distort the image of the light source.
Even if you didn't have a vortex, just the light source underwater distort nonstop.
Yeah, but what they are showing us that galaxies are actually bending light of distant stars and other galaxies, and they show it like the light of that star is now surrounding, it's like a circle around that galaxy which is distorting the light, which is bending that light.
Hey, I got a trivia question for you guys, real quick. Without looking it up, do you guys remember the last name of the astronaut that was on Apollo 13?
Automated voice messaging.
His first name was Jack. Last name starts with the SW. Does anybody remember his last name?
I don't.
Kevin Bacon played him in the movie Apollo 13. Bueller.
When it comes to names, I'm pretty lame.
Yeah. So his last name is SW blank GERT. So it's SW blank GERT.
Gert.
Yeah. So his first name is SW, and then there's a vowel right there. I'm just wondering if anybody knows what that vowel is without looking it up. Be honest. Don't cheat.
Oh. No clue. A.
All right. So if you look it up, it'll say his last name's Swigert. But I'll be damned if I remember his last name being Swaggart since I was a little kid, Jack Swaggart. But now everywhere you look, it says his name's Swigert. Maybe I'm tripping. That's why I wanted a second opinion before I go commit myself to an insane asylum.
It can be a Mandela effect.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Mm.
A lot of people differ; their opinions differ about Mandela effects. I mean, I don't care, whatever. I know there's some type of effect, whatever you want to call it, that's doing these types of things. But
yeah,
I was just wondering if anybody remembered his name as ever being Swaggart, Jack Swaggart.
No, I don't know. I didn't know him.
Do you know what SWAG stands for?
What?
No, what?
Secretly, we are gay.
Oh. Interesting. Interesting.
Wow.
Here's some more trivia. Anybody remember the day that those horrible LAPD officers hurt that man, Rodney King?
Yep.
Nobody?
The date?
Nobody remembers the date?
No, 1991.
March 3rd.
What's that?
It was 3/3/1991. 3/3/91.
Wow.
Day before.
All right. What does shit stand for?
I don't know.
Store high in transit, because if you store it below deck and somebody lights a match down there, that's a lot of methane.
Right. Oh, is that what they call it? A poop deck? That's what they call it, a poop deck.
Yeah, that's the poop deck. Yep, you got it.
Yeah. My really good friend, his name's Craig. He has a channel called FTFE. He's my really good buddy. He always talks about what it was like when he was a seaman on the poop deck. He was an ex-British Navy.
Yeah, I've heard about this guy, Craig.
Let's go get dinner. Hurry up.
All right, what does the F word stand for?
Fornication under the consent of the king.
Okay, so that's when they were impregnating the Scottish and the Irish woman, right? Once they got married on the marriage night. So what about the Puritans for unlawful carnal knowledge?
I don't know anything about that.
So what'd they get tried for? What were they in the stockades for? Oh, they got caught fucking for unlawful carnal knowledge.
Oh, the F would stand for 4. Okay. For unlawful carnal knowledge.
Yeah.
Huh, that's interesting.
We don't know if this is true, but
yeah,
it's funny to think about.
Well, if you think about every single business, even nonprofit, whatever the business is, if you think about it and they're out just strictly to make a profit, then it's easier to understand things a lot better. But then if you want to understand like how NASA works, if you think about everything that they do is just to accumulate chrome, then you'll start thinking about everything a lot differently too.
So, the mod Justin earlier was saying that the United States is missing $20 billion. No, was it trillion? $1 trillion. It was like, we know what happened September the 10th, 2001. We don't know what happened September 11th, 2001. But the place where they were investigating what happened September the 10th, it went kablooey. And all they have to do, my theory is the government wants conspiracy theorists because they can either A, publish all the footage from the Pentagon that day and disprove all the truthers with one final swoop and lob off all of our noggins. Or B, there was no plane and they lied to us.
Do you know the day that the Pentagon broke ground?
No, 1933?
No, September 11th, 1941.
Oh man, that's crazy.
And they had the center of the Pentagon's hollowed out, right? It's a courtyard, and then they have a smaller Pentagon in the very, very middle of the Pentagon. That is it was a hot dog stand when it first opened up, and it was called Ground Zero Cafe.
Have you seen George Washington? I mean, the Washington.
You're breaking up.
The Washington Monument?
Oh yeah. Isn't that like 666 feet or something like that?
From the base below the foundation to the top? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You know about those artists that they were giving free rent to for like a year before the towers collapsed on the floors that they were renovating? You ever hear about that, Hank? I see. Come here. Come here, baby.
Am I coming through or am I breaking up? I'll check.
You're coming through now, but I think you were breaking up for a minute.
Okay. I'll just wait till I get back in the car.
Were you getting some food?
I deliver food.
Oh, nice, dude. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. You ever flat smack anybody?
I keep it kind of to a minimum. I have to suss people out and see if they're like
Yeah.
intelligent enough to talk to. Because
Yeah.
the way I see it, most people aren't really capable of questioning their cosmology.
Especially if they're not even capable of going out and getting fast food themselves. You know what I mean? For the most part. I would just wear a hat that said flat Earth. That way they could see it and they could decide for themselves if they want to bring up the topic or not. My ass would probably get fired though, because once somebody bring up flat Earth and I sit there for an hour or two talking to them, I got all these other orders in the car that I'm truing on delivering. You know what I mean? Be a hell of a delinquent ass motherfucker. You know?
Yeah, I'm pretty delinquent already.
Dude, and their bags of food would be just reeking of weed because my car is like every time I open the door, just clouds of smoke come out of the car. I stay smoking. Anybody out there wants to trade some edibles for some artwork? Hit me up. I stay eating edibles if I have them. The day I stop smoking weed is the day that the earth stops spinning, but vice versa.
Come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Oh, boo. Hi, Brain. Hi.
Good boy.
Brain. Brain's a good boy. He's a good boy. I love you, Brain. You're such a good boy. He's a good boy. I love you.
Who's a good boy? Play? Play.
Oh, my dogs right here? Got a bunch of little dogs, bro. Some of them shake.
Low dogs.
Some of them are shaking, you know what I mean?
Chihuahuas? You got chihuahuas?
They're not chihuahuas. They're like part terrier and part Xoloquinichi. I may be pronouncing it wrong. It's a really long word. Some people call them Xoloquinichis. Or you could call them Mexican hairless.
Okay. That's why they're shaking. Mexican dogs shake like one.
They're kind of odd looking. They're almost like shaped like Dobermans, and but they have like bigger eyes and ears, but their ears stick straight up too. And they're afraid of water like hella. They groom themselves all the time like cats though. And their fur feels kind of like a short-haired cat kind of. Their fur's like super soft, but they barely have any fur.
So I got a pit bull. She's a Briner, I think is what they call them.
A what?
And then I got I think they're called Briner pit bulls.
Okay.
And then I got a little applehead chihuahua. Oh no, it's a deerhead chihuahua. Deerhead chihuahua.
That's right.
And yeah, that little thing I look up all the time. And it's like she's just over there shaking. She's either shaking or she's burying herself in the cover.
Yeah.
It's like the whole time she's just like the Mexicans. Like the Mexicans are like, oh, adios, the frío. It's like, oh yeah, it is cold outside.
I don't even think it's because they're cold. I think sometimes they have a I was gonna call it a predetermined set composition, but I think I said it wrong.
Yeah, I think they're just cold. Like they're scared of tornadoes and they're scared of.
They're nervous. I think.
Yeah, they're just like Mexicans, man.
Hey, that comment was Boston City Marathon racist, bro.
Yeah, well, they originate in Mexico, so they're Mexicans.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've worked a lot with Mexicans. Yeah, they're racist.
Yeah.
But I've worked with Mexicans a lot, and it's stereotypical, right, to say that Mexicans are hard workers. But it's not racist. It's true. They're hard workers.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never seen a lazy Mexican. Like, look at Cain Velasquez. How did he fight like how he fought? It's because that's how he trained. He's a big-ass dude, but he's fighting like a little welterweight. And it's like, how does he do that? Well, it's because he's a hard worker. And how come he's still not doing it? Because he worked so hard that he, ruined his body. So
hey, he
burned out.
In the California penal system, almost all the different cliques of Mexicans, every time they go to the yard, they have what they call hard candy wrapped up in saran wrap, and they sit down on the toilet, and then they put it up inside themselves when they go to the yard. Jackie, I could talk about whatever I want. God, this is open mic Discord. Jesus. Jackie's trying to regulate what I'm saying now, so I better keep it PG.
And you tell her you leave the moderating up to the mods. I'm joking.
I know.
Only joking.
Yeah. I get chastised sometimes on here because I say too much. But if nobody's talking, what's the crime of saying something? You know what I mean?
Man, that's your skill, man. You got the gift of gab, right?
Yeah. It's hard talking freely and then having to edit my what I say too. I mean, it's not impossible though. It's not beneath me. It just takes some correct, adequate rephrasenational patience, I should say. Jackie says it takes effort, and I don't have any patience. Thanks, Jackie. We all appreciate it. Good looking. I love how you lift me up in times when I'm really feeling low. Which is never, because I'm always high. I know. You know what, though? Nathan Thompson grew 5 inches in 2 years. So if I start doing the ping pong thing, maybe I can grow too. Yeah. I remember when I was a Crip about 15 years ago, I was banging Compton with Nathan Thompson. Getting them Philly blunt papers often. I was so strung out, that's something they had to taper me off of.
I just flat smacked the Roger Dashi at the gas station.
Hell yeah.
Those dudes are usually pretty smart.
Bro, there was a time when... Huh?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can't ever remember talking to a dumb Hindu guy. They're usually like really smart.
I want to use the word simple, but not in like a negative way.
Yeah, man, they usually keep shit real simple. Like that's the best way, right? Like a child.
Yeah. It's funny how Americans think that the word simple is like you're insulting somebody in a roundabout way, you know?
No.
But it's not. I don't
They
think
are
it's an insult
simple.
at all.
I get what you mean. They're very simple, down to earth, but still intelligent too. And that's what makes them intelligent, because their simplicity.
Yeah.
Because they're not like trying to like puff
They're
everything
not all
up and
bossed
sound
out,
smart.
you know what I mean?
Right.
The ones I've met, they're not tripping on like gender appropriate nouns and stuff like that, proverbs or whatever. You know what I mean?
Pronouns, yeah.
Pronouns, yeah.
Yeah, they're not tripping on that kind of stuff. But yeah, I like Hindus, man. Every time I talk to them, they're all like, you know, I don't know. It's like, so there's different kinds, obviously. Like there's some that are Muslim and some that are Christian and some that are like Hindus. But like it doesn't matter. Like every time I've talked to them, they all seem to be like down to earth, like chill, you know, smart people. From my experience.
Jackie says they're creepy towards her. The ones you seem. Hey, tell them about the guy at the gas station, Jackie. Tell him, Jackie. Tell him the AM and PM every time we go in there. What do you say?
Oh.
Remember, he's like, "Are you with your girl? Is that girl with you?"
Where's your boyfriend? He'd say to me like, "Oh, is your boyfriend here with you?" And then you'd go in with like another. Oh, is it your girlfriend? Like.
Yeah, I'd roll in there with some other chick sometimes, right? And then he'd be like, "Oh, where's your other girlfriend at? The one you did." Every time he.
You remember he like touched my hand and he like.
Oh yeah.
My ID and like.
Yeah. This one dude at the AM PM, Jackie gave him her ATM card, whatever, and he goes. Your ID, he wanted her to check her ID for the thing, and he takes it from her, and when he hands it back to her, he makes sure that his fingers touch her fingers or her hand. Really weird, you know? And he made like direct eye contact.
He like had my ID for a long time, and, like looking at it, like, reading everything on my ID, like.
Yeah, like memorizing her stats, you know what I mean?
He's like, "Oh, Jasper," and he like said my name, and he's like, "That's a good name." Like,
They call it Jackie simming, whatever that means.
no, I don't know. Those dudes always just freak me out, like, to me.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say those dudes? Like, what do you mean by those? What do you mean? I'm just messing with you. Yeah, you are a girl, huh? I just noticed that right now.
Just now noticed?
Yeah.
I
always tell my chick, dude, I always tell her, "Hey, babe, if you're ever with any of your girlfriends or whatever, and you guys are wondering questions about your, how to keep it proper down there and everything, you can hit me up anytime because I got a lot of friends that are lesbians, and we talk that type of talk all the time. You know what I mean? So I'm the go-to guy when it comes to that stuff. You know what I mean? I got gynecologists hitting me up at 1 in the morning. You know what I mean?
Took my wife to the gynecologist once. Never doing that again.
Why is it called a gynecologist?
Because they're only guys are gynecologists. It's bad luck to have if a girl is a gynecologist and she's working with females.
Vagina, so
maybe that's what it was.
Okay, Jackie, but think about this. 9 times out of 10, everybody knows that gynecologists and their patients, when they have a dispute about something, they play something called rock, paper, scissors. Well, if it was a female gynecologist, each of them would keep picking scissors every single time. Nobody would win. You know what I mean? And this would go on, till the next day even. They'd be in a title lock with each other, you know? You never see the other side. Everything I say has to do with something, Jackie. Come on. You gotta know how lucky you are to have somebody like me.
Yeah.
For real. Whenever I'm out in public with you and you have your arm around me, and Every time I'm in public with this girl, she sees some guy that she thinks is hot or something. That guy will see me with her, aka arm candy, and be like, "Damn, she must be doing something right if she was able to get him." You know, just little observations I make. I don't pay it no mind though.
Yeah, it's funny because guys will tell me, I always she was him.
Right? Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yo, keeping it flat.
So yeah, I get up to the counter, and the Raji's like, "Are you live streaming?" I was like, "Yeah, you want to listen?" He's like, "Where are you live streaming to?" It's like YouTube. It's like, "You ought to come on there and listen." 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. He was like, "Huh?" It's like Flat Earth, cosmology. He's like, "Oh, I'm not really into cosmology." I was like, "Yeah, because they're teaching you the bullshit. We're telling you how to find out for real. We're telling you how to find out for real what the real shit is. Find out for yourself." So hopefully he came on. And hopefully he don't dox me.
What does that mean, docs?
Documents, my personal information.
Doesn't dox you. What does that mean?
Give out my personal identity.
Oh, that's what that means?
Yeah.
I've seen it be like written before in text messages, but I didn't understand what it meant. So
Yeah,
people
like
do that to each other? People take each other's information like that?
You hear about those
I mean, I know
gamers? Those
it's that
gamers
easy.
that call the cops?
Huh?
A gamer will be streaming, right? Live streaming, and then some cops will bust in and get and arrest him right on live stream. You ever seen that?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, if you get doxxed, you might get swatted. And if you get swatted, yeah, that's bad, bro.
Wait, so if somebody steals your information, then your house gets raided?
Well, they can. They can.
It can.
Yeah.
They can raid your house because your information got stolen?
So what they do is they find out who you are, where you live, where you work, all that stuff, where you went to school, where you go to church, and then they'll call the cops and say, "There's an active shooter." This happened to the Tim something podcast, the Timcast on YouTube. It recently happened to him, but when the cops went up there, they didn't do him dirty. They were actually told it was an active shooter situation, and they just kind of walked around and made sure that everything was okay. And then he was like, "Get out." Let's see, it was the Timcast IRL YouTube channel. Maybe this happened a couple months ago if you wanted to see. It happened live. And Luke was asking
in my message.
I won't send you the channel. But Luke Rosowski, he's sitting there he's so into the story that he's doing, right? Because he's like a news guy, he's a journalist, and the cop walks by him to the left, and then he didn't see him at all. Cop walked right in front of him, and he's so interested in what he's doing. The cop didn't even see the cop. And then the cop walks back by, and he was like, "What the fuck was that? Are we getting raided?" It was fun, but yeah, that's bullshit. I think whoever called the cops, that not only did they put Tim and his people in imminent danger, they also put the cops in danger because they said it was an active shooter situation.
Is this a YouTube channel you're talking about? The guy for his icon, he has a picture of a dude with a mustache and a beanie.
Yeah, that's him, Timcast.
Okay.
He's like a centrist, but everything on YouTube is so far to the left that he's basically the.
Is he a flat earther?
No, he's not.
Does he ever say the word
alternative
globe?
media? Yeah, probably.
Baby,
I don't listen to him a whole lot. But he's alternative media, so he's kind of anti-establishment.
Yeah.
He's anti-establishment, anti-war type, which that's my type, That's the kind of dude I'm looking for.
All right. Hey, wouldn't you agree? Okay, this is how
I don't know, maybe I'm just like hella super jaded, right? But the way I look at everything, as far as like, so he's talking about the anti-war, right? But wouldn't that be similar to like, let's say you wanted to keep people in the holiday spirit for a long time, right? So just because you're not pushing a good narrative of a holiday spirit, maybe you switch from like good Santa to bad Santa, right? But you still got Santa Claus there. So like, what I'm saying is like, Jackie, be quiet. I'm gonna go sit in the car. Jeez, dude. Like maybe they're creating something like a Santa Claus festivity in Ukraine, right? Just for like, because I don't know any other better term, I'm just going to call it a Santa Claus festivity day parade. By day, they're doing their little activities. They're reenacting civil wars and stuff like that. You know, by night, everybody goes back with their family, whatnot. They just yellow tape it up, tape up the scene and keep a couple people by there. You know what I mean? Because it's still an active scene. Anyway, all I'm saying is like, if people started realizing what's really going on, a way to keep them from realizing that it's a Christmas scene festivities is to, you know, from one path to half the people are going in, you could say, if you get there quickly, we'll give you free gifts. And then the other one, you could say something like, if you get there too late, you will be unable to receive free gifts. You know, the right and the left, the red and the blue. But you keep them separated.
You got to keep them separated.
You know what I mean, though, Hank?
No, I was doing business with a customer and I missed half of what you said.
It's all good. It's cool. Here, I'm gonna download it to your interface right now. I'm gonna put it in your CRISPR server. All right.
I don't know what you're talking about. CRISPR server. No, I ain't messing around with none of that.
I'm gonna put it to your interlink. I'm just kidding.
I don't like to play God or let someone else play God on me.
Yeah, no.
I think I've had maybe 2 or 3 vaccines, maybe 4, my whole life. So when I was young, my mom didn't put me on Medicaid or Medicare. So I was on none of that like government programs. So I didn't ever get sick either until I had tuberculosis. Then I took like 6 months worth of medicine and that was gone. But I think I only had like a few shots. I don't even know which ones. I can't even remember. So whatever, when I was born. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Don't. That's it. It sounds like you had a good life, though. At least, you know.
Yeah, I've spent most of my life pretty healthy.
Bro, I grew up so poor. We couldn't. My parents couldn't afford to give me shots, and I'd look at all the rich kids on their bicycles at Christmas and their birthday with their brand new Modernas and stuff. And we were so poor. My mom used to crush up aspirin and put it in a cheesecloth with water, and then she'd put it make a solution out of it in boiling water and put it in a turkey baster. And that's what our shots were, because we couldn't afford the good ones. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying you had it pretty good.
I guess I did. Only time I went to the hospital was, of course I don't believe you, but only time I went to the hospital was like if I messed up my knee or something playing football, tore quadricep. I've had some.
He puts it in a turkey baster.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I didn't believe you.
I look at all these kids nowadays going into. They're going into town and they're getting it for free, and I'm like, wow, you guys are getting name brand stuff for free. You guys have no idea. And I don't ever want to hear you guys complain about how bad you have it when you get the free name brand stuff at Rite Aid or CVS. We didn't have it like that. Like I said, my mom had to improvise. You know what I mean? So
Expired Vietnamese aspirin in a through a cheese
I don't know
cloth.
why
No, I
everybody's
heard.
complaining about that stuff. You know what I mean? They got it so good. I wish I had it like that when I was a kid. You know?
Oh, think about it. I've only been to the dentist a few times too, because I chipped my tooth, had it repaired twice, my front tooth, and then I don't remember anything else. And I just usually clean my teeth with a bent, what do they call them? Like pen needles.
The bent cinder panels.
No. Like imagine like a needle, right? And you just bend the end like a what do they call candy cane, and you just take the real smooth part and you can get the plaque off like real easy. Like nobody needs to go to the dentist to get their plaque removed. You just got to be willing to like hold your jaw open for like a few minutes. That's the hardest part. I took my children to the dentist. I'm thinking, they're about to be 18. I'm gonna spend some money. They're gonna be good for a while. So I was thinking, okay, I got them their little insurance or whatever, and then I dropped like $1,000, and then my children like complaining and swelling up and need to go back to the dentist. I'm like, that motherfucker. He admitted he dug too deep, and that's why the abscess keeps coming back. I'm like, that motherfucker was insuring some return business, going in there doing a slapdash job so he could get return business. It's like me, I've never had a cavity until I think I got one now. I think I'm like 39. I think I got my first cavity. So all I've had is impact damage to my teeth from playing sports and somebody throwing a football in my face while I was on the phone. So who in here remembers the phones from the 80s? Those big heavy plastic fuckers that had like the Wheel of Fortune on the front, and you like spin it till you get to the right number?
Yeah, we had a like a turquoise one in my house.
Yeah, mine was like big and beige.
Yeah, anybody with a 9 in their phone number is just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I remember when cell phones first came out and I got my first cell phone, I'd be on the phone with somebody and then all of a sudden I'd start picking up like somebody else's phone call or fucking radio signals. It only happened for like a year with that particular flip phone that I had. But it was like they hadn't perfected the technology.
I had a Sprint flip phone in like 2002. That was my first one.
My first one was the Nokia, the one with the snake game on it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one too.
I remember when I used to be
In fact, go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
This thing's really weird, Jackie.
Dude, delivering pizza before cell phones. I just want to let you guys know. That shit is fucking hard. Because you actually got to get a paper map and you got to like find the street, right? And then
I used to do that, bro.
You used to deliver before the cell phone?
Yeah,
Man,
well, I
that
mean,
shit is hard.
some people had cell phones, but I didn't use it. I didn't have a cell phone. I just looked at the little Thomas guy. But I knew the area really well, though. I know Santa Barbara and Ventura. I could name all the streets and all the alleys, like in the city proper, basically, from the beginning of the mountain to the shore.
Where do you live, bro? Mountains? Shore?
Santa Barbara, Ventura,
I don't know where that's at. Where's
in
that at?
Calpedo.
Just north of Los Angeles.
Yeah,
Oh, LA.
No, it's not LA.
home of the Black Swan,
Much
bro.
much nicer than Los Angeles up there.
Yeah, let me see. Hell yeah. Dude, I'm always finding samples of stuff that I put under my microscope.
How do you find a sample of something you put under your microscope? Because once you put it on the microscope, it's like in between the glass, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So you just
But
got like a bunch of glass laying around?
I'm not laying around, but I have boxes full of the glass slides, yeah. I love looking at stuff in this microscope, bro.
Oh yeah, it's a good point.
You ever seen
in the glass? Then it's viewable at any time.
Yeah, like when you look at like hair follicles through it like you're looking through the thing. It looks like you're looking at something as big as like a hot dog. You know what I mean?
Right. What were you gonna say?
Dude, you should go look at some COVID tests underneath the microscope.
Yeah, I've seen a few. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna try to look for like some of the cookies Santa Claus ate too, but I was unable to produce any actual real samples. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think I said it wrong. This chronic's really good. What, babe? Oh. That's your baby. Are you gonna get dinner tonight?
When you go in down the slide and you feel yourself glide, chugga chugga.
Right. One thing I do know is girls, they come, they go. Girls are from Mars, and they go to Jupiter. You guys ever seen Flat Earth Boxer do his live streams recently?
Dude, that's hilarious. I've met him in real life.
No shit. Have you seen any of his most recent live streams?
No, but did you see when he went to fucking Comet Ping Pong and fucking ran into James Alefantis?
Yeah. Crazy, huh?
Yeah, dude, I was driving across the country and the guy that I was driving across the country with was like friends with him. So we stopped in Arizona and we hung out with him for a minute. And then that's random. I haven't thought about that guy in a while. He's pretty cool though.
Yeah. Dude, his videos are hilarious, dude. Like his
dude, when he was doing the mask audit.
Huh?
When he was doing the mask audits, like at the post office, that shit was fucking fire.
I know. Yeah.
Hey guys, I had a conversation at a bar with my buddy about Flat Earth. He to him he said these Tesla car studio pictures look CGI. What do you guys think about that?
I think you know it's real because it looks so fake.
Well, basically, I mean, at this point, the car in space is CGI, and the studio stuff is CGI. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was like, I use this video software like Blender or whatever, right? And he's like, I can tell right away these studio pictures look like CGI. That's what he was saying.
But he still thinks the Earth is a ball.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he's a.
Yeah, man. It's called shifting the blame, you know.
But I mean, if you were to go, just come into the subject, go to this Tesla car, see the one in space, see the thing in the studio. Does the one in the studio look like CGI? I really don't know. I bet you could make these studio things with some software or whatever. So I really don't know, but
yeah. Well, once all that stuff, if it ever gets found out, they're going to say they had to keep it all on the hush hush because there's aliens. You know what I mean? That's why they were trying to, it was for our own good. Because if there's aliens, we'll destroy the aliens like we did. We destroyed the globe. It'll be called alien warming. You know what I mean?
Bro, I wish they would try to fake aliens. That would be so fucking much fun. Just like all the fun arguments that we have now against the Globers, and then they're like, "But dude, the green guy on the TV!" Like it. Oh my god, that would be so much fun.
Even if it's not that, I think you were born for whatever they're planning on, my friend. So whatever it is, it's going to be badass.
Hey,
I don't think it's going to work like that.
Yeah, if they introduce aliens, bro, they could be able to have lasers like hitting buildings or anything they wanted at any time and just say, "Oh, it was aliens." That would be a scary scenario to live in, bro.
Yeah, and then you're gonna have to say, "Show me an alien. Show me one."
It's going to be real destruction. They're going to say, "Look at the post office, bro. What are you talking about? Like, show me an alien. Look at the post office."
Yeah, pretty much. Well, that's from Men in Black, right? All the aliens work at the post office, anyways.
Bunch of places, yeah.
Yep. Hey, quick shout out, Platypus. Good to see you, man. Been a while.
What's up, dude?
Yeah,
Good to see you too.
How you doing, bro?
Dude, I've been on a whirlwind adventure. These last 2 years are crazy, man.
You still in Mexico?
Have you?
No, but I've traveled thousands of miles.
Awesome.
Have you been healthy?
Yeah. For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, how's your foot, man? Is it healed?
It's the same, dude. I think I'm just going to be living with this for the rest of my life.
What's wrong with your foot, bro?
It's a long story, but it's not comfortable. Just put it that way. It doesn't tickle.
Do you go barefoot?
Do I go barefoot?
Yeah.
I used to all the time, yeah.
You should try going barefoot. Not walking around, but just letting your feet sit on the ground for like hours at a time.
Dude, I used to work on a farm, and I was barefoot all the time, but it did not. I don't know. It gets worse and it gets better sometimes, but never like back to normal. I'm in a point right now where it's better, but not normal. It could be a lot worse. It was a lot worse about a year ago. Right now.
Do you ever look at the times when it's good and then compare them to the times when it's bad and seeing what appliances you do or don't have around you?
I'm doing that right now, and at the time that it was the worst, I was the furthest away from technology. I think it has, honestly, my little theory is that I've got something wrong with my blood, and there's like the insurance that I have doesn't cover like tests that would like figure out what's wrong, or there's like some kind of conspiracy or something. I'm not really sure what's going on. I've been in and out of hospitals for like 2 years though, so I'm kind of over being in the hospital.
So I've looked at my blood under a microscope, and I've looked at many different people's bloods, and the stuff I see it disturbs me highly, bro. I just know that, and if you go to any doctors and complain about what you're complaining about, they already have on their factory settings. It just goes straight into process mode, where what they're saying is you have some type of delirium about you. It's what I mean, they're gonna try to prescribe you psych meds. Yeah,
they already have a whole illness for that one that's in your mind. What is that called?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm about to go into anaphylactic shock from that shit, dog.
But unless I have a bone sticking out of me, I'm never going back to a hospital.
Yeah, that's smart. That's smart, man.
It's like There's nothing like going through your own medical issues while the greatest medical fucking is being conducted. That's like an insane juxtaposition. And you're like, hey, I need help for this thing that's actually happening to me. They're like, okay, but have you been tested for the fake thing that isn't happening? Like, oh, we're gonna have to push all your appointments back because of the fake shit going on right now. I don't know. I'm learning a lesson. I'm still learning it.
Yeah, that medical symbol with the snakes twirling up the staff, that's there for a reason. That's all I'll say about that.
I got some good news, though. Coca-Cola is now making space flavor and star flavored beverages. Get them while they're hot.
No, you mean save them for 20 years and sell them later.
Are you being
I think I
are you
read.
being serious?
Yeah, Coca-Cola, yeah. They have 2 new flavors.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Coca-Cola. You just got through telling everybody to chill out on the whiteness, and now you got space-flavored soda? There's nothing more white than that, Coca-Cola. That's the whitest shit I've ever fucking heard of.
Wait, what was the thing? I vaguely remember that. What was Coca-Cola saying about white people?
Oh, yeah, Coca-Cola made like their employees go through this like anti-whiteness training, and it was like, I can post it for you if you want to see it, but it was like saying that whiteness is this and whiteness is that, and it was like, man, if you were to like take the word whiteness and mark it out and put blackness, that would actually be racist, you know?
Yeah,
You know what?
no comment.
Didn't like that.
No. You know what's really racist is the people at the Boston Marathon. That was really racist. You know what I mean? It was a race for time. They were racing against each other.
Right. That's true. It was almost a race war. Crazy. Yeah, they're probably good. I mean, I thought they were going to try and push a bunch of race stuff when Will Smith was like slapping that other guy. I thought they were going to try and like, it felt like they were priming America to see some more black on black violence or something. But I wasn't sure.
They did. They did. I'll post it for you right now. You get a load of this shit.
Was there some crazy Yeah, I bet.
Yep. Are you ready for this shit? Okay. I'm gonna read it to you.
I'm driving. Yeah, just tell me.
I'll read it to you. Yeah, The Guardian. White outrage about Will Smith's slap is rooted in anti-blackness. It's inequality in plain sight.
Now playing in a theater near you.
You want me to read it again?
No, it says now coming to a theater near you. Children must be accompanied by an adult. All souls sold separately.
So let's get this straight. White outrage. So whatever that is. Like I guess white people are
basically
outraged.
if you're a white person, you can't talk about black people. You can't have opinions about black issues. You know, it's just not allowed.
So because Will Smith broke the law, that's inequality in its plain sight that people are upset about it. If anybody hits anybody without permission, without contract, because in Florida you have mutual combat. Like, you want to take it outside? Yeah, let's go outside. That's legal, right? So if one person says no, like Chris Rock, he didn't give consent, then that's called a crime. That's battery, right? Just like the battering ram, right? Anyway, I'll try to find the Coca-Cola thing now. You guys continue.
Every time I jump somebody with my battery, I end up getting charged.
That's right. That checks out.
I got these people keep asking me if I'm a Mormon in my comment section. I get that at least every other day. Somebody asks me that. I don't know. I get more people asking me that than I get thumbs up on stuff. I guess because my name, they think that I'm a Mormon, or they call me a Mormon flat earther.
So you back in LA, Flat?
Yes, I am.
Nice, man. Made your way back home somehow.
Yeah, it was kind of necessary. But I found my way out twice, find another way out again. I fucking hate this place.
Yeah, I sold that place in Hermosa we met at. I'm down in Carlsbad now, but
You did?
yeah, I finally sold it.
Nice, man. I bet you did well on that.
Yeah, the market came back around. It's pretty healthy right now for sure. I sold it last July.
Nice. You said you're in Carlsbad now.
Yeah, down south a bit.
How do you like it?
I like it a lot down here. I think it's a different pace. It's not the same, big city feel, but a little more suburbia. We get the bombs from Camp Pendleton a little bit here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty chill down here. I like it.
All right, you guys mind if I read this real fast?
What's that?
Yeah,
Hank?
go ahead.
Oh yeah, go read.
All right, I posted it. I'll go ahead and read it. Okay, so the anti-white training consisted of: to be less white is to be less oppressive, less arrogant, less certain, to be less defensive, less ignorant, to be more humble, to listen, to believe, to break with apathy, and break with white solidarity. So that's what it means to be less white. So it says Coca-Cola is forcing employees to complete online training, telling them to be less white. So can you imagine one of these that said, be less Latino or be less Mexican? Like that would be racist.
Well, it's racist in itself in the sense that it's saying that white people are oppressive, white people are arrogant, white people are certain, they are defensive, they are ignorant, they are humble, they don't listen, they don't believe, they don't have any apathy, they don't have any solidarity. Come on. It's stupid.
I don't know. I've seen some white people be pretty apathetic in my life.
I mean, how subverted is our country to the point where we just openly talk like this, where this is okay? Ugh. So
To me, anytime someone mentions race, they're the racist. Like the whole, the something race theory, critical race theory. Like they're a bunch of people teaching racism. Because, like, if you notice, like, I haven't really seen any real racism in my life, except for I was part of a knockout game when I fought like 4 dudes in a row, and then the 5th one like knocked me out. But other than that, I don't even know if that was racist. I think that was gang related. But yeah, I mean, other than that, like I haven't really experienced racism, and I've seen people be racist against blacks. They didn't want to hire them. I've seen that. Okay, I admit. Like, I've seen that before. So, yeah, there is racism, but it's like it has to be taught. If you put a couple of toddlers in the pen, the ball pen or whatever, like, it's not like the white kid is going to grab up all the balls and be like, screw you. These are my balls. It's not how it works. Like, it has to be taught.
I mean, racism is just code word for you notice pattern. If I was like, oh, I need a housekeeper. I think I'm gonna get like a Mexican housekeeper or something. Like they're really clean. They're really good at doing that job. Like if I said that, well, so many people would just jump on you for being racist. But it's like, what if it's true? What if most of the Mexicans that I've come into contact with are actually really clean and they're good at that job? Like, what the fuck is the problem? If you notice a bad thing, like, oh yeah, I want to live in a neighborhood, that I don't know. I don't want to use an example and then actually get called racist, but you know what I'm saying? You just notice racism is just noticing patterns, and making decisions off of patterns that you notice, rather than, oh, this person is this color. I'm not going to assume anything negative about them because they're this color, or I'm going to assume only negative things about them because they're this. It's crazy.
Yeah, for me, I got this crazy concept. I don't care what color my neighbor is, as long as he doesn't try to break into my house. Like, who cares? Who cares? As long as he ain't trying to break into my shit. And I don't have to hurt the guy. I don't care what color he is.
Yeah, it's a whole divide and conquer mentality, right? It reminds me of the terrorist propaganda that came about and how we were supposed to watch our neighbors. You know, the idea that your neighbor could be a terrorist. You know, the judgment and labels are definitely a society agenda, right? They're getting us to look at each other and judge each other with no information. That's completely ignorant.
Yeah, to me, like racist people, like the height of ignorance. It's like, okay, so you're telling me you're gonna judge this guy based on the amount of melanin in the skin. Like that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, but I've seen, one of these people. What do you mean these people? Like, we're all people. Like, it doesn't make sense. So, like if you were to say like Asian people eat rice, that's not racist, that's a stereotype. Like, to me, like racist means unwarranted animosity, oppression or suppression against someone based purely on race or perceived race. It's like there's a lot of stuff that people say is racist just isn't racist to me. Like, black people like watermelon. Who doesn't like watermelon? Like,
well, that's the whole paradigm, right? Is there even races? Is there a race besides the human race? Like, is there really one that exists?
Exactly,
I got somebody with that the other day. They were like, "Oh, if you had kids, would you let them date or marry other races?" And I was like, "That would be impossible. That would never happen." Well, why wouldn't that happen? Why wouldn't that happen? And I was like, "Oh, there's only one race, the human race." Shut them up pretty quick.
Yeah, because once they realize you're not racist and that you're not going to play their stupid little game, they don't know how to act. They expect you to be racist just like they are. So these anti-racist, right? These anti-racists, they're the most racist people you'll ever fucking meet. I guarantee you. The anti-fascist, the anti-racist, like these people are the worst when it comes to racism. Like they assume that like black folks can't take care of themselves and they're like a subclass or whatever, and the whole system is against them. And I don't really think that's how it is. I think that we're equal. Like, literally. I mean, yeah, there's some times where, white people have privilege and black people have privilege and skaters have privilege and basketball players have privilege and cheerleaders got privilege. Like, I experienced privilege when I played football in high school. I think some teachers kind of passed me along so that I would stay in the game. So everybody has their own privilege. It's not like there's only one type of privilege.
I want Somalian pirate privilege. Do I get a boat and an AK-47? What about do I retain my white privilege if I travel to Burundi?
Yeah, that's some heavy stuff that Coke put out. It makes me wonder about the past, though. We hear that the past used to be more so-called racist, right? Slavery and all this, and the division was greater. But was it all propaganda from the beginning, right? Like, is this mentality or way of thinking just been taught throughout the ages?
Yes, absolutely. Because white used to be a status. And it didn't have anything to do with the color of your skin. There were lots of Irish people with red hair and green eyes that weren't considered white. Had nothing to do with the color of your skin. No, I'm being totally serious.
Oh, I know.
So
I know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I always pass around this Native American guy. He lives in South America, and he's like going back and finding like the original documents, like firsthand experience. And then he like reads them and he shows you where he gets them and everything. And he's like not a white dude. He's like a native. And he's showing you like this is what really happened with white people. This is what really happened with the Jews. This is what really happened. The first the first slave owner was a black man, and in court he was demanding lifelong slavery rather than 7 years catch and release program like some of the people were doing. And then he talks about how like if you had a slave that you owned for life, and then you had an indentured servant, and there was only 1 year left on this indentured servant, like you would send him to do like the most dangerous shit. Like, hey, why don't you climb 50 feet up in the air and see if you can untangle that, and it's like, well, if you don't, then I'm going to extend your contract. You'll get another 6 years out of it.
Well, if there's a contract to begin with, then they should be intelligent enough to not agree to that.
Well, I believe it was King James who made 30,000 Irish like automatically indentured servants. So you can't say that they entered willingly.
Oh, a king.
30,000. Yeah, so say it the king, right?
Yep.
That's why I'm always like in here, like when Globers are talking, I'm like, how do you know this? Is this just like what the king says? Who died and made you king? Like, how did you become king?
I like bringing up kings, empires, all that kind of thing. I bring it up all the time. I like to ask people where do they think those things went? Since history is written by only them and filled with only their stories.
Didn't you know that people won? America is free? What are you talking about? It's called the American Revolution. We beat back the royalty, right?
There you go. Never ends. Always the same story.
And freedom is such a high cost, and I don't think people have been paying their dues lately. So I question if any of us are free. Because think about it. Okay, everybody thinks that they ended slavery with the 14th Amendment. No, they made that shit mainstream for everybody. Red, yellow, black, and white. Everybody can get in on this. You can be a slave if you want to. There's
you can be a slave if you want to.
Yeah, when you realize the Constitution is basically an agreement, a contract between you and the Queen or the royalty, you recognize pretty quickly that if you need an agreement with the royalty, are you really not servitude still?
Yeah, that's why I bring this stuff up. Great.
It really is voluntary, though. So if you got someone that's like in the system and you contract with them like, hey, I'll work your land. You let me live here and I'll just build me a little mud hut and eventually upgrade it to a cabin with wood and mud, right? And then, I'll work the land. It's like you can be free if you want to, but you're going to be eating duck or poodoo or whatever you can pull out of the swamp or out of the woods. You're not going to be eating the steak, right? Unless you get the guy to give you some cattle or something. I mean, if you can catch a cow out in the wilderness or start raising cows, but you get my point. Like, if you choose to do the free man on the land, you're not going to get all the cool stuff. You're not going to be able to operate a vehicle and latte.
You're right, but that's after them. That's after you not having the opportunity to learn anything. It's kind of like, well, now that I'm naked, how can I go out there? I'm not going to make it.
Yeah, it's really about whose land, though, right? That's what this whole game's about, and the land, and who owns it.
Yeah, it's a big one. Plus the land we don't know about.
Well, you have the right to contract unlimited, right? So you can get with somebody who has land and be like, hey, I want to work the land. And that makes the land more valuable because if you can grow crops on it. So you can say, hey, I'll, sign a contract with you that, I'm here for 100 years. And after 100 years, me and my family has to get off your land. But we're going to clear out this much of the trees. And, you make a contract with them. I guess it could work. And then who's going to come looking for you? Like, are they going to accuse you of not paying your taxes? What income?
Yeah, that was the big sell was with the song, right? This land is your land. This land is my land. Yeah, right.
See, but what people don't realize is that the contract is the law. So if you make a contract with somebody that, I'm going to work for their land for 10 years or whatever, 15 years. It's like, we'll see how it goes, right? If you stop working the land and you just sit in your mud hut all day playing Call of Duty, then, I can kick you out. But if you're actually working the land and making it more valuable and drilling a well and all the stuff you said you're going to do, then you can stay here. It's like all you have to do is figure out how to get rid of your waste and don't trash the land and make it like nicer than you found it.
How could you play Call of Duty from a mud hut?
You run you a line from the owner's house. I'm sure you would contract for a little electricity, I guess it would be all about the contract and how you set it up. Because some people own so much freaking land that it's like, what are you going to do with all this land? It's just sitting here.
I know what you mean. I go on country drives around here for work all the time. I see big chunks of land just sitting there. Nobody really doing nothing with them. Kind of sad, really.
And then you see how much it's worth, and you just are like, what? How is something that has nothing on it worth so much?
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
Well, if you think about it, all the technology we have right now, you can get from like a hillside.
I'm not following.
I mean, where's this shit come from? Where's anything come from? It's mined, it's developed. It all comes from what's here in the soil. It's here in the mountains.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if you got someone who had a piece of land and you contracted with them and they had a river on the land, all you'd have to do is go hang out at the, the part yard and, somebody brings in a truck, you take the alternator, right? Or you can take like a simple ceiling fan and rewire it, to make it a generator or something like that. And, you can get electricity. It's just you have to buy batteries every few years. So every few years you would have to, get some gold out of the river or something, find something to trade for goods. And I guess just try to fly under the system. People do like gold and silver, so if you had a way to trade gold and silver, that's what I think people should be doing. Like, people should be getting together and buy like 4 pieces of land, and right in the middle of those 4 corners have like, a farm big enough to feed like a bunch of people, and then everybody just, trade with silver. Completely non-taxable. The government shouldn't be able to get involved at all.
You just can't use it on Amazon.
Yeah, but you could always trade in your gold, for currency if you wanted to.
I'm just saying there's a huge divide of this technocracy. And there's like a technocracy / the Dances with Wolves people. You know, it's like, what direction are we going to go in? Somewhere in between. Your Robot Hank?
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
What's up, Dave? How you been? You on the cab night? Is it cab night?
I don't cab anymore since all this bullshit hit 2 years ago. I quit having people ride in the car with me. I just deliver groceries. I deliver groceries and food.
That's far less entertaining than hearing you talk to people about flat Earth all day. I miss those days.
Yeah, I wish I had some of those recordings from those Uber rides, especially those drunk college kids, stuff like that. Yeah. Thanks for remembering that.
Yeah, man. Good times. Did it for many years. Hang out on Poncho Pete's, listen to a few phone calls a day. Good stuff.
Oh, yeah. I remember when Vinny called the ESA, the European Space Agency. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
They said they were closed. Like, space is closed tonight, I guess. Welcome back, Hank. Try your mic. Or don't. Your choice. We got no new people. We have one Globe Earth believer that I'm sure does not have any direct measurements of Earth curve, but he might want to speak about something. What's up, rolling my boulder? It's not wish to speak. Try
He's the
your
guy
mic,
that
Hank.
he's the guy that has that list of questions that are actually pretty good.
Yeah. He seems pretty legit. Maybe he'll figure it out. It's up to him. I'm not going to tell anybody what to think. I just want them to think for themselves.
Someone has a list of questions?
Rolling my boulder does, you.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've heard him ask a few.
Yeah, Stormfire, you brought up that Tesla in space earlier, and man, that's so easy to see that nonsense. I mean, there's so many.
Yeah, for me, it is easy. Yeah. For him, it was like he looked at it, and he was like, "These look like CGI pictures to me." It's just like, oh, okay, well, there's nowhere we can go from there. We got to change the subject.
So it's been like 4 years ago since they put that car in space. They haven't put anything else up there weird like that in this last 4 years, I think. Or did I miss anything?
No, they keep talking about people now, right? They're doing these space flights where they're bringing people up in the sky and saying they're going into space.
Well, I mean, one thing that wouldn't be fantasy, and that's what you got a high altitude plane. You could travel at a ridiculous speed. Maybe charge a little more, but not only do you get a cool experience, but you get to travel really fast, right? I could have swore there was some multiple airline companies talking about pulling this off years and years ago. High altitude planes.
Well, the whole Apollo program was about the Concorde and the Tuckerhoff T-144 or whatever, the two supersonic planes that were, the fact they took those out. They're talking about bringing them back in private planes now. The idea that you can go Mach 2 or whatever. Why in the world are we not having this technology is beyond me. But yeah, Virgin Galactic is the only one saying that they're flying people into space right now. I don't know who else is.
Oh, they're claiming that they are. Oh, really?
Yeah, they say.
Oh, they're planning on what? Which one?
No, they did one recently, right?
Oh, okay. Let's check. Oh, you're talking about what's his name? Some rich guy that went up there, yeah. Virgin Galactic. Who was that rich guy?
Richard Branson.
Yeah, Richard Branson. rolling my boulder.
Your mic's good now, Hank. Go ahead.
Good. Hey, rolling my boulder. Oh, he's not talking to me. You guys go ahead.
Well, I was trying to ask him a question too. He wasn't responding to me either. They were talking about something. Go ahead, Stormfire, or Seymour, who was talking.
Yep. He's trying to catch his boulder.
I just want to see what altitude this
how altitude
this
planes, yeah.
flight was.
So what level of altitude do they claim is space? I should know that.
According to Mr. Tyson, that none of the Glovers want to claim as a friend.
Yeah. They throw him under the bus every time.
A lot higher than people expect, I guess.
Well, there's NASA's official report, right? They came out and said it's 600,000 miles plus beyond the moon.
Okay, this is saying 86 kilometers, this high altitude flight.
86 kilometers, that's like 50, 60 miles, something like that.
Haven't we already seen that in the balloons? Pretty sure the balloons are right around there.
Balloons go up to like 130, 140 is the highest they go, right?
Well, feet, 1,000 feet. I don't know what it goes into.
I mean, miles, 40,000 feet up.
I think it's got to be roughly that. 5,200 per mile, roughly.
Yeah, I'll do the math real quick. I got a calculator on my phone.
Well, if they said they went 50,000 kilometers, that's further than you think.
Oh, that's what they said the travel distance was during the flight?
I thought that's what you just said. Did you just say 50,000 kilometers?
No. 86.
86 kilometers.
282,000 feet.
26 and a half miles is balloons.
Oh, okay. So maybe this is
Yeah, the military doesn't even claim to have flown that high.
though if the 120,000 is that, then 86 kilometers is a bit higher. Wow, by a good amount.
What's up, guys?
Boulder, what's up, Robert? You have an infamous list. Let's hear your list.
Oh, the list of questions?
What is
your list?
What is 40% pass in your name?
Oh, there was a night that I was talking to QE and he was quizzing me on things and I was getting a lot of stuff wrong.
And you got a 40 on his quiz? That's pretty bad.
53 miles, sorry.
I think that the reason that's in my name is because I said I would be happy if I passed 40% of his questions.
Okay.
I probably scored actually much lower than 40%.
Do you have a question on your list for us tonight?
Oh, I haven't changed the list in a long time. If you guys want me to ask those questions to somebody, I will.
Yeah,
But
there's probably a bunch of people that haven't heard it.
hold on, I will. Give me 1 second to pull it up.
As you grab that, this high altitude flight is 53 miles, which is higher, a lot higher than those balloons. And what do you want me to say? It still looks flat. The horizon is flat.
About three times what the high altitude balloons are doing.
Horizon is horizontal in these pictures, in these video.
That's interesting.
That's pretty high. 53 miles.
There's a lot of people that speculate that whatever's up there, the barrier is around
somewhere between, I've heard 60 to 80 miles from different people. Of course, nobody really knows unless they work for NASA or something.
Even that flight, I mean, something like that is a rare occurrence. So,
Who wants to answer these questions?
Thorn fired up. I'm just joking. Whoever wants to. Does it have to be one person? Can't be a panel?
I think it works best when it's one person. Otherwise, because the questions have, like, people answer them different ways. So I think if they just spawned a lot of debate, then we'd only get through like 2 of them. So I think it's better. I think it's better for somebody to answer them, and then if there's discussion, for that to happen after.
One of you guys take it on mute.
Yeah, I don't care, man. Fire away.
Okay. So I'll just give a slight preface. It's a written down list of questions I came up with a while back, and I don't have an answer key, so I can't score you at the end. And I don't push back. Like, whatever answer you give is just fine by me. So does light always travel in straight lines?
No.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
Yes.
Is there a minimum rate of rotation you can feel?
No.
Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
Oh, that's a good one. Is it a rotational velocity? Well, I guess you could say yeah.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again without me touching it. Why?
Because no one's touching it?
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
I removed it.
Can you have acceleration without any force?
No.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a question thing. Go ahead.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
That's an interesting one. A lot of variables in that one that I'm trying to throw in there. So, no.
Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
Well, your position is pretty vague because, yeah, okay, yeah.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window while I'm going down the highway at 50 kilometers per hour?
Air?
Boulder, you're a Canadian? Bro, I don't know you're a Canadian.
What are latitude and longitude?
What are they? They're theoretical lines of the Earth.
How does triangulation work?
All triangles equal 180 degrees.
How does trilateration work?
Trilateration. What is that? Refresh my memory. What's trilateration?
I can't refresh your memory right now. I can only ask.
Trilateration. I don't have an answer then.
How does GPS work?
How? I guess you would say it's a construct that was developed on the in a computer, right? Like, it's a computer model. It's a modeling. It's a model.
How do you
It
personally?
works by electricity. There you go. Electricity is how it works.
How do you personally measure the distance between cities?
How do I personally measure the distance between cities? Well, in order to measure the distance between anything, you would have to travel it. So, traveling. Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Black Swan picture with the oil rigs?
Yeah.
How are the distances measured in that picture?
I don't know what he did, but they're traveled.
How is weight measured?
What kind of list is this? I feel so robbed of not using these as talking points, but okay. Yes and no is weight. How is weight measured? So now we're getting into what is weight. Blah blah blah. You would say that it's measured by a scale, right?
And do you know how scale works?
Well, not all scales work the same.
How is mass measured?
Was that weight and volume?
How is temperature measured?
Well, how? Yeah, with the thermometer.
How is air pressure measured?
With the parametric, what is that called? Oh, it's mercury, right? What are those called? I forget what they're called. But yeah, it's not just one way that pressure is measured.
Barometer.
Yeah, barometer. There you go.
Hey, I have a question.
Okay, can you hold it off for about one more minute?
Yeah, sorry, I just got in here. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. My bad.
Yeah, that's okay. We're just doing a little thing, but it's almost done. On a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
No.
And for the last one, picture a basketball and put a hula hoop around its waist, and then put another hula hoop around its head to toe. Can you picture that situation?
Yeah.
Is there an angle between the two hula hoops?
Well, that's so vague. You could say, yes, there's always angles, right? Any time you have two different positions, there's an angle. But I don't know if that's the question you're asking.
Would you use a particular angle or?
A particular angle to describe what? What am I describing? The angle between one hula hoop and the other?
Yes.
What position of the hula hoop? Like,
one's around the waist and one's around the head to toe.
Yeah, but there's many angles depending on what point of the hula hoop you're talking about. Like, am I using the top of one hula hoop or the bottom of the, what part of the hula hoop am I using? There's many angles to it. So, yeah, not a very direct question, I guess.
So you'd say there's not enough information to answer that question?
There you go.
Okay, and that's the end.
Well, that was fun.
All right, I got a real quick question for you, rolling my boulder. Why don't you stop rolling your boulder and roll some ganja so you can clear up that glaucoma so you can see that the Earth's flat, bro?
I told you that you shouldn't, unless Alaska has legalized that, you shouldn't be talking about it in Discord.
Okay, Conrick, go ahead.
Hey, wait, Roland. Did you know that they just passed it? It just passed the Senate, and it's now going to Congress. And if 60 people vote, it's federalized, and everyone can smoke it.
I think it passed the House. You said it passed the House. It's going to the Senate, yeah?
That's what I meant. Sorry if I said it wrong. Yeah, that's what it's 60 votes. All it needs, 60 vote, and then it goes to the president, and he signs it.
You serious? The whole U.S.
It doesn't.
Recreational?
Oh, it needs 60 votes. It needs 60 votes to override the filibuster. Is that what you mean?
That's what I mean. Yes.
Yeah, because then it could still be vetoed.
That's right.
And then it needs 66 votes if it gets vetoed, right?
If it gets vetoed, yeah.
Is America going to
Brandon
be
vetoes this
progressive
shit,
or progressive?
if Brandon vetoes this shit, I'm going to be so pissed off, because what is the point of having a Democratic Party if not to legalize weed? What is the point? I mean, isn't that the whole point?
This is where I have to.
I mean, isn't that their selling point when they're running for office too?
Yeah, Jimmy Carter said yes. Why are we still waiting on his yes?
Didn't Biden say that was like the first thing he was gonna do when he gets in office? Come on, man.
I didn't hear Biden say a complete sentence yet, but I could have been listening too long.
Seymour, we moved on quickly, but I just wanted to say usually when I finish, because the person answering is usually a good sport like you were, if there were questions that you wanted to ask me, I will do my best to answer as well.
Well, I think your questions point out a lot of very interesting topics, right? One, how brutally honest are we being with ourselves, and how do we see things? Are we seeing them for what they are? Your questions are vague enough in which the person answering them can take them in a lot of different directions, and I think it's telling list of questions to where people are with evaluating and discerning the information that they're being presented. Right? There are a lot of different ways you can take this information.
Yeah, that was the inspiration for the list. Was I kind of got tired of hearing the same debate play out between a globe person and a flat person, and I wondered if I got them off the talking points and ask them questions that didn't have clear right or wrong answers. They weren't leading questions. What would they say? And so it was a little personal research project of mine, and boy was it interesting, until people got tired of listening to the questions.
Right, yeah, no, I think it's very telling. You got a lot of different aspects here. One of the things that I was blown away with when I got into Flat Earth was how much science there is that you have to rely on, right? Like, and what is science and all that kind of stuff. And then you recognize how you apply a scientific method of discernment to the information you're being presented, right? Like, don't take for granted that the answers you've been given are correct. You have to recognize there's many ways to look at the same question, and that's mainly what science does, is tries to address a simple question in many different facets. And
can I drop my favorite definition of science in live stream for you and the voice chat?
Sure.
This is my favorite definition of science overall.
Okay, I'm going to take a wild guess. Science is statistical probability.
Well, I've already posted it, so is that what you expected, Hank?
That's pretty.
That's pretty good.
And it's almost how I see the system working, right? Like, that's what they got people doing. They got people sitting in rooms figuring out if this shit's gonna, zap them. Not doing real science. This is like pseudoscience.
You think the picture is pseudoscience?
Yes, you have a conclusion, right? Like, you got zapped. What more do you need to know?
Well, if I pull a lever a second time, will I get zapped a second time?
Unless there's a malfunction of the machine, I would say that's what the machine is designed to do. Yes.
See, here's what I think.
From the picture, we can't really tell what the machine is designed to do, can we?
Until you use the machine, you do not know what the machine is designed to do. Correct.
Just real quick, this is what I think about Rolling My Boulder. He's like the 10th Jew, right? So when the science is like settled, right, and 9 Jews agree with each other, and this helps if you've seen World War V, right? The 10th Jew is supposed to go, okay, well, what if it is this crazy ass notion, right? And they're going to investigate what if there really is zombies, right? So in this case, Rolling My Boulder is the 10th Jew going, what if heat doesn't cause water to boil? What if it's something else?
Tomorrow.
That's what I think. That's what I think is going on. He's like the guy there keeping everybody from being like super orthodox, right? And I think he could be a great asset to this server if he would just say, you know, how do you know that? Are you sure? Because he's an empiricist, I think, but I just hope that he's not so, you know, empiricist that he can't know anything, because that would suck. Like if he couldn't know anything. But I think he's one of the you know, 1%ers who doesn't really like to say the word proof. He just likes to say this is the evidence that leads us to think that. So, Rolling My Boulder, did you ever look into that double slit experiment?
I have previously looked into the double slit experiment long before I ever encountered flat Earth.
Okay.
I haven't looked into it with this newfound knowledge that I have of you know, the flat Earth.
So I'm sure you've heard people say, well, if you claim to understand quantum mechanics, then you don't understand quantum mechanics. So that kind of insinuates that nobody understands quantum mechanics. And everybody wants to talk about, you know, wave-particle duality, right? But the interesting part, if you ask me, fuck all that wave-particle duality bullshit. How does the light know that there's a knower of the witch path information?
Say that. So I got lost. I'm sorry. You said nobody understands quantum mechanics, and I got lost thinking about that, and I didn't hear the second part of what you said. So can you say it again?
Sorry. So the interesting part. Okay. So the results of the experiment is the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. So fuck all that light wave.
The knower of the witch path.
Yeah, witch path, because that's what they're trying to figure out. Which path is the particles taking, the left or the right? And when you try to figure it out by putting a camera there or a detector, every time this collapses the wave function, right? So my question is, fuck all that wave particle duality. How does the light fucking know that there's a knower watching it? Because the knower is what causes the light to go from wave.
That was the whole point.
Oh, I think I can actually answer Hank's question.
Go ahead.
Surprisingly, I don't think Hank has ever asked me a question that I thought I knew the answer to. I don't think you're gonna like my answer though, Hank.
Guarantee it's a philosophy.
Who gives a shit? Go ahead.
I have an analogy that I can use to try to help. So, but I'm gonna save the analogy until we start arguing, because arguments from analogy I think are usually weak. So you've got a camera watching, and you're asking me to say how the light knew that the camera was watching, right?
Very right. A steel man. Love it. Keep going.
Okay. I think we're talking about light as particles. Yeah. Their light is little marbles.
Yeah, light is particles. Yeah, that's right. A function is a mathematical concept. Go ahead.
So we are only seeing the photons that arrived at the camera anyway, whether the camera was there or not. We're not seeing all photons. We're only seeing the ones that arrived where the camera was. So that's how the light knew that the camera was there, is that we are only seeing the ones that ultimately ended up at the location of the camera, whether the camera was there or not. We're not seeing all of them. We can only see the ones that made it to the camera.
So you're saying
Go ahead.
I mean, basically, Hank's question comes down to: does it know or doesn't it know? No.
Well, that's the thing. Is maybe it doesn't know. Either way, we're not seeing all of the photons. We're only seeing the ones that made it to the location of the camera. So, like those ones, like it would look like they knew because those were the special ones that made it to the camera. So it would seem like they knew that the camera was there, but really it's just a coincidence. I've already told Hank I should have the coincidence theorist.
There we go. That's what we were looking for.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not by chance. Yeah, it's by chance. So do you want the analogy? Would you like to hear my analogy of this thing?
So you're saying the 1,000,000th time they do the double slit experiment, it might be different, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that every time you use a camera, you are only looking at the photons that made it to the camera. It's like Hank's question was, how would the experiment know that the camera was there or not? And my answer is, well, it doesn't have to know it in a sentient intelligence kind of way, but the camera is certainly only looking at the subset of things that arrived at the location of the camera. And that certainly could look like knowledge, if you want. But I don't think the photons have sentient knowledge in the way that Hank has knowledge.
That may be true. There's different types of consciousness. I would estimate that rocks have none, and plants have more than rocks. And they have a consciousness that may not be less than humans, but different, because they do go to sleep, they do have memory, and they do respond to stimulation. And they do respond on an EKG machine when they hook it up. There's a pulse when someone says, I'm about to harm you, I'm about to cut you. And then there's another pulse when the cut happens. So the spikes, right, show that plants have consciousness. There's several experiments that I just kind of went through just now, but plants have memory is one of them, where they kind of put the plant to sleep at like 33 degrees Fahrenheit. And when they did that, one plant was standing straight up, one plant was laying over on its side, and then I think there was a third plant. So when they put them in, the one plant that was laying on its side, it was obviously growing up towards the sun. And when they froze it, not really froze it, they put it to sleep. When it woke up, they turned it right side up. And the other plant, they didn't turn right side up. It was also laying down, I think. So the one that they turned right side up, it was still growing sideways because it remembered that it was on its back before it went to sleep. So when it woke up, it was sitting right side up, but it remembered how it was growing and continued to grow that way for a little while until it realized that it was growing the wrong way. Then it started growing the right way. Anyway, yeah, plants have consciousness.
I can't dispute that. I mean, plants are alive, so I don't know. These words, what is consciousness and the difference between a mechanical system and a plant. I mean, plants, there's lots of observations of plants following the sun over the course of a day with time-lapse cameras and stuff. So, I don't know. I'm going to dive into my analogy of your photons and how did they know thing. Because what I think it comes down to is that you only looked at a subset of stuff that was going on. You put the camera there and the camera just it's not possible for the camera to see everything. It can't see the scene from all angles because it's just one camera. Are you familiar with the name Abraham Wald? Is that a name has been brought up to you before?
I don't think so, but I don't know for sure because the part of my brain that holds the names, it's retarded, literally malfunctioning.
Okay, we're going to talk about World War II airplanes getting shot down. So
never mind. I suddenly had a flashback of exactly what you're talking about. It's not the planes that came back that we should be looking at. It's actually the mirror. We should be looking at the planes that didn't come back. And since we can't look at the planes that didn't come back, you have to, think unintuitively and look at where the bullet holes are from the planes that came back. And then you must imagine that the planes that didn't come back, well, their bullet holes must be where the bullet holes of the planes that did come back are not. So it's counterintuitive, but it shows you that, yeah, you want to put the armor on a plane because the plane has to be lightweight. You can't put armor on the whole thing. So you want to put the armor where the bullet holes are not on the planes that came back.
But how would the bullet holes know whether you were looking at a plane that came back or not?
They wouldn't. The knower is the man who, what you said, Abraham Wald?
Abraham Wald.
He was the one. Yeah, he was the one that figured it out. So.
Now, what's even better, though, is that he unequivocally saved lives. He put the armor in the right place. But according...
Over the engine and under the cockpit, right?
I actually don't remember that detail, but it's what you said. He put the armor where there were the fewest bullet holes. And it didn't matter whether that made any logic or not. Where in the samples they had where there were the fewest bullet holes, that's where they armored. My question to you is, by Hank, you specifically, the definitions of scientific method that you've given me, Hank Wald didn't do anything scientific. But he did save lives. So does that mean that, like, the scientific method should be expanded to encompass that, or that you can do things other than science and it still has a lot of value and is still true? Or like what? How do we resolve the fact that he didn't do an experiment and yet he saved lives?
Can we say that the double slit experiment is a scientific experiment? Is that?
Yeah, that's
The double slit experiment doesn't have this like result of saving lives, though. The airplane situation
paper,
did
though?
save lives.
Didn't he draw it on paper before he designed it? Before he actually made it?
Abraham Wald didn't make anything. He just said how to interpret the results.
Okay.
Well, that's the whole point, is the interpretation, right? The science behind the double slit experiment is not what Hank's talking about, right? He's talking about the implications of the science. So once again, in your example has no science, right? There's no experiment, but what are the implications? So it's a poor analogy.
But what you just said, maybe or maybe not, it's a poor analogy, but what you just said drives right at the heart of what I'm interested in. You said that Abraham Wald didn't do any science. He didn't do an experiment, and he didn't do science. And I want to hear more about that. So even if it's a bad analogy and I'm not addressing the double slit well, I'm personally extremely curious.
Well,
Did Abraham Wald did he do pseudoscience?
Well, that's where you manipulate the variable, right? You need to manipulate a variable to do science.
Right. So what did Abraham Wald do? Did he do pseudoscience?
It's not considered science. It's engineering, right? He engineered a solution.
Oh, he's not he is certainly not an engineer. He
How can you say he's not an engineer if he's working with aircrafts and the protection?
He was a mathematician.
It doesn't matter what you define yourself as.
Everyone
what
can
the project
create
is
something.
what defines you, right? It's what you're doing that defines you. If you're working with aircrafts, right?
Well, he wasn't working with aircraft. He was working with data. Like, he just was given a data set and asked like what it meant and what they thought they should do next.
So is a data set science? I mean, then you just answered your question yourself. I mean,
You think a data set is not science. So Mike, going back, boiling it down to be simpler, you're saying that Abraham Wald did engineering, and engineering is not science.
Well, science can be defined in many different ways. Ultimately, science is a method. If that's what we're talking about the same thing. If you want to define science as a broad spectrum of things, then sure, you can say science is whatever you want. But no, the science is the study of a natural phenomenon, right? Observe natural phenomena, then manipulate the variable, do the experiment, the scientific experiment. So no.
So the bullets in the airplane are not a natural phenomenon, right?
No, they do not occur.
It's not a natural phenomenon, but it is still the scientific method. Here's why. So everybody was looking at the bullet holes from the planes that came back. He knew that wasn't the cause of the plane going down because those planes came back. So what he did was he paid attention to what you don't see. That's what he did. Pay attention to what you don't see, and what he didn't see was bullets around the cockpit and around the engine. So he knew that was the cause. Because he operated off of that philosophy, he could see the actual cause that no one else could see because they were looking at what they did see. So the actual independent variable.
You're dangerously close to saying that observational science is a real thing.
Okay, whatever. So what I'm saying is that the independent variable, the cause, was the bullets that you didn't see, right? And that was the bullets that were around the cockpit and around the engine. So he knew that this was the cause to the effect of the planes going down, because the planes that did come back, they didn't have bullets in those areas.
But he
I'm not talking about observational science.
He didn't manipulate anything. And he didn't turn the bullets on or off. He didn't turn the war on or off. He only had the data on the aircraft that came home. And he didn't get to do any manipulation of any variables. He was just given a data set, and from that data set drew a conclusion that turned out to be correct.
Okay, well, I guess you would call that statistical probability, probably. So anyway, so there's different types of science, right? There's science that derives from the scientific method, right? We're going to call that natural science. And then there's science that doesn't derive from the natural. So, well, that's what I just went through. That's called pseudoscience, not observational science. Well, observational science is pseudoscience, in my opinion. So then
wait,
there's science.
Did Abraham Wald do pseudoscience?
He did. Because it wasn't the scientific method. If you think that it was science,
do you think that he just got lucky? Like it wasn't it wasn't a good idea. He just lucked into putting the armor in the right place.
Problem solving is not science. Problem solving is completely different than science.
Is it pseudoscience?
It wouldn't be defined as science, so you wouldn't say it was pseudoscience. It's only pseudoscience if you define it as science, right? Like if someone's out there saying that math is science, well, no, math is pseudoscience then, because it's not science. That's not how science is defined.
Do you think math is pseudoscience?
No, because I never thought it was science in the first place. It's not defined as science anywhere.
So you're saying there's at least three categories. There's science, pseudoscience, and other.
No. There's things that are claimed to be science that are not. These are technically pseudoscience. Things that are not science are just not science.
So because I claim that Abraham Wald did do science, and you would say then if I claim something is science and it's not,
you need to look at what pseudoscience is, because you're evaluating mathematics as science, and mathematics is not science. Calculations are not science.
So Abraham Wald didn't do science, and he didn't.
Show me where science is defined as mathematics. Where has this ever been defined as mathematics?
I can't. These words, like the word science, is so. I mean, except here, in talking in this server, the word science in the bigger world is very philosophical, and people have weird philosophical debates about what science means. That word.
Well, back to your list, man. What you really, if you're able to identify that, that's what's happening, right? They're saying things are science without them being science.
That's a good point. I should have put on the list. That's a fantastic list question. What is science? Just hear what people have to say, right? When you pose the question, what is science? I actually would love to hear people's
add that to the list.
Unencumbered answer to that question. Do you guys think I did, Seymour? I guess you haven't heard it before. Do you guys think I do a good sort of impartial asking of those questions?
No. So listen, does any of this help you find Earth curvature or not? What about this list says? I'm going to go measure the Earth for curvature.
Glad it actually does help me find Earth curve or not. It actually helps me find Earth.
It was kind of a rhetorical question, but no, go ahead. Have fun.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was rhetorical because I think it's
it certainly was. Dude, are you arguing for or against the globe? You got to pick a position, man. Got to do it. That's how this place works. That's how life is.
Oh, glad. I'm exactly on the fence. I'm undecided. I have no idea.
That is not a position. Try again.
I can't pick either way, Glad. I'm very unfamiliar with the topic.
Gosh, and there's that little sarcastic tinge in the background of your voice too. Well,
of course there is.
Yeah. Well, you'll never take this seriously, right?
I mean, I'm having a hard time taking you seriously. I'm a well-established glober. Why are you treating me like I'm on the fence?
You're either on the fence or you're a glober, right? Because otherwise you'd be helping us defend the truth.
Glad I'm not on the fence, and I've been around at least long enough for you to know that.
So you're still a Glober. So then you're worse.
Yeah, but you came in talking about like that maybe I was on the fence and I shouldn't be.
I'm sorry. I
That's
assumed
why
that you
you-
were
that's-
learning something while you were coming here, but I suppose
That's why
not.
that's why you heard the sarcastic tinge to my voice because
Oh, that's not the only reason, but sure.
It was flagrant sarcasm when I said I was on the fence.
Super duper. So do you have curvature measurements then, sir?
I think I do.
Have you presented that data? I can give you my email address.
I haven't presented it to you, but if I mean I could.
Not
I was saying something that you interrupted though. Oh, your question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
I just
your
wanted to know if you had Earth curvature measurements or not. Thanks.
You know, your first question was, is it helping me find Earth?
Oh, sure. And yeah, answer away on that too. Let's hear it.
And by the way, I can also detect sarcasm.
No, I'm being totally. Yeah. Just go ahead, bud.
Yeah, it helps me detect flat because asking the quiz has helped me discriminate people that are willing to be honest from people that are completely willing to bullshit me about things. And that has happened. It's not like flat earthers are universally the ones bullshitting me and Globers are the ones universally telling the truth. Both sides, I have felt both ways. I've found
in here both ways.
yeah, no, like so tonight, for example, Themor sounded completely legit and honest to me. I felt like he didn't make up any answers when he didn't know something. I felt like he was very candid about it, and so that like kind of elevated Themor as a person that like I don't think that he's just
I don't have an agenda.
Going through the motions.
Exactly. And then, but then I'm gonna throw one guy under the bus, and I'm sorry for that. I asked Lemon the quiz one night, and I felt bullshitted to the 4th degree or something like.
Well, if that's the case, man, maybe try to do a private conversation about it instead. I don't know.
Well, no, I'm saying that like there was a very different level of like Lemon would answer questions before I had even finished asking them. He clearly wasn't even listening to what the full question was, and he already started saying.
Well, he's not here, so he's not here to defend himself. Let's go ahead and keep moving.
Let's talk about me.
And what? No, and then the same thing has happened on the Globe side. Since throwing names out is a bad idea, I won't throw any names out. But the same exact stuff has happened.
About me, can you tell me about me? Have I talked to you? I think I have. You sound familiar.
Yeah.
Sisyphus. He used to be Sisyphus, which is the perfect name for a Glober.
Yeah, I was only Sisyphus for a little while, and then there was.
You still are, partner, if you believe in the globe. You feel me?
Yeah, I'm happy with that name. I just the debacle, and I couldn't use that name again.
Anyway, go ahead, Justin.
The people in here, like you're talking to us. You feel that we are honest and truthful to you. We are being as honest and truthful as we can.
Hold on a second. I gotta turn you up. I can.
Yeah, Justin, you're quiet, brother.
Oh.
What did he say? Well, wait. I just turned him up to 200%, so don't make him blast.
Wait, no, take him down because he needs to fix it.
Hold on, let me fix it.
I'm turning you up, and then Glad's gonna have you blow my eardrums out.
No way. I'm over here constantly messing with levels.
200%.
I don't mean to throw. I didn't mean to like call Lemon out. Like I probably shouldn't have thrown Lemon under the bus. But Lemon seems really durable, and like he wouldn't care.
He's fine. He doesn't need you to even do that damage control for him. But
exactly. So like I felt safe there. But honestly, Lemon's answers, like I wasn't sure if he was like he's Lemon. He's Lemon, and Themor was Themor. Like I don't know. I ask these questions, and I just other people, Flat and Globe, tell me that like when I ask these questions, they listen to the answers and they feel like they understand better where somebody's coming from, who has an agenda, who doesn't, who's knowledgeable, who isn't.
Why are you trying to weed out the agenda prone to the non-agenda people? What are you doing with that? What's that? Why?
Wait, you don't want that?
I don't care. Show me Earth curvature. I don't care what you're about this psychology nonsense spirals that everybody tries to go down. I'm hip to it, dude. I don't give a shit. Give me some Earth curvature.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
kind
somebody.
of got you on that one. So, do you have curvature or not? And then I'll just pass it on to someone else.
How do you think you
Direct physical measurements. You can use a lot of tools.
How do you think you got me on that?
Because you can't bring Earth curvature, so you can't talk about or defend a globe. And what you try to do instead is probably diminish the seriousness that people have for the subject by going on psychological rabbit holes. But dude, like I said, I'm hip to it. You don't have to worry about that. All it is either it's a ball because it has curvature, or you can't find the curvature, so it's not a ball. And that's the conversation.
Conrad's hot micing. Conrad, can you hear? You're hot micing.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Hey, I do have a question for the Glober though. Is he still in here?
I'm the one that told you you're hot micing.
Oh, okay. Hey, do you believe in God?
I'm agnostic.
You're agnostic? Then why don't you read the Bible?
I have read the Bible.
Bible says flat Earth.
It says flat Earth to some people, but not to all people.
Wait, where does the Bible say flat Earth?
Well, I mean,
The Bible doesn't
you don't
say
have to lie to yourself. You know that's a sin. If you believe in what the Bible says, you should seek the truth. That's all I got to say about that, buddy.
Noted.
I just want to throw in that he didn't read page 1.
I fear
Yeah,
that
I mean,
God's questions to me are getting left in the dust.
Yeah, if you guys want to talk about Bible, go down to biblical. We're trying to stick to, and and the same with philosophy too. Like we don't really care about philosophy.
Yeah, that's actually why I came in here. I was wondering if anybody wanted to. I had some questions if they know like it's not really like about God. It's more just like Bible history. If anybody is like knowledgeable in that.
Boulder, what have you done, man? What have you done? Look who's here. What's up, Lemon?
I want to ask. Oh, women, what's up, Lemon Bird? So I wanted to ask Boulder some questions.
Lemon.
Right, I wanted to ask Boulder some questions. So Boulder, what is truth?
Oh, Hank.
What is true? Or what is true? What is that is true?
I thought you said that we weren't going to have a philosophy discussion in the main channel here.
Yeah, there's kind of philosophy involved in science. So, what is true?
The question, what is truth, is an unambiguous, definitely philosophy question, without a doubt.
The truth is the root
Okay, so
from which you get the shoot, from which you get the fruit. If you want to know the thing from which everything else is springing, you're going to need
Okay.
the truth. Does anybody else have an answer?
I don't have one that rhymes like that, no.
The truth is the root from which you get the shoot, from which you get the fruit.
Well, it sounded like a definition question to me. What is the definition of truth?
I do not have a...
to see how you think about the truth and whether you can vocalize it in clear propositions or logic.
Yeah, and I don't actually, Hank, I don't have a prepared answer for the question, what is truth? And I feel like anything that I like kind of ad hoc right now would...
Hey, Boulder, put it on your list, man. That's actually a good question. Like
it kind of is.
Most people are talking truth is totally subjective. It's not objective whatsoever. Truth is
the only hesitation that I...
How can your truth be different than the truth? If you're looking at the definition of the word, it's objective. It's singular. There is only one.
Yeah, the only hesitation that I have about adding truth over... Like, I thought the what is science question was really good. The what is truth question, the only hesitation I have right now is that it's dangerously philosophical. It's like, what is knowledge? What is life? What is like these questions? They are good questions. I don't mean to say that they aren't good.
Which comports with reality? How about that one?
But I mean, there you go. I mean, why not just say what is reality?
Reality?
The thing is that science means knowledge. So it's really the same question. What is knowledge? What is true?
Yeah, but we are just, Hank, whether you meant to take us there or not, now we are squarely in the land of philosophy. This is the language of philosophers, and this entire discussion is philosophy.
Oh. Science is natural philosophy, though. Before it got codified as, quote unquote science, it was known as natural philosophy. If you guys were talking about science before or whatever.
I haven't looked it up yet, but I would hazard that if somebody would look up philosophy, it's going to say something about trying to pin down what knowledge or truth is. Like to me, that is the essence of philosophy. What is knowledge? What is truth? Is the study of philosophy. But now I have to go to Wikipedia and see if I'm wrong.
Well, if you don't have a question, Hank, what would you say the truth is?
That which is verifiable, falsifiable, testable, repeatable, so that the layman can figure out for himself that which is true. Correct.
So I'll jump in and say the Wikipedia article for philosophy, the first sentence says, philosophy is the study of general and fundamental questions, such as those about existence, reason, knowledge, values, mind, and language. And I agree. That's kind of what I thought. And here we are talking about reason, knowledge, values, mind, truth. We've gone
philosophical. Is the interesting one, right? Because language is the one that becomes tricky, and it makes it how you use the word is how it's defined, right? More than the word itself. So that's where we all get tripped up and don't isolate. Well, is it a simple definition question, or is it how we use it as a language?
I couldn't agree more strongly with what you just said. I sometimes feel like these debates, it's like playing Scrabble on Bring Your Own Dictionary night.
Well, it's not trying to send you to the dictionary. It's trying to see what you would say truth is in your own words, from your heart, ideally. Putting in words that make sense what you think truth is when you say that's not true, or that's not the truth, or what you said was a lie, or what you said was untrue. What do you mean when you say stuff like that? That's all.
Yeah, it goes back to is your school teacher lying to you? Is that a fair question?
I think your school teacher was inadvertently lying to you sometimes.
So when you say they're lying, are you basically saying they're saying things that don't really comport with reality? Is that what you mean? Because that would go with the definition of truth being that which comports with reality at that point, unless you mean something else.
I have to yield on this discussion. As a Glober, I just can't. I don't know the answers to these philosophical questions about reality and knowledge and truth. And
okay,
I can only offer my own personal wild speculations. And what good is that to this server?
Sorry, you're right.
Okay, Lemon. So, if truth is that which comports to reality, is that verifiable?
No, that itself is a philosophical statement. But
is it falsifiable?
There's a way that things bottom out with how falsifiable they are or not. You basically can't falsify everything because you're going to have to stop at something that you just accept on faith. Otherwise, you'd have to verify everything in a form of infinite regression and not really be able to do anything else.
Back to the picture Roland Von Boulder started with, this whole what science is. What is science? And he shows a picture of a guy flipping a switch that electrocutes him. Will it do it the millionth time? Like infinite regression. Are you really going to sit there and zap yourself a million times?
Yeah, that's I like the hyperbole you interjected, because in the picture he zapped himself once. His question is, does it happen every time? And your question is, after 1,000,000 times, does he feel convinced yet that it will happen every time? And I can tell you that after probably the like 3rd, 4th, maybe 10th time, I'm going to be convinced. We do not need to get to 1,000,000, but 1 isn't enough. From this just box with a lever on it, and I got zapped. I don't know what the purpose of the machine is. I don't know if this happens every time. I don't know if it's a side effect or the real reason or anything. So just from this one pull, I know nothing. And now you've already jumped to the 1,000,000th pull.
Well,
What about all the ones in between?
Well, the science does have that which is testable, observable, repeatable, but it also has stuff that isn't testable, observable, repeatable. The theories, even a certain element of confidence or faith and something that can't necessarily be verified, by a repeated, experiment or whatever. Take, cause and effect. Can we be sure that every cause has an effect? No, we can't test that. We just assume it based off of, the necessity to do science, because without cause and effect or some philosophy of how causes and or effects occur, we can't really go forward and say anything, scientifically or otherwise. So science is a little bit of experiment, observable, testable, repeatable, along with untestable, unverifiable stuff that's, theoretical, confidence, faith, accepted axiomatically, whatever.
So, okay, is this science? I've talked to Lemon, or listened to Lemon talking for quite a while now, and based on my data, Lemon is not driving right now. Lemon, are you
What would
driving?
make you comfortable saying that? You would be
Well,
correct,
first,
yes. But what makes you comfortable saying that? That's where the science comes in.
yeah, but it's interesting that I was correct, and I can tell the audience it wasn't 50-50. I didn't just guess.
But what made your guess scientific? What allowed it to be knowable with a certain degree of confidence, say? Did
Without
you
testing
take
it.
data or something like that, or test, or did you have a camera in the car? What?
I only have this audio feed between you and me. I only have previous times listening to you and this time listening to you.
But how does that make it scientific and knowable? Is there testable, observable, repeatable data?
Well, I wasn't
Only
sure.
explanation in town for what's going on. I mean, what makes it a scientific guess?
Well, yeah, so I wasn't sure. I wouldn't have bet my house that you're not driving, but I'd have bet $50 that you weren't driving.
So like, you would have bet $50 because he has. Sorry, just real fast. Yeah, it wasn't science. What you did is you gathered a baseline, like someone who studies behavior of humans, right? These people are usually cops and feds and stuff like that, right? So you got the baseline from Lemon. He's usually in the car when he's on here. And that baseline, certain ticks that he does, certain noises that you hear, background noises, car noises, that sort of thing. So you compared tonight to his baseline, and you kind of made like a guess. And it's just like the behaviorist. I guess that's what you call them. I don't know. Maybe I just made that word up. But
do you know what the key? Do you know what the key like data of the guess was, Hank? Like, there's a specific thing.
There's no road noise.
No, it's not road noise.
What?
Lemon doesn't wear his seatbelt, and so his seatbelt alarm is constantly dinging when he talks. I call it his lie detector because it dings so often when he's talking that I think it's funny to call the seatbelt alarm his lie detector. But it's not dinging right now, and therefore Lemon is probably not driving. Or perhaps he put his seatbelt on, or perhaps he's sitting at a red light. But I decided to go with the most likely thing because he's talked for a while. I think he's not driving.
Well, there is a certain amount of faith, even with your guess.
Yeah, but he still hasn't answered, though. Well, how is it science?
He's done this twice. He's going to avoid it like the plague. I'm going to power pass his obfuscation so that the conversation can progress.
Wait. Let me answer, Lemon. I'll answer. How is that science? I define it slightly differently, I guess, and I guess I include a little bit of pseudoscience, as you guys would call it. I think anything that uses observations and data to test a hypothesis is science, even if it doesn't correctly do its variables and it doesn't correctly have a cause and effect relationship. If it's increasing knowledge or understanding, and then it can be sort of repeated by other people, I think I want to include
Okay.
that. I want to include that in the definition of science.
Okay, I got a question for you. The statement, the tides are caused by the moon's gravity. Is that science? Is that knowledge? Is that from the scientific method?
That statement itself is just a hypothesis.
Okay, so why is it in the science books? Why is it taught in science class?
Why would a hypothesis be taught in science class?
Yeah.
I mean,
one that's untestable.
Why is it untestable? Wait, unexperimentable or untestable or unobservable?
Unexperimentable. An experiment is a hypothesis test.
Okay, so we've got unobservable, untestable, and unexperimentable, and those are three different things, right?
Mm-hmm. So effectively, they'd be teaching it as science in the class, but it's not really scientific.
I guess they think it is scientific, and you think it's not scientific.
What you're talking about here, Boulder, is deduction, right? The power of deduction, and it goes back to the whole, the oil rigs out at a distance. Is this?
Can you remind me of deduction and induction? I get those two mixed up more than I want
power
to admit.
to deduce, right?
Yeah, but deduction and induction are two different things, and I'm
getting there. I'm getting there.
Sorry.
So the oil rigs, if A, that not B, then C, right?
The oil rig picture, I think, has got incomplete specifications of the P and the Q.
All right, PQs, whatever you want to use. You're deducing. It's the power of deduction. Is this science? This is basically the argument. No, it's not. But it's important. It's logic, right? It's how we.
Oh, I see. You're saying science is a specific subset of things. Science is important. Not all important things would be labeled as science.
Correct.
I mean, I tried to have this conversation earlier tonight, and I was willing to accept that. If we want to make the word science mean something extremely specific, but then allow that non-scientific things aren't garbage to be thrown away, I'm okay with that.
Well, I think, arguing whether or not it's science or not is irrelevant. People need to come to those use of language themselves, because disregarding what you've been taught your whole life is kind of hard to do, right? You're taught to use these labels, and it's natural for you to do it. I catch myself doing it all the time. It's just natural. So, but yeah, it's a good conversation to have, to be able to define what are you talking about? Is it science? No. Is it logic? Yeah. That means deduction? Yeah. Okay. This is important shit. How do we come to reality? How do we define reality? There's more than one tool. Science isn't the only tool. We won't have all the answers. We can't go to the moon, the sun, the stars. We can't do science on them, right? We can't experiment with them. But we can deduce. We can use the tools that we have to define reality to come to conclusions. Conclusions that are the most likely case, right? If PQ, then therefore, whatever. Doesn't matter. The point is that you can deduce.
I agree with you more strongly than I thought when you first started talking, to the point that I think just now you made me refine what I'm trying to say. That was such a compelling, what you just said was so compelling, I have changed my attitude a little bit. I think when we get in these arguments about the word science and what is science and what is pseudoscience, when people start trying to bend stuff that way, there's this unspoken statement that science will lead you to the truth. But I feel certain, using the scientific method that Hank would describe, with the independent variable and the dependent variable and et cetera, I could write a scientific argument, a scientific article that was scientific by Hank's definition that was wrong. So even using the scientific method doesn't automatically make it correct and true. I could lead you astray by application of the scientific method as Hank defined.
Do it.
Wait.
What I just posted.
I'm hypothesizing that I could. I don't know if I can do it on the spot right now, but I'm hypothesizing that I could. And contra-wise, things that don't fit the definition of science that you're laying out with the independent and dependent and etc., that those things might be true. I don't think this is a good discriminator of what is matching reality and not.
It most certainly is. It's a standard that's been used for a long time, and it will never go away. And what doesn't fall into that doesn't mean it's not provable or it's not the truth, but it's just that the scientific method couldn't be used on it. Okay, that's all.
So would a black Jin, player 18 has entered the game. Jin, would a single citation of the scientific method applied correctly but reaching the wrong conclusion make you change your mind about that? Like if I black swanned the scientific method and showed how the scientific method can produce a false understanding, would you adopt that? Would you realize that just because it's science doesn't mean it's true, and just because it's not science doesn't mean it's false?
No,
before you answer that, Jen,
if it matches reality, I'm going to go with that all the time.
Hank, did you just try to slow Jen down? How new are you?
That would be a no anyway. That would be a no for me. No.
Okay, so Boulder, do me a favor. Show me this, right? I want you to do the if-then statement, okay? So if my hypothesis is true, then when Y should happen when X is manipulated, right? So like the light switch, I have a hypothesis. This switch over here turns on this light. When I manipulate the switch, this is the cause. I see the effect of light coming on. Show me one of those that is not true. I'd love to see that.
Show you, so the, I guess,
I'll post to the,
from the top.
No, I posted the thing, if-then statement at 33 minutes after the hour.
Oh God, the live stream is flooded. Sorry, I don't usually watch it when I'm talking. Okay,
That's all right.
33
Yeah,
past
show me
the hour.
one of those that's not true.
You want me to show you a example from the wild? Like I'll go find a situation where...
Right, because I asked what is knowledge and what is truth, right? And then I posted that. And my conclusion, if my hypothesis is true, when X is manipulated, then Y should happen. I think the thing says it backwards. But so if I manipulate X, then Y should happen. And then show me a case where that isn't true. So the hypothesis has to be true, the X manipulating the Y, that all works. And then show me where that's not true, because you can't. I asked you to do an impossible thing.
Actually, I thought it would take me a long time.
Okay, go ahead.
But I actually can do it instantly. Your hypothesis is, there are some pitfalls because manipulation of these variables, you and me might disagree about manipulation of variables. If the Earth is a globe, then the horizon should be here. If the Earth is a globe, X, then the horizon should be at Y. And it's not always there. So, bam, science being...
Bro, you didn't manipulate anything. It's when X is manipulated, Y happens.
Yeah, okay, so the thing that I would manipulate is... the position from which I was observing the event. So, like, my location. I'll manipulate my location and continue to repeat the observation, and certainly Y is dependent on my location. So I'll just back up. We're at the beach. We're at a special beach that doesn't have any slope to it, so it's just, dare I say, level going back. And we back up, and so our X is our location there on the beach, and it's changing, and our Y is where the horizon is. And then there we go. Manipulated variable. Scientific experiment.
Right. But the thing is that alter is still true, which is the thing that you said that you could violate. So
anytime you neglect the confounding variables, you could be in the situation that you describe. Anytime you ignore confounding variables, you could end up in this situation. And it's like, oh, well, then let's just never ignore confounding variables. But that's what's so confounding about them, is that you can't always know what they are. You can't always identify them until later. Like, they're confounding because they're frustrating.
Well,
I agree, but the thing is, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to try to simplify a little bit. So Boulder, what Hank was talking about sort of got me thinking about what Hank uses with water boiling. And he talks about how water boils at a specific temperature. Well, if you introduce another variable, like I was surprised. My mom lived in Colorado, and so I was at altitude. Well, water boils at a different temperature at altitude. You introduce salt, another variable, it boils at a different temperature. So the idea that, yes, water boils at a specific temperature and you can do this yourself doesn't mean it holds true, as you introduce other variables.
Okay, Themor, let me ask you back.
That wasn't my claim, just real quick.
Hold on.
Just real quick.
Continuity of thought, though. Let me address him, and then we spoke for you, and that's not fair. But continuity of thought. Let me answer. Themor, the thing I was actually wondering was, when you boil pasta, hopefully that's a universal enough experience that you and I have both boiled pasta. You boil the water first, and then throw the pasta in. I hope, unless you're a heathen. When the water's boiling, bubbling, going crazy, do you know what temperature it actually is?
No, I don't use a thermometer every time, no.
Me either. I would, before I joined Flat Earth debates, I would have said, well, it's 100 degrees C because that's where water boils. But one of the things I have learned here is that, wow, I've actually never dropped a thermometer in to see, and I certainly don't drop a thermometer in every time. I have no idea what temperature that is. It's the temperature where water is a rolling boil, which it could be whatever. I have no idea. And I like that you and me both don't know. So thanks. Go ahead.
Jake, it's an average, man. It's an average.
I've never done it.
I've never done it.
Just super quick. So my claim was if you add enough heat and enough duration, it will cause water to boil. So you have to have enough heat and enough time, and water will boil. That was my claim.
But do we know this is true with all variables, like pressure? There's a lot of different variables you could add to that experiment.
Yeah, you're right. I completely agreed with everything else you said. 100%.
So hold on, I'm grabbing a sheet of paper here. What questions did we think were the best to add to the quiz? I haven't added a question to the quiz in a long, long time. What is science?
Gravity?
That was one of them, right?
What is gravity? Like, I don't think you get the same
what is
answer
gravity?
on that one.
I mean, that's short.
Don't know. Next question.
What is science? Really? What is gravity? Do you guys think that'd be...
no.
Do you want to hear flat earthers answer the question, what is gravity? That feels like a trap to flat earthers. Like, that forces flat earthers to assume gravity is a thing and say what it is. I tried to avoid
We know
stuff
the
like
general
that.
textbook answer, but we have different variations of what it actually is with a more accurate definition. If you ask me, it's just a combination of fields, vibratory patterns from the object vibrating and or the background medium vibrating against the object, the background medium being the ether. So it's just charge field separation and or some sort of vibratory frequency that can cause a object to go up, down, or float instead of just pulling to the center of a ball or pulling to the center of mass or whatever the heck you say in gravity or whatever in your conception.
Themor, when I was asking you the quiz, did you feel like I ever forced you to assume that it was a globe? Like, did you feel like any of the questions tried to, force you to assume it was a globe to answer them?
No. You were addressing many different variations of what you hear being discussed here. It's all good.
And so what do you think about if I asked, what is gravity? Do you feel like that would have been a very different kind of question?
Well, you just heard Metal Arc. Do you think anybody else would have told you that? I mean, that's fucking powerful shit right there. Like, if you want to try to define what he just said, like some people might have not heard a word he said. Like, it just went in one ear, went out the other. So yeah, what people think about these things they researched and looked into, it's always interesting.
How would you have answered the question, Timur? How would you have answered what is gravity?
Well, yeah, that's the whole point, right? Like, you're gonna get a different answer every time. Don't know. Next question. I like that answer. That's so simple and to the point. Like,
yeah, I would have said gravity doesn't exist.
From Neil deGrasse Tyson. Anyway.
All right, I'm writing it down. I mean, these are questions from a flat Earth point of view, and as a glober, it is sometimes hard for me to. That was one of the hardest things to do, was try to set aside being a glober to write questions, and I like this. So I'm putting it on the list here. What is gravity? What is science? I wrote those down.
Well, gravity would be the reason why stuff, quote unquote, goes up or down in the most general sense without invoking a ball or some sort of alternative causal mechanism for explanation. A lot of times when people ask for an explanation, they're like, okay, how can I figure out whether or not this is true? Within the explanation, ideally, is some sort of way to figure out whether or not the explanation itself is true. Like, you know, what color is the sky? Blue. Why? Because of light scattering. Ideally, I should be able to scatter some light and get a blue color or something. You know, that would be a decent explanation if you're going to ask what, if anything, causes gravity. You say something about mass. Okay, I need to put a mass here and see it, clump to it like a ball. If I don't see that, I'm sorry, that definition is going to be problematic, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
If it's some sort of vibratory field or some sort of charge field separation, ideally, if that's what I think, which I do, I should be able to separate things by electrical charge or whatever and get some uppity, downity, or floatity. So when you're explaining stuff, ideally within the explanation is some sort of mechanism to ideally see if it's true or false, if it's going to be somewhat satisfactory.
Scientific method, it fails every time when you look at gravity.
Okay, so you guys have woke me up now. Now I'm getting curious. How about let's add another question to this quiz, and I want you guys to help me write it. So, but remember, it's not meant to be a gotcha. I didn't ask Timur questions designed to trap him into something. So let's use the words flat and level. How can we write a question with the words flat and level? One that's not meant to trap globers or flat earthers, but just let people discuss those words.
Is the Earth spherical oblate spheroid level?
Is an oblate spheroid level? Is that your question?
The question, yeah.
That's a gotcha.
That's a gotcha. Come on. I love you.
Can we edit it then? How about the words?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Hank. Spitball. What's your thought?
What's the difference between flat and level?
That does sound fair.
Flat is vertical and level's horizontal. I don't know. I'm just.
Well, we know that something is level by a certain degree of physical activity, also with water in particular. We know that a surface is level if water is not running off of it, or if water is contained without, spilling over in it, with a flat top of some sort. So you can only know stuff is level by some sort of physical activity, namely rolling, flowing, or something like that, to know whether or not it's level or falling off. If it's flat, one would assume it's a straight line straight across that is perfectly, perpendicular to vertical. One would assume.
So to the question, and especially Hank, but everybody else, what if I phrased it? Are flat and level synonyms?
I would say so, yes.
But it's not about answering the question, Lemon. But right now, Lemon, it's not about the answer to the question. It's whether you think that's an interesting question. If I asked that to someone else, are you curious to hear their answer? No, it's not enough, right? It's a yes or no, and then they just wander off to the next question.
Well, it would be an interesting question, but some people may not know why the question is being asked. Sometimes a question needs to be contextualized, so they're like, okay, you're trying to get me to think about this or that in this context. Otherwise, people will think that the question is unnecessary if they don't see why it's being asked.
Oh no, Lemon, that's the whole point of these questions, is to try to get them out of the context. The whole point of the questions is to ask them with not much context. That Timur must have complained 6 times that he needed more context, and I wouldn't provide it. Right, Timur? I mean, I was speaking for you, but
yeah, the more vague the question, the more vague the answer. In my approach, like.
But you also at the end of it, you said like that was kind of what made them interesting, is that they didn't have that context. They didn't have a point. They weren't traps.
Well, yeah, and if you're going to ask that many questions, yeah, you know, you want.
So how can we get the words flat and level into a question where you guys want to hear a glober ask it, but it's not trapping the glober?
Well, I think that it needs to go back to flat and curved, because they're now saying that the Earth is flat, and that means curved. So
Yeah,
if
that's what I
the
asked.
Earth is flat and that means curved, what word can we use to describe, a flat level plane with no curvature? Because they've taken
That's
level,
why I asked that.
and that means adhering to the curve, and they've taken flat like it's 1984, and now that means flat like a sphere. So ask, what can we use to describe a surface that's both flat and level?
All right, here's what I'm thinking.
No sphere.
That's why I asked that question. That's why I asked the question. Is an offlate spheroid level? Because they're saying curve is level now, and level is curved. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, okay, so here's what I'm thinking. You know how there's a question, I say, does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth? And then there's a bunch of intervening questions, and then I say, how does GPS work? I think I want to ask, what does level mean?
Well,
and then yeah, Lemon. Okay, but your answer aside, hold on. And then several questions later, ask what does flat mean? I want to separate them so that people don't get them one after the other, but let them say what level means, and then let them say what flat means. And if they want to make up an answer, if they want to bullshit, they say I don't know. It's kind of open, right? There they go. They got to say what those 2 words meant, separated from each other a little bit, and who knows what the answers are. What does level mean? What does flat mean? What do you guys think?
Yeah, good question.
Excellent. That'll be telling to the audience, right? Because if someone says that flat means, like wrapped around a ball, like, okay, paper can be flat when you cover the rock.
We got people.
Which question do you guys think should come first? Should I say, what does level mean?
Doesn't matter.
Or what does flat mean?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter.
Probably flat is the description.
Yeah, they hijacked them both. Didn't they?
They hijacked them both.
Well, flat is a description. Level is a measurement. You would use a tool to define level.
Exactly.
What question do you think? What 2 questions do you think I should throw out to replace these? Because the quiz can't be like 6 hours long, right? Like I can't add every possible question.
No, just add it. Add the questions and just go for it, man. Put it in. Go for it.
I think the trilateral question is very important.
I got a question. Anybody? Is it math or is it maths? Which one is it?
I like both,
math.
depending on my mood.
It's maths, mathematics in British English. Mathematics.
I thought in English you were using maths. They're like, hey, I checked out the maths. It works out.
Yeah, maths. That's correct. We say maths in England. We don't say math.
You fucking
we need the S on the end.
English. No, I'm kidding. I don't know, man. Maths makes sense.
We need the S because there are many formulas and ways of getting to an answer. So we take the plural. Mathematics. We don't say mathematic. We say mathematics.
Got it. Okay. Moving on. Back to level. Flat.
So what questions should I throw out? I think I should throw out the temperature, pressure, mass, weight. There's 4 of those, and I don't think I need 4 of those. What do you guys think?
They're really good though. It tells you how to see where someone's thinking. The trilateration and the triangulation, I don't think those are important.
Those are two of my favorite ones because
Yes,
the
you said it
Globers
before.
give those are the ones that the Globers often give silly answers to, Hank. So I don't want to throw out trilateration. Trilateration is an unusual word that a lot of people are unfamiliar with.
I didn't know what it was first time you asked.
So I kind of want to keep that one because I think, well, the what do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window? Maybe I'll throw that one out.
No, that's a good one as well. Why do you want to reduce the questions? Why don't you just have the
Because it
questions
can't
as they
be,
are?
because I get a lot of negative feedback, Jen. People start DMing me and stuff saying, like, stop asking this, and they, like, have outbursts.
No. You can't do that, though, because what I think is you've got a collection of questions.
I have to, Jen, I have to be server sensitive. I can't, if the server doesn't like listening to it, there's no point.
I doubt it. I think you're selling yourself short, and you're reducing the material. You make the material and the stock of questions that you can bring to bear. You're reducing. I don't think you should do that. You should keep all the questions. Select.
I think everybody loves a litmus test because they want to hear what people got to say.
Fuck yeah, man. That's like super entertaining, man. Super.
So keep your stock of questions. Just ask, certain ones, and don't ask certain ones next time. That's all. Keep the stock, though. Don't get rid of questions because of.
Okay, Jen. Jen, listen up. Question directed at you. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
Hold on. Wait. Say it again. Say it in stone.
Okay, but nobody blurted out.
I won't.
Jen, there's 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't? How many did not?
Can you say it one more time, please? There are 30 cows in the field, yeah?
Yeah, there are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many did not?
10. 10 didn't eat chickens. Sorry, you said 28 chickens.
That's right, baby. You got it,
So
man.
that's 10, then 10 didn't.
Hey,
10
man.
didn't.
I was the fastest answer I've ever heard yet, man. You got the record, Jen. Shit.
Yes.
That was good.
Yeah, I think the moral of the story is don't fuck with Jen.
Do not fuck with man in Japan. Black man in Japan. Flat earther.
But I have a confession to make. I heard that question before, so don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I asked him before, but the fact that he remembered the answer is like,
Check-in? Who's in check-in? Somebody in check-in? No, nobody's in check-in. Okay.
I just had to hear the question correct, make sure it wasn't different from the last time. And it's that one. It's the same one.
I thought you had me fooled, Jen. Damn.
I want one of you guys to bring me to check-in sometimes because I want to hear the people that, even if I'm not allowed to talk, I want to hear the people that.
I think we can give you permissions to go into check-in. I don't see any problem with that. I'm not a mod or anything, but yeah, go to check-in, man. Yeah.
No, I can't.
No. I mean, you can go in there.
I can't get in there.
Yeah. I think your aim, if you're going to do this quiz, I think your aim is to acquire as many a question as possible to ask. And you don't have to ask them all at one time, but get a nice stock of questions, variety.
Yeah, you'll find out which ones are really, troublesome, and which ones people just, eat through.
And then you can but I am curious. I am very curious to hear the people in the voice check-ins because it's like the plane, Hank, if Hank's still here, it's like the plane's getting shot down. I only get to see people make it through the voice check-in. I want to hear some of the people that don't make it through voice check-in.
I'll tell you what, Boulder.
Yeah. Good idea.
Boulder, you can do it right in here sometime as well. If we get a newbie, if you want to take on a newbie, man, have at it. Be kind of fun.
No, I usually when that happens, I remain quiet because I'm on the Globe side.
Well, you're like me. You're usually in here a little bit in the evening.
See, I don't know how you can be on the Globe side with no evidence of the Globe, though. That's the thing. You've got all these questions there to help you out.
How many Globers are coming in at this time of night? But during the day, man, there's always a few.
I mean, I can't. This is very rare that I can come in during the day.
Yeah, exactly. So, but No, man, we'll get you some VC check-in rolls, man. Why not? I mean, at least be able to join it for fuck's sake, you know, and unmic yourself or something. I don't know how it works, dude. Man, I'm nobody. Somebody gave me a gold tag, man. I don't know how it happened, but
I mean,
I don't know how the hell happened.
I don't care if people wanted to let me check people in, then I would try to like do a good job because I wouldn't want to like, lose that. And if they didn't want to let me check them in, I just would love to eavesdrop and hear the.
You're gonna know somebody that's gonna be just. They're not gonna do well down here. You know, you can tell. I'm usually about 87% or something. I'm off occasionally. Once in a while, I fuck up and let somebody roll down here and. They ain't ready, you know. You got to find out if they're ready to even come in this room because this room it's going to just make your head spin, man. And you just start factoring gravity, North Pole, South Pole, Mars. You know, I'm like, what? Fuck?
But in VC check-in, you're not really trying to screen out the people that have bad arguments or.
No. I just want somebody coming here going.
There's
you
just
guys, are just a bunch of idiots. I usually don't send those guys down here. You know, like,
yeah, I've been in a server that didn't have a VC check-in, and you get like some people that it's not even that they just like join and cuss or play music or do. Yeah, so you're really trying to screen out the absolute riffraff, bottom of the barrel stuff, right? Like,
you know. If some dude's going, dude, Mars has got a helicopter on it, I can prove it. You're like, dude, head on down, man. Come on, baby.
Exactly. Like that's the whole point, right?
Oh yeah, you got gravity, you got pictures of curvature. Sure, yeah. Here, welcome to the live stream. Have fun.
I feel like the purpose of VC check-in is to see if you can put like 10 actual sentences together in a row, and then you're good to go, man.
Yeah, some people are drunk. Some people are.
That's exactly what it is, bro. We're just trying to make sure that people can think and speak clearly, right?
Yeah,
and they don't have to agree with this at all.
Well, Hank, I was submitting my application to be able to eavesdrop into VC check-in, whether or not I can actually approve or not.
I will defend this server with Matthew as my example of we will let anybody in here with opposing arguments. That's not the problem.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no point in letting obvious trolls into the server. That
we don't want trolls, and we don't want people just calling us idiots. Come on, we're way past that kind of stuff, man. But if you got a good argument and you want to come in here and do some math or whatever, man, this place is wide open, man, and I'll stand behind. The fact that Matthew hasn't been booted from the server is proof positive that we're very, willing to have a civil discussion on where we live. Period.
I've been booted twice, and both times I've been brought back. So,
well, there you go. See, and I like your little quizzy thing, and I like what you're doing. And I'm glad you're putting in the effort and. It's good, man, and we welcome it. I welcome it. I don't know about the rest of you Mongos, but I welcome it. But no, it's. I took your quiz when you first started it. I think I might have been one of your first subjects. I'm not sure.
I think you were too. Your name is very familiar.
From tonight, man. I didn't know what trilateration was, and now it gets me laughing, thinking that the only thing that came to mind was the Trilateral Commission. That's fucking hysterical.
So if I was taking this quiz, here's how I would answer those two questions. And I say that specifically because I don't mean them to be the truth. Like I said, I have no answer key. Triangulation is when you know the angles to the targets, and trilateration is when you know the distances to the targets.
No, that's pretty easy. Okay, cool. Hey, man, learn something new every day, everybody. That's why we're still here. We've been out here pounding this argument, man. We've talked about gravity 487,000 times. We've talked about gravity, and we're never going to stop talking about gravity. Yeah, it's just not going to happen. Sorry. I wish we could move on from it, but we can't.
I see fraud is here.
I think you're wrong in that definition.
Fraud has had a very antagonistic relationship with me in the past. So I think fraud could challenge me pretty well.
All right. You guys have at it, man. I'll mute up. I'll pull it.
I don't even know who the hell that is. Who's talking?
Roll my boulder, man. Rolling my boulder.
Known as Sisyphus.
He must have changed his name because I have no idea who that is.
Sisyphus.
Sisyphus, somebody's
Oh, yeah, that douchebag.
Oh, that douchebag. Way to be friendly, bro. Come on, man.
It sounds like you guys had some quality time together.
You guys, all right. You guys want to, hack it out.
I don't actually remember what our discussion was. I just remember that Fraud didn't like it.
Maybe Fraud remembers.
It was a while back.
Yeah, I'd have to. Oh.
Do you remember the argument? Anybody? No. Okay, moving on.
I don't. I just know that Fraud is like Justin. He's very passionate.
I appreciate passion. I appreciate getting pissed off at ridiculousness. Or, there comes a point where there's a guy here going, well, I don't know if water hydrates my body. I was like, what? Like, fuck off,
So I'm actually going to come clean. I'm going to come clean to you guys with a little moment of transparency. I wasn't going to voice tonight. I was just kind of hanging out, listening to everybody.
Yeah.
But a Glober started DMing me, asking how on earth I got valued in this server. They didn't know that a Glober could be valued. And
see, that's the thing.
And so I decided to unmute myself to show them how Globers get valued here.
Well, thank you for doing that. And I think Matthew and you can be great examples of, we accept, any kind of scientific discussion, man. And we're not going to.
Yeah, within reason, if there's evidence to back up it, not just circle talk, no circle jerk talk. I don't like that. And that's what Matthew does. That fucking pisses me off.
Well, you can't
I looked into a surprisingly friendly audience, but even if QE had been here, I could have showed him how a Glober should act.
Well, it's common decency, bro. You're not doing anything weird.
This is a flat. I think the thing where people get confused is that this is a flat Earth house, and they come in and they like keep their shoes on. It's like, nah, bro, you gotta.
Yeah, you gotta kick your shoes off, man. Grab a cocktail or a drink or something or water.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like it's people get confused. People get confused about where they are sometimes.
Enjoy your stay and.
Take your glove shoes off.
Take your.
We don't want you to conform. We don't want you to conform to the flat Earth, right?
No, hell no.
You show a little decorum, right? Just a little decorum goes a long way. But when people start, yelling the N-word or playing music or hot micing and refusing to turn off their mic, it's like that's when stuff gets weird. It's like we're just asking you little nice things, and if you can't comply, then why should we hang out with you?
That's it, man. Real simple. It's not a complicated. We're all pretty good communicators, I think. You guys are amazing, man. I'm more like a fucking Mongo, but that's beside the point. But I love coming in here late at night, having a laugh, talking about where we live, man. Where we live is funny, dude. I mean,
Where does the term Mongo come from? I haven't heard it in forever, but Mongo.
I got that from Poncho Pete years ago. We were doing hangouts. He's from Grimsby, England. He'd either call you a div or a Mongo.
A Mongo.
You fucking div. And there you go. You fucking Mongos.
What's a Mongo?
You fucking Mongos! And he would yell and scream. It was a blast, right, Jen? Man, you remember?
It was, yeah. For the short time that I was there,
Hank
I was the first to get kicked out.
Ryan.
Literally.
Ryan's in the voice text. talking about Star Trek, and I don't know why, but I feel the need to throw out, if you haven't looked up Star Trek Stabilized, that's a thing you want to look up.
What the hell is that?
It's where they took footage from the show and they like stabilized it.
Yeah.
So the set is stationary now. Like the camera motion is removed.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. All right, I got it.
It's a good time, man.
Did they use the original TV Star Trek, the original one?
I saw one with Picard, and I don't know what else.
I do want to see the original one with was it William Shatner?
I don't know. I know that the ones that I saw were spectacular. So they just removed the motion of the camera filming. They removed that motion, so then you can see what the actors are doing on the set, and it's a lot of fun.
Hey, I always love a good laugh, man. That sounds pretty funny, man.
Do you know the show Friends?
I hate to say it, but I might have watched 7 episodes, maybe. I don't know.
Well, okay, so just whenever you want, look up a Friends no laugh track.
Yeah, it's probably shit.
Well, it's not. I mean, I guess, but it's like it's like what?
That's pretty good.
All they do. Oh, there's one though. There is one where they removed the laugh track and they added horror movie sounds.
That sounds good.
Anyway,
I think Seinfeld didn't have a laugh track. I think it was that was the actual crew that laughed at
the actual audience, right?
Yeah, I think Seinfeld had a soundstage with a room for an audience.
Yeah, they had a real audience here, for sure.
I mean, the shit was funny though. Seinfeld was hilarious. You had to laugh.
It's hilarious, I'm telling you. It's totally like humor in New York. I'm telling you.
They were both
It was filmed in Los Angeles, not New York.
They were both NBC and back to back, right? Like when they aired. Do you think Friends piggybacked off Seinfeld's success?
Oh yeah, of course. I hated that show. I never liked it, but the chicks were hot, so that's it.
On Friends or on
on Friends, yeah.
I liked Cheers a little better myself, but yeah, Cheers kind of went first.
Which one of the Friends girls were actually dudes?
You beat me to it.
Well, I keep hearing that. But she didn't look like it when she was on the show. So.
It's looking like maybe all of them. I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
No, I'm just joking. I'm not really into that transvestigation. I'm trying to avoid that shit.
Transvestigation. Geez, that's going to be an actual word in the Oxford Dictionary, isn't it? Transvestigation. Jesus.
It actually is in the Urban Dictionary now, for sure, no doubt about it.
Well, we don't accept the Urban Dictionary as an actual dictionary, right?
We don't accept Webster's dictionary as an actual dictionary.
I want to get a hold of it
anyway.
I want to get a hold of a 1958 encyclopedia where it talks about flat Earth and the dome.
When I was a kid, I had a World Encyclopedia, but I don't know what year it was published.
Yeah, I saw a guy today doing a video on a 1958 encyclopedia and was reading about the dome and shit. How high it was, how far away it was, where it was, had the coordinates, everything. Yeah. Like, oh shit.
I got a question for Sisyphus. All right, so there's a certain flat earther that says the peer review process is not part of the scientific method. What do you think about that?
I concur. The peer review process is not a formal part of the scientific method.
Do you think
and the peer review process itself is very flawed. It's like it's like
I was going with it for sure.
Yeah, I think the peer review process is better than okay, here. The peer review process is VC check-in.
That's right.
I like your analogy.
Right.
That was pretty good. Oh, that made me laugh.
It's better than nothing. Like we shouldn't get rid of VC check-in, right? But trolls still do get in.
Yeah, we can't have an open house, man, like that, man. It just gets wrecked. And that's what happened to the last server, man.
Exactly. So peer review process has its place, but it is acknowledged to be far from perfect.
Yeah.
Hey guys, let me guess here. I just went and looked on eBay. $55 for a full set of the 1958 encyclopedia.
How much?
$58.
55.
If it was
17.
Oh, fuck out of here.
If it was $58 for the 1958 encyclopedia, I'd call shenanigans.
Possibly. I don't know. It's like, go look on eBay, just type it in.
No, that's too big of a coincidence, even for me. $58 for the.
Well, I know. When I heard I wanted to get it, I said, well, eBay. So then I went to eBay.
It's 55. Not 50. I said 58, but because I was being funny, but it's $55.
What, they don't sell on Amazon?
Dangerously close to a conspiracy.
Dangerously close. It's super close. It's within 3 points.
Yeah, brilliant. $55.
Yeah. 30.
Would that be a brand spanking new one, or is that used?
I'm going to go back on mute.
Oi, hold on. Jen, where do you take somebody that was injured playing peekaboo?
Playing what?
Where do you take somebody that was injured playing peekaboo?
Playing peekaboo. Injured.
You take them to meet Pikachu.
Nah, that's not where you take them. You take them to the ICU.
ICU, yeah. That's a good one.
That's so hot. That's totally hot.
I see you.
I see you. I totally see you.
How does a compass work? Ask him, how does a compass work?
I think that's on the question. How does a compass work on a globe? Is that one ever been figured out? Is that in there, Boulder? You got that one on the list?
No, I don't have that thing. I mean, how does a compass work? How does a sextant work? Those are, boy howdy.
Too obvious, right?
I mean, I'm making notes right now, but
don't. Yeah, you can kind of like.
What I'll probably do is like try them out outside of the quiz. I'll just ask, how's a compass work? Randomly, like when there's a like lull in the conversation, nobody seems to know what to talk about. I'll be like, how's a compass work? See what happens.
Well,
chaos ensues. No doubt about
it. So I walked into a party, man. I said, "Hey, man, Earth's flat," and there was like 27 people there, and they all looked at me and went. I was like, damn. Don't make it weird.
They were speaking Klingon. Can you understand?
Okay. Orion is a what I would call an evangelical flat earther, and I want Orion to trap me. Come at me, Orion. Bring it.
An evangelical flat earther. I've never heard that put quite that way. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't even know. What does evangelical even mean?
It means you pound the pavement. You go out and you actually talk to strangers to try to explain the truth.
It's like a militant atheist, right?
No, evangelical
atheist, really.
No, if people say evangelical is derogatory, I don't mean it that way. I just mean it's a person that actively tries to spread their message.
You're definite.
That was racist right there, man. That was just mean. Not myself. I'm like, I go out and talk to people. What's your problem?
Evangelical. I don't think it's derogatory. Is it?
Yeah, I didn't mean it derogatory. I meant it as descriptive.
What the? I'm just messing with you.
Oh yeah, it's funny because yesterday I was talking to a couple of Mormon missionaries, and I was talking to 3 Mormon missionaries a couple days before that, and they were like kind of following me, but kind of like still kind of important. Let's just talk about the church, But then I was talking to these other 2 Mormon missionaries just yesterday in a church parking lot. Interestingly enough, I just thought it was interesting because I've talked to a bunch of missionaries about this before, but that was the first time that they didn't actually try to, push the church in me, which is a funny thing because I was actually raised Mormon. I told them that. So I don't know if that played it, but I don't know. I just thought it was funny. They accepted the truth though. They were like, I just thought it was ironic though, because they're missionaries, so they're like spreading the word of the gospel, and I'm just like handing these cards around, telling people the Earth is flat, and I just think it's kind of funny. Like,
are you a Utah Mormon?
I'm doing my thing.
Are you a Utah Mormon?
No, I was raised in Oregon, but I was raised Mormon.
Oh, you could be raised in Oregon and still be a Utah Mormon.
Wow.
I don't know what does that mean? Utah Mormon. I mean,
wait, what? That's a code word in the Mormon culture.
Utah Mormon? Is that like
is that just a
closer to the temple?
Is that just a Mormon from Utah? Like,
it's a I guess Utah Mormon is a Mormon that has been isolated from opposition. If you were born and raised in Utah, then you did not face really any ridicule or opposition or anything. All of your schoolmates and whatnot were probably Mormon, and that is different than being like a North Carolina Mormon, where you went to school with primarily non-Mormon people and got a lot of different kinds of exposure. I think that's what it means.
It's kind of the same difference as being a globe earther or a flat earther. A globe earther doesn't face any challenges in his life regarding the globe, and a flat earther does.
Right, so the Utah Mormons are the globe earthers. And then because I think it's easier.
They're the globe earthers that are surrounded just by globe earthers.
You have no idea how gold that is, man. You just struck a fucking vein of gold right there. Way to go, Boulder. Thank you.
I do what I can, and to all Mormons that come in contact with this conversation, I apologize. I did not mean to involve you so intimately.
It was a great analogy. It's just an analogy, man. Hey, offense is taken, not given, bro. Remember that. I got that from Helio.
Oh, Flat Earth, dude, I promise I could give you offense if I wanted to.
I've been offended, and I don't like to be. I like to just kind of roll with it usually. But there's days, man, I get triggered just like everybody else, man. We all get triggered at some point.
Yeah, I've only been around a few months, and there's already like specific individuals that like know my buttons, and it sucks.
Just don't. You got to learn to like, turn the buttons off, man. That's all. Boom.
Like Seymour.
I learned that offense makes good neighbors.
Offense is taken, not given. Remember that. You'll live a really happy life if you just have that one little gold gem in your pocket.
So former Mormon from Oregon, Orion, come at me. Bring the flat earth to me. Make me a believer.
He doesn't want to make you believe anything. He wants to check it out for yourself.
The idea is to not believe.
He's not going to convince you of fuck all, man. You got to do it for yourself. That's what
yes, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still, but in this case, I'm inviting it.
All right, boy.
He wants to be indoctrinated into the club. All right, repeat after me. Stand up, put your diaper across your cock, and then
stand up, put your diaper across your cock.
Hand up your ass, and then stand over here underneath the thing with the star in the eye.
You're going far too fast for me to repeat after you.
Yeah, fuck off. We're not going to indoctrinate anybody, man. No. That's not the goal here, baby.
You want to trade evidence? Show me yours, I'll show you mine, kind of thing.
No, man, we're both on level, flat, stationary plane, man. We can check it out. I don't have to kid you.
But level doesn't mean flat. They're not synonyms.
Yes, level does mean somewhat flat, because level is measured between 2 points, and it's a line between 2 points. And a line between 2 points is generally flat. That's what level means.
But the word generally totally throws me off.
You're gonna have to ask him.
Stop! Wait! Hold on.
But if you're working in
over my shoulder, and I don't like it.
Metal industry, it's usually said flat and level. Make this surface flat and level.
I don't know why Flat Earth Dude is looking over my shoulder reading my answers, though.
Well, I took your quiz, man. Remember?
That's true, you did.
You're all in the same classroom here, right?
So I can.
Yeah. So flat. So flat doesn't mean level. Those are different words. They mean different things.
That's right. You are correct.
But a level equals flat.
No.
The tables are level.
Yes, because level is measured between 2 points in which you draw a line.
These are what you're giving are definitely not dictionary definitions of level.
No,
those are practical applications of level.
And before the VC chat explodes with 8 billion definitions of the word level, most dictionaries have multiple definitions, and so context is very important when we talk about the word level.
Then satellites exist.
Then what?
Satellites in space exist.
Definitely, because things are level.
Satellites exist, but that's irrelevant to the discussion of the word level.
Dude, we're shooting through space millions of miles an hour because satellites exist on a flat, level plane.
We can be shooting through space at billions, trillions of miles an hour if you want. It's irrelevant.
You might as well. Let's move it up to trillion. I'm tired. I'm billion. At least, let's just skip billions. Fuck this. We're shooting through space at trillions of miles an hour.
I got a better one. We're shooting through space at 6 Brazilian miles an hour.
Now we're hauling ass, man. Now we hit.
I bet you, like seriously, I would bet you drinks for the night. You and me out at the bar, I'll pay for all the drinks. I bet you, hands down, I could get a Glober to defend 6 Brazilian miles per hour.
All right. I'm on that one, man. But I have to be...
At the very least, you get a Glober to believe that, right?
I don't know. Glober, dude, it's too easy because Glovers get all upset and then they'll start saying they know all kinds of things.
It's just too easy, man. Even for schmo like me, man. Yeah.
Yeah, Glovers get too upset, and then it's easy to get them to say they know anything. You could just start making up words and they'll be like, "Yeah, I know it because it proves my point." It's too easy. I need something harder.
I love the way you're like reverse psychologing it, kind of, but in your face. You make it so ridiculous that they'll be like, yeah, of course the stars are moving at a bazillion miles an hour.
Brazilian.
Brazilian, bro.
Why not Costa Rican miles an hour?
Because no, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's huge ass.
You see how it works?
I do see how it works, man. It's a fascinating experiment or exercise or whatever, kind of fun activity. Let's call it an activity.
I pitch it like it's an original idea, but it was an old joke I heard back in the like early days of the Iraq War, like 2001, 2002. That Rumsfeld came to Bush and said yesterday 3 Brazilian soldiers were killed in Afghanistan. And Bush just put his head in his hand and said, "Oh my God, how many is a Brazilian?"
I think I've heard that one before, but still funny, man.
But you can adapt it, right? You can totally hijack that joke and be like, "Well, it's Brazilian miles an hour." Oh yeah, of course it's a Brazilian miles an hour.
Come on.
Hey, but I thought the old Bush was smarter than that. I expected the younger Bush to be that stupid.
It was Junior, man. It was Junior.
I said old.
Junior. Junior would have done that. Not old.
Junior's so old now. He seems like old Bush.
That's a good point, man. Yeah, he's getting up there.
I don't mean to dox my age.
Give him a manscape.
Let's not talk about manscaping.
Yeah, politics and politics. Fuck those.
I'm only giving the source of the Brazilian unit of measure that I know.
I like Earth, things we can check out.
Let's talk about gravity. Oh, wait. Orion. Let's talk about graphraction.
Graphraction.
Is that your mother's favorite recipe for cookies? Graphraction cookies?
Yes, we put graphraction into all of the batches of cookies we take to the Flat Earth conferences.
That's why I felt so funny the last one.
Man, the cookies are round and flat, bitches. Take that.
Yeah, we ain't making no brownies that could be squished up into some sphere.
Ugh. Who eats those like chocolate or bonbons? Are those little round balls? I think so.
Where did Hank go? Hank abandoned us.
Hank's in Texas, man.
I know, but we were about to talk about edibles, and I'm like, Hank is,
he'll be all right. He'll be back another time.
I'm sure his ears are burning right now.
You're stuck with us Mongos.
I still want Orion to come at me.
Wait, I just got to quickly say this. On the topic of weed and flat Earth, I live a few blocks away from like several marijuana shops because I'm here in Oregon, But one that I live closest to, not closest, but like second to closest to, is called Green Planet. And my friends, without me even saying it, my friends have already gotten in the habit of calling it Green Plane. They don't call it Green Planet, it's Green Plane.
I love that, man.
That's pretty funny.
That's love, man. That's real love. Makes you smile, makes you laugh, makes you giggle. Go, oh shit, that's hilarious. My wife.
Yeah, and there's this one other thing I wanted to say. Like, I handed this card to this one guy, this like skateboarder guy earlier today, and he was like, "The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. That's old news, bro." I thought that was funny.
That's old news, bro. Dude, that's like so 2015, man. Fuck. That's old news, man. Anyway.
Wait, so Roland, I asked you in Gem Panda's server a little while ago, like, why you thought the Earth was a ball, and you like gave me some kind of citation of like, I don't remember, it was geodetic surveying or something similar to that, but it was something that kind of seemed like a needlessly complicated way, if at all, a way to measure curvature of the Earth, an arc segment of the Earth. So, all I could really ask you for to begin with is, you want to cite that again, or something else that you think is a genuine measurement of curvature, a direct measurement?
Yeah, I don't remember talking to you about that in Gym Pandas, because I almost never unmute myself there. But your memory is spot on. When I first came to Flat Earth, I had one idea of what good evidence was, but then I got feedback on why would we measure the ground? Why would we look up to measure the ground? If I was going to go to the hardware store, I wouldn't describe the lights to get the flooring.
Right.
And so I started digging deeper and harder.
Good on you.
There's a guy, MC Toon, who has a bunch of globe supporting stuff on his website.
Yeah.
And I don't know about. I've only looked at some of the stuff on his website, but there was he's got a PDF that is otherwise hard to get. I do not know any other sources of it, but it does seem authentic, describing a triangulation of a continent. And I've dug deeper since I found that. There are some other very similar type surveys that have been done on other continents by completely unrelated sets of people. There's one in India. So the triangulation of the United States, which I think it's the transcontinental triangulation of the American arc of the parallel. If you want the exact title, I can go get it for you. But
that's a fucking mouthful right there.
It is. But what they did, the whole kind of crux of it, is that they were surveyors paid by Congress and by many different Congresses, because it took quite a while and they had to keep going back to get new funding.
They had to go back and get new funding. Oh my God! All right, go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, they had to make a persuasive argument to different people. That's why I say that.
Hey, how about that James Webb Telescope? Do you remember?
No. We're gonna stick with Orion's question of what is my best evidence, and really this one example, but also the one of India, the triangulation of India. These are like the same thing, so I'm going to call them my one best evidence. These guys built survey towers. They made survey measurements, like the triangulation, where the angle is what's important and not the distance. And they built triangles from the East Coast to the West Coast. And they did not have to assume the radius of the Earth. They didn't have to look at the celestial lights in the sky. Although I will concede that they did occasionally do that to help establish locations on the Earth, like celestial navigation on the oceans. They did that on land to try to nail down where things were, but they didn't have to. And the bottom line is that their results of building survey towers and making survey measurements across from the East Coast to the West Coast over like 12 years or something, and I don't know, maybe 50 different people and several generations of Congress where they had to get funding over and over, their results are not compatible with a flat Earth. And their results are compatible with a spherical Earth. So for me personally, this is extremely solid evidence that the Earth is probably a sphere.
I gotta do this. Oh, go ahead, Hank.
Okay, so I've also seen people survey Kansas and say that it's flatter than a pancake, and that the results were it's damn flat. Do you know why they use the word damn instead of something else?
I don't know why they use the word damn.
Because in 1995, there was a little more decorum, and educated people didn't say fucking as much as they do now.
You want to call it fucking flat? I'm game for that.
Okay. See what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kansas is absurdly flat. I've driven through Kansas and Nebraska myself many times, and it is one of the most boring experiences a human can have.
Yeah, it's damn fucking flat.
It's fucking.
I gotta add.
It's fucking.
If you're doing triangulation on a sphere, where's your? How are they? I mean, try to mentally image that. It's ridiculous.
There's a couple of ways that I can mentally image that. Some of them are Euclidean, and some of them are not.
Spherical triangle. Spherical triangle. You're trying to tell us spherical triangles are things we need to consider. How do you get 180 degrees out of a spherical triangle? And triangulate using SOHCAHTOA. You need 90 degrees. Where are you getting it?
I mean, if you want to come at me with like a QE style spherical triangle,
No. You made the claim. This is your evidence. I just gotta get it out of you. How do you think you can do triangulation via SOHCAHTOA, right angle trigonometry with spherical triangles? How?
I don't know if my
I'm out of here.
I don't know if my claim...
I just don't want to be in voice text that much. I get too upset.
Well, I don't want to upset you, and I don't know if my claim is that
I don't want to be upset. I don't want you to be. But I think spherical triangles is just, oh my goodness. I mean, come on, man. All right. Anyway.
Well, SOHCAHTOA is a thing, and spherical triangles are a thing. Like outside of their application on the debate of globe or flat Earth, just in terms of geometry, like basketballs or baseballs or something, spherical triangles and SOHCAHTOA, those are real things.
Have you now just skewed the definition of a triangle, because a triangle are three straight beams connecting through angles?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. And I personally strongly dislike the word spherical triangle and wish that it was something else.
Because it's unreal. You need three lines that add up to 180 degrees. You cannot have any curving lines when you're doing this. This is just, basic logic, man. This is like literally 5th grade stuff. You need 3 straight lines that add up to 180 degrees, and to use SOHCAHTOA, you need to construct more than one 90-degree angle, but you need a 90 degree.
I agree.
You can construct multiple angles to get 90 out of But at any rate, I'm a tool and die maker. You ain't gonna sell me this spherical triangle crap. I'm a geometry professional, and I'm really good at what I do.
Okay, Lumpy, I agree with you. The 5th grade geometry is exactly what you say. I can't imagine a 5th grader that would talk about spherical triangles. I think spherical triangle is a horrible name for the thing that I'm talking about. And I don't dispute anything that you're saying. That like this is
excuse me, 180 degrees with 3 straight lines. 180 degrees with 3 straight lines. It's the definition, man. We're talking about words and reality.
You won't find these structures that you're talking about on the surface of a sphere of any kind. Basketballs, baseballs, Earths, Jupiters, suns, whatever. Any sphere-shaped thing will not have the geometric structure that you're describing, nor will any 5th grader encounter this concept. So I agree with you. And if you don't want to buy what I'm selling and you think a spherical triangle is an ad hoc argument that you bring, I don't use the term.
I don't care what you believe. I'm telling you the reality is. Am I cut off? Sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
Okay, well, the reality is a triangle needs 180 degrees with 3 straight lines. That's reality. You can't have that with any bending lines. No curving lines can make a triangle. You can't triangulate on a sphere.
He agrees 100%. I agree. We all know this. It's not complicated.
There's the only place that I think that I would end up sounding like a troll and like that I was saying I agreed where I didn't agree. So I want to just disclose that before it like comes out some kind of surreptitious way. The place where I'm going to get stuck and have to fight back in the quiz. The very last question, which is the hardest one to ask, I describe a basketball with a hula hoop around its waist and a hula hoop around its head to toe. And to me, and then I ask, is there an angle? Notice, and here, let me disclose about the quiz. The very, very like beta version of it, I said, what's the angle between the hula hoops? But in like thinking about it more, I changed the question to, is there an angle between the hula hoops? Rather than like assuming that there was one and asking the person to tell me what it was, I decided to just ask, is there an angle? And some people say yes, and some people say no. And I'm glad I changed the question. My answer, though, is that there is a 90-degree angle. If you rotated one of the hula hoops 90 degrees, then it would be kind of on top of the other one.
From the center is 90 degrees.
Yeah, if you just rotated one about its center.
We have to include the center angle.
Fair.
We have to include that little bitch in the middle.
You got to include the bitch in the middle. So if we added a third hula hoop, that went like some other way,
like a satellite
from its like left shoulder to its right foot or something, some other one. Like there's now 3 hula hoops, and they make a shape that's not a triangle. It really isn't a triangle. It doesn't have these straight lines. It doesn't meet any of the definitions of a triangle.
There's another term for that shape, though, isn't there?
I don't care. I mean, that's the whole thing. Is that like that shape exists?
That shape it does exist. I agree, 100%.
And let's not even name it. Let's not give it a name. Let's not
give it a name.
No, there is your problem. They don't give it a name because triangulation is a flat triangle. What they are doing is a 3-dimensional shape, and then superimpose it over a triangle, as they say, it's triangulation, but it isn't. And they don't even they use the 2-dimensional triangulation rules for something that is 3-dimensional.
That may be a good point.
That's it,
I don't. That could be the entire. You could have hit the nail on the head. My point is that shape bounded by the 3 hula hoops is a real shape that exists in reality.
I agree, man, 100%.
And if a globe person is talking about the globe, they better be talking about the hula hoops and what the hula hoops do, because that's just what globers are stuck with. They can't use
the 1950s. You got the hula hoop count. Yeah.
I'm just saying that like what the hula hoops are doing is what the globers have to talk about. They have no choice but to talk in these terms because that's what we're stuck with.
Yeah, dude, we're still talking about gravity, man. It's been 7 years we've been out here, man, pounding this shit. I'm like, fuck, gravity still. We're not going to get over.
The thing is, nobody's arguing against specific gravity.
Sexton on a fucking flat horizon.
I'll argue against specific gravity, Hank. You want me to argue against it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Specific gravity is a ratio only and doesn't predict anything.
Okay.
All right.
Gravity
I agree.
is the speed of air.
I think Hank agrees.
It is a ratio only. But when I say specific gravity, people know what I'm talking about. Relative density, right? So relative density is a little more than that.
Wait. So you said specific when you meant relative? That's weird.
It's the same terms, is what he's saying.
Wait. That's like mixing up flat and level, dude. If you said specific, but you meant relative, you may as well just call flat level.
Hold on there. Just hold on there, fella. I'm not the one who made this up. If you look up the definition of specific gravity, it's going to say also known as relative density. But when you're talking about specific gravity, you're talking about a specific ratio between water and everything else. Like water is the baseline, right? And it's also a good thing to measure from because it's the most abundant resource. So specific gravity is like that. And then relative density is the density between the object and the medium, right? So there's going to be relative density between changing out the mediums or changing out objects, which I don't recommend changing objects. I recommend changing the mediums, right? Because sometimes if you change the object, the medium will change the density of the object. For example, if it's a vacuum and a piece of wood, it'll suck all the air out of the wood. So you just change the vacuum and not the object. Use the same object and manipulate the medium. So anyway, I don't think anybody can really argue with the reason things fall. Almost.
I'm going to interrupt you. Dude, when they say vacuum, dude, I mean, I'm a practical person, man. I have 7 vacuum cleaners in my house. All of them suck, dude. Last time I checked, all of them suck. And they always say, man, vacuum doesn't suck. Vacuum doesn't.
Buy a good vacuum.
What the fuck do they mean by a vacuum that doesn't suck? Well, fuck off, first of all.
Okay. So I did say that. You caught me saying that. So yeah, I misspoke. So a vacuum does not suck. The air pressure wants to press in. So if you fill up your gas tank and you drive all over your block, because you got like 8-lane highways and you don't go anywhere.
Right.
If you drive all over your block and you run all the gas out of your car because you went around the block, you'll notice that when you go to fill it up again, as soon as you open up that gas tank, you hear this noise. Right, and that's all the atmospheric pressure pushing into your tank because the fuel pump has turned it into a partial vacuum. Now, when I say vacuum, I'm never talking about a perfect vacuum. They don't exist. It's like talking about unicorns.
Right.
Okay, so I'm talking about a partial differential in pressure. Yeah. So it's like a little bit off. Okay, so that's what a vacuum means. So yeah, the vacuum doesn't suck. The air pressure presses into the available volume to fill the space to create an equilibrium.
Got it. I'm tracking.
Wait. But a vacuum cleaner that doesn't suck, wouldn't that be a vacuum cleaner that doesn't work?
It's a vacuum cleaner that sucks, man. That doesn't suck. I hate it when my vacuum cleaner doesn't work.
I have a question. Wouldn't to create a vacuum, wouldn't you need to suck the air out? So isn't it kind of like a opposite intuitive?
No,
okay.
A vacuum machine makes a air current. An air current is in motion.
Gas is in motion.
Want more, to sustain that motion. So it sucks. In, let's say, globe terms, they would say, oh, it's a vacuum cleaner. No, it's actually an air current cleaner.
I love
current creator.
Air current cleaners, bro. Check it. Keep going.
Because if it was a vacuum, it would also.
Well, it's stock.
No, it would eliminate the gas molecules.
Right. Suck them up.
Hey, can I tell you guys one of the most incredible stories? All right, so I'm at a bus stop, and there's a boomer who's kind of lispy, you know, maybe a little gay, I don't know. Told him Earth's flat. He got all kind of snooty with me. So what I told him was, I said, if the sky was a vacuum, and then he kind of didn't catch it, right? The sky's back in your fill it. So I said, all right, man, I'm going to take a $10,000 valve, man. I'm going to make the one side a tank that has 10 to the negative 6 torr vacuum, and the other side's going to be a positive 1,000 torr or something. That's to the first power. At any rate, and I'm going to open the valve and tell me the air won't move. That dude started crying. I'm not lying.
Wow. Damn.
He started yelling at me and told me to shut up, and he got really butthurt, man.
No, he told you to shut up.
Yeah, I swear to God, it was surreal, man. I'm not lying.
I believe you, man.
The only reason so how I said it was, in fact, I was thinking of making a YouTube video of like balloons popping and shit. But how I said it was now crack that valve open, trying to get him to think, saying it that way. I said, now crack that valve open and tell me the air won't move.
All right.
Dude, he welled up.
You got to remember, globe heads, you know, they have a globe in their head, which is surrounded by a vacuum of thoughts. So every thought they have about the globe will disappear into the vacuum. So only the globe stays there.
So I was going to say, you should have told him to be tolerant.
He got it. He got it, right? He knew what I meant.
Yeah, he got it.
You should have told him to be tolerant. You're supposed to be tolerant. You people always preach tolerance.
All right.
Yeah, right. Right, got it. Dude, Tank, you're so fucking bait.
Hey, man, I heard we landed on Mars, and we have a helicopter, and it's spinning on Mars, man. I checked it out. It's in the mainstream news. It's real. Prove me wrong.
It's propelling itself through 0.5% of the density of our atmosphere.
Prove me wrong. It's yeah. That's hilarious. That's what always got me, man, is that I know for a fact, man, I can check it out right here in my shop, man. I can go and say, man, I can make things float with air pressure, man. No doubt about it.
So 1%, 0.5%. That's not a helicopter. That's a helicopter, bro.
Dude.
Oh, hey, it's an entropic force that causes, just for example, a bomb. That's entropy. Another one would be internal combustion. That's entropy. That's gas expansion. That's what's creating the force for the car to move. And another one that's really an interesting one and really shows the power of the vacuum is howitzer. That thing will shoot I don't know, 600-pound round 3 miles, man, off of just a vacuum that's only like an inch long and maybe like a half inch in diameter.
3 miles.
On that helicopter of Mars.
The howitzer. It's like an artillery piece.
I've heard of it.
Germans invented it.
3 miles, man. Boom. Anyway,
I can explain the helicopter for you because it's really easy. We use the same technology right at home to clean our houses with our vacuum cleaners because it is the propeller on that helicopter creates a vacuum above the blades in which it gets sucked up. Even though it is a high vacuum it creates, so it gets sucked up in that minuscule atmosphere of Mars.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's a special kind of blade. It's a vacuum blade.
Vacuum blades.
Yeah, and they are built by Hoover, or by Siemens, or by Philips.
Hoover. Get the upright. I got it.
Don't buy Hoover. I'll be damned.
Get the upright, Hank. The upright. That's what they call it there in England. The upright.
Kenny, I feel like you were trolling me a little bit. You know how vacuums work. You've been in this game so long.
Dude, I
could've
work
told
in
me your
vacuum.
lips.
Dude, my profession works in vacuums, and it's amazing how you can transfer air and energy through bellows and pneumatics and shit, man. It's so cool. Valves. You can transfer that gas into a pneumatic, and it will close and create a function. On or off. On or off. And when it's on, it works. And when it's off, it's at rest.
It's on, it's on.
But when it's on, man. And that's a vacuum, man. It works every time. Never fails. 100%.
So how'd you interrupt me in the middle of my flow, bro?
I don't know. I fucked you up, Hank. It's not. Don't take it personal, man.
No, I just don't know what I was saying.
All right, but the fact
No,
is,
I don't take it personal.
He messed up his airflow.
we do. We
Yeah,
fucked
that's right.
the flow. The flow was flowing. The vacuum
I
was.
was like-
The vacuum.
I was like, how does Kenny not realize that it's the pump?
It's the pump
creating
and
the vacuum.
and the valve and
The pump sucks. The vacuum creates space, and then the air presses into the available space. I was like, how does he not know that? And then I realized, like, he fucking knows.
I
He
do.
fucking knows.
No.
I got a question for the Globers.
I did say.
What is the space pump? Where is the space pump to pump the vacuum?
Space pump. That's a good question, man. God, I never thought about that. Hold on. So
NASA's using it to blow up the tires of their space cars.
No, there's a vacuum of space, but where's the beginning of that? That's basically kind of where I'm going with that.
Are you saying NASA's got pumped up kicks
Yeah.
in space?
And I know that Disney does, for sure, Hank.
Disney's got pumped up kids in space.
Right. They got pumped up kids in space, man. Whoa.
How many space Disney movies you see?
In space. What a cuck show, man. They sold us, man. Thanks.
That sounds awful, by the way. Like Epstein didn't go to space by himself.
Hawkins didn't go to space, but he got to go up in a zero-G plane, man. He got to go up there in the zero-G. Stephen Hawkins, you guys know.
What was he doing up there? Flopping around like a fish?
He was flopping around like a fish, man.
Probably taking a nap.
Probably slept through this shit.
All right. I think it's funny, man. They roll this guy out. This is the smartest guy in the world. Check it out. He's like talking through a computer perfectly. I'm like, what? And he was involved in that fucking cuck show. It was Discovery Channel, whatever it was, where they had the helicopter and the boat.
Didn't Stephen Hawkins invent a law that wasn't actually a natural law?
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, man. Yeah.
I forget which one it was, though.
The wheelchair stays put on a globe, even if you move in the wheelchair. That's that law.
Yep. That's a fact, man. And you can check it out yourself, man. You don't have to believe us. You can check it out.
Wasn't it flat Earth that basically? Well, I mean, whatever Stephen Hawkins was, I'm not exactly sure, but wasn't it flat Earth that basically like took him out because people are like, "Hey, man, how's this dude still alive? He's supposed to have Lou Gehrig's. Nobody's lived in even a tenth of this." And then about 2 months after, I started seeing that chirping around. buzzing around, he died, right? Am I right? Or am I remember? Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, man. I kind of remember something like that. Yeah. He died during the flat Earth first wave, literally.
Yeah. It was like starting to become like a buzz when like communication seemed a little more open here on YouTube, and like videos weren't being fucked with, and people, I don't know, man. I mean, it's like we lost a lot of people who were just like, okay, it's flat, and I'm really not that motivated to fuck with YouTube, or I'm just like, I don't know what the deal is, but there's a lot more people that know about it than come here and other things.
Well, the issue with flat earthers in the beginning is that once you enter flat earth, a whole lot of different things in the world open up to you. And a lot of people are like, yeah, I kind of know flat earth right now, so I move on to the next thing. And then you have the other part that becomes kind of militant, like Jake the asshole guy.
Yeah.
And they want to be more aggressive about it. So, and you don't want that in your flat earth community, because having aggressive people that call for violence is just a bad thing.
Yeah, it makes us look bad. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and another thing about Jake was I've gotten away from him, but the absolute silliness all the time.
I can kind of relate to it a little bit, but I love serious conversations talking about math or science or.
Well, you guys know Jake the asshole. He's the reason.
It's a contradiction in terms. Serious and math. Come on, man. You cannot have those two.
No, man. I mean, we can have a serious conversation about whether math proves anything or not, man. Other than measurements, now that's a different thing, man. I work in a measurement world, man. That's my living. I got geometry.
Yeah, but measurements make sense.
Measurements I can deal with, man. Fuck off.
So my brother-in-law, my ex-brother-in-law, he's not really my brother-in-law anymore. He was a carpenter, like working under the table, not paying any taxes for like, I don't know, like more than 20 years, like close to 30 years by now.
Shut up to your uncle.
Right? Yeah, good job. Yeah. Shout out to my uncle. That's right.
Yeah.
So, pretty cool, right? So I commissioned a shelf one day because I have way too many DVDs, and I paid him to buy me a shelf. So guess how many estimates this guy made?
Estimate.
How many calculations he made before he cut?
For one shelf.
For one shelf. How many estimates did he make compared to measurements?
0 estimates and 100.
0 estimates. Everything was measured.
Everything was measured.
Yeah.
Now, why did he do that? He's a fucking pro. Yeah. Why did he do it? He did it because he's a fucking pro.
No. He failed at math. So, he cannot do the math in his head, so he has to measure it.
You cock. You manga. Fuck yeah. That's hilarious.
Is that Moman? Did Moman sneak in here?
Oh, no, it's me, Jim. Or Lumpy, I should say.
It's Lumpy, man. Lumpy.
Yeah, but no, man. He measured every single thing. I watched him do it because I wanted to know how to make a shelf.
Zero estimates in that bullshit, man. Right. It was 100%. Zero.
Yeah, he measured every single
I'm a tool and die maker. I'm a tool and die maker, and I hold 5/10 all day, which is 5/10,000ths of an inch. And I'd be fired if I started estimating and looking at the moon to measure it.
Yeah. Hey, Lumpy, man, how many nanometers? Have you ever seen a nanometer with your naked eye? I'm curious.
Absolutely not. You have to have instruments, and it's quantified, and it's like it's an expensive instrument. Minotaur makes some. You can see it nanometers on a when I can't think of the thing. It's when it makes a shadow of the item. It's in a V block or whatever, and then you zoom in. Yeah, comparator.
Light.
But no way. You can get a rough estimate of touching it, but optical you could be probably plus or minus 30 nanometers.
Yeah, plus or minus 30. Yeah. Which is, extremely accurate, by the way. Fucking plus or minus 30 nanometers is like stupid accurate, right?
Well, but yeah, that's when you're right up next to it and you've got a lot of experience and you.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It takes. Yeah.
That's stupid ass tolerant. I call it, man. Stupid ass tolerant. I mean,
I absolutely love the trade, man.
Yeah, you get down to nanometers, man. You're like, oh shit, we're measuring some shit that's tight. That shit's tight. That shit's super tight, man. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, and
when you're talking about tolerances, I've seen this guy. He rebuilt an engine, and he was doing the tolerances on the bottom end. And you know how they do that shit? They assembled the engine completely back together with little tiny strips of little wax, and it's like a little floss looking thing, right? And they pull it back together to see if they got the tolerances right when they examine the wax. And what happened to the wax depends on whether or not they're within tolerance.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that's crazy fucking tolerance.
So cool, man. That's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Yeah. We do similar kind of thing, man. When I reset a plate in a piano, I have to get the pin block has to match like perfectly to the underside of the plate. So you have to put the plate in, kind of move it around, and see the high spots. And you chalk the wood, and then you kind of scratch the pin block with the plate. And whatever was scratched, man, right? We have to lower those spots, right? We have to lower that and flatten that out. And it's, you do it by literally just seeing where the marks are in the wood, and then you sand those. It's like crazy tolerances, man. I mean, I'm not in nanometers by any means, but I'm within, thousandths of an inch anyway.
The highest tolerance way that I've run into for measuring things like flatness and things like this, because you can get a base, you need flatness to have a base or whatever, but it's called optical flats, and the light will come through deviations in different colors because of the separation between the mating spots. So you have a basically a zero. A zero. There's no such thing as zero really, but a zero for the gauge, and then you look through it, and you can tell the distances through because of the color of the light. Crazy, right?
Is that like red shift, blue shift kind of?
I don't know, man. Like bluish is like there's like you look at a chart.
Yeah, you look at a chart. Yeah.
It's literally, if you ever wanted to look into it, it's called optical flats.
Optical flats. Check it out, motherfuckers.
Isn't that basically measuring the wavelength of the light? And when the wavelength is broken, you don't see that color light, but when the other wavelength can pass through, you see that color
exactly
light.
It. You're absolutely right. You're correct. But to quantify the distance, I go by a chart, man. I wouldn't. You know what I mean? I don't really know what it means. You know what I mean? I don't really know what light is. It lets me see. But beyond that, you know what I mean by that? Like, because I'm not certain of wavelengths and stuff. I'm confused by light. That's for sure.
Well, don't be, man.
A few months ago, I would disagree with you. But after watching a GIF that Get Beget posted, where it's a super high-speed camera, and if I were to tell you the frames per second, you'd be like, "Nah, bullshit." But they use like an ass load of high-speed cameras, and they got like this crazy amount of like frame rate, like you can't even imagine. So they throw it down, and you see the light wave, and I say wave because it's what it looked like. It looked like a wave of light was traveling across the surface, and the very moment the light crossed the precipice of the object, immediately you could see the object. Now, what I thought should have happened was that once the light hit the object, you should have had to wait for the light to travel back to the camera. But that's not what happened. As soon as the light crossed the precipice, it immediately lit up, and I was like, well, fuck, there goes my theory of light, and fell out the fucking window.
I have something to add to that. It would be, think of it like this. If you got a stick that's 2 miles long and you push it, it immediately moves, right?
Yeah, instantaneous.
Do you track on what I'm saying by that? Because I think what the light is, what's happening is it's a pressure. But again, I'm not sure. But yeah, I agree with what you just said about the light and what you observed. I'm on point with that.
I got another tip for you. Light can also be measured in Kelvin.
Yeah. Yep. I agree.
And that would suggest that the medium of light would fit in the thermodynamic range of matter.
Interesting. Where's this coming from? It seems reasonable, but
basically, the Kelvin temperature range is the frequency of matter, and you have the, let's say, the wave particle duality with light, but when we see light in a color, we can quantify the color in frequencies, but they also use Kelvin to quantify light. So that would suggest that it is a material thing in motion. So when we say frequency, we mention the motion. When we say temperature, we mention the particle.
Something to think about there, man, for sure. Definitely.
Real quick, back to the stick thing. Hopefully, I'm just trying to double check to make sure, because I think it's a concept to be considered. Like, again, if you had a stick and you push it at 6 feet long and immediately all moves together, well, it would still stand to reason that at 3 miles longer and you push it, the person on the opposite end would feel the push instantaneously. Are you following? Is that not reasonable? Or
that's reasonable. And the same applies for light.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think is happening with light, more than like how Hank described it right there. It made me consider it that way. But anyway.
Can I, if you take the stick analogy, you push the stick, right? So the energy put in the stick would be your frequency. The pressure of that energy
would be your intensity.
Yeah. And that would be...
I'm really digging it.
Or kinetic. Can we call it kinetic?
Yeah, that would be, your...
connection, kinetic, it's connected. So therefore, it's instantaneous. There's no lapse in time, man. Zero.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Zero lapse in time if you push the stick and the other people feel it moving on the other side, man.
I mean, there would be no way to, like, you'd have to, like, wire the brain from that distance to that distance, and that would have to be that wouldn't even, I think then it would be a signal and it would be lost. I don't know how you'd quantify this as a fact, but but that's kind of the analogy I tried to draw.
Logically, it says, hey man, water's level and kinetic energy is instantaneous.
The other thing is, if you push the stick over, let's say 3 miles, and you find resistance, the point of resistance get impact, but your hand pushing the stick also feels that impact at the same time.
Yeah, it's instantaneous. As long as
both ends of it, right?
Rigid, we're not talking about slack, and it has to be rigid.
Yeah.
A 2x4 by 8 feet. If somebody grabs one end on the other, man, if somebody pulls or pushes, man, you're gonna feel it immediately. There's no.
Yeah, the thing is connected, and yep.
No doubt.
Yeah, my dad, he kind of like picked me out as a softie when I was younger, and he like had this campaign of like toughening me up, and this involved like vigorous tickling to the point of torture, and he kind of slapped me around in a playful way, and he kind of hit me, but not in an abusive way, just to kind of get me used to the world, because the world is fucking tough, and I was a big softie. I think they called me Tender Heart Bear when I was like 2 or 3 years old.
Right.
So apparently I cried a lot. Okay, so he would do this thing where he would like put his fist on my chest and then he would punch his fist, like you knock, right? And then he would like punch his fist like into my chest to like drive his knuckles into my sternum, And it wasn't like obnoxiously hard, but I was a tough son of a bitch after that. But the point is like I know exactly what you're talking about, because every time he hit his hand, like immediately I felt his other hand go through my chest. Immediately.
It's instantaneous, man. The energy travels at I don't know what speed, but I'm pretty sure it's but
it's just a concept, really. It hasn't been tested, so.
No, speed of transfer of energy has to do with the let's say the density of the matter.
Right. The strength of the medium, yeah. And what its properties are capable of. Oh yeah.
The kinetic potential.
Is air, oxygen, gases, properties?
No, air is a mixture which, especially in our atmosphere, changes from location. So that would be a weird thing. But what is the medium that air occupies? That's what you would say is the medium that gives you the experience of light.
Well, isn't that when they came up with space and time and continuums and shit? Space is just a container that holds everything in, the ever expanding perfect thing with the.
Hey, I got an idea to put out. So we've seen the high altitude observations that are, verifiable as actual cameras in a location, like on a balloon or whatever. Now, when they get high, it appears to me like the area around them is not producing light, but it's able to, you can see the light coming from the Earth, but it seems to me, now I don't know, that area up there doesn't have any light. I don't know, or if there was a way to not turn off the Earth and figure out what was there, but it seems dark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but our human ability to see wavelengths, because that's basically what light is very limited. Our spectrum of the electromagnetic waves is very limited. So when we say darkness, it might be fucking bright, but it's just a light your eyes cannot perceive.
The light comes in wavelengths, but the difference in wavelengths is color, right?
I don't know, man. More I think about that light spectrum. We don't see this spectrum. We obviously don't see radio waves. Fuck, whatever. That's not light. But I think we see every light spectrum, man. I don't know.
But what if you could see?
We don't see. I mean, there are cameras
with a device that can translate those waves into light forms. So, what is the color beyond infrared? And what is the intensity of that color?
Yeah, man. Those are just instruments, man-made machines that, make us think that we're seeing something that's not there. And yeah, we can see some shit that's not there that we don't see with our own naked eye.
I can tell you,
right?
For, it's kind of gossip, but they introduced Wi-Fi to your house so they can translate the Wi-Fi signals into a visible spectrum through, monitors.
Yeah.
And, that's radio waves that they just display on monitors and they can see in your house because the radio waves bounce off every object and it creates shadows. And then they transform it to a viewing mechanism and translate it to light waves that we can interpret.
A little bit off flat Earth, but I worked at a telecom company. It was global and had a lot of employees, ADC Telecommunications. And a lot of the networks used their equipment, or another one was, it sounded like Lucifer. It was Lucent Technology. But point is they were taking all the information. They had hardware off-ramps for it. It always was built to be surveillance, is what I'm saying. They have as much ability to record as we have to hear each other in the equipment.
Right. Yeah, well, basically they announced that when they announced Operation Echelon, so it's no big surprise. They wanted to have every bit of information they could on everyone on the Earth. And they sold us mobile phones, Wi-Fi routers, and every simple device that creates a shadow.
Mod Monkey, do you have another name that you used to use? Because your voice sounds familiar, but that's not the original name, right?
Yeah, I've been Emerald Monkey, I've been Golden Monkey, and Monkey named Evo.
Hey, I saw the coolest monkey video today, man, where the monkeys were sharing the fruit. And then to the humans not sharing the toilet paper. Do you guys remember the toilet paper shortage?
Oh, I remember it very well.
Dude, that's a perfect circle song. Let's see, I think it goes, even the monkeys know there's enough to go around.
Right.
It's a perfect circle song.
And then there's the 12 monkey thing, man. I don't know. That was something I looked into. I was like, damn, that's pretty interesting.
Hey, you know the joke I came up with from the toilet paper thing? I'd say to people, how we'll know when the apocalypse is upon us? We won't be able to find any toilet paper. That was my joke.
There was. Yeah, they put that out there because they're wiping your asses, man, and you can't wipe your ass. Damn it. It was all about getting your ass wiped. There you go. Ass wipers. Thanks a million. Thanks for that one. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, who would be the groom of the stool anyway? Really? And who would want one?
Hey, they got like little towels and stuff. You take care of yourself up on the ISS, man. Did you ever seen the bathroom tour there at the old ISS? Quite the the interesting situation.
It was like, bro, it's fucking funny. And like doing the diagrams and shit. Oh my god. These people are so fucked up.
You guys ever seen a hamster cage that hadn't been changed in like a week?
Yeah.
Like the odor that comes out of there. Can you imagine 20 years with
20
human
plus
fecal
years,
matter,
Yeah, dude.
skin cells?
The water
Yeah,
used to be
smell like
slimy, dude. From
celled fucking phenom petri dish of a fucking like I got pink eye today because thanks I got fucking pink fucking toenail.
the whole fucking thing went short circuit because of the slime.
Nobody ever comes out of the ISS and goes, "Hey man, I was the worst thing I've ever done in my life. It was a disaster."
It's funny, like if the ISS was, real, it would be more like a submarine in how they would operate and how they would live in there. And there is no clue whatsoever from that kind of, social behavior or mentality in those astronauts. Like, they have no fucking clue how to live in a confined area.
Can you imagine, like, the new American crew shows up, and it's like, oh my god, they've been eating Taco Bell, and the Russians are like, oh, these fuckers stink. Oh, these Americans, what are they eating over there?
If anybody believes in an absurdity, they're willing to commit atrocities, even if they don't even know it, man. They'll just do it.
Yeah, you're right. The same goes for the lunar lander and the return vehicle. Where is the fucking toilet on the lunar lander?
Oh, they shit in the bags. You didn't see that?
Yeah, but they were on there for 2 days. So
the bag sucks to your butt. I don't know, man. It's complicated.
You would have a horrible rash when you get home. Like that's awesome.
They were using the director's bathroom, Stanley Kubrick's bathroom.
Cut. Neil's got to take a dump. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Yeah. Thanks, boss.
Oh, you can go behind the crater. Just dig a hole.
Just dig a hole. And use your sock.
We'll take care of it at that point.
Use your sock to wipe your ass.
I got a question. Did he get the whiskey shits on the limb, or was it after the limb?
Ah, shit.
Oh, look at these fossils here, left by aliens millions of years ago.
Jen and I used to laugh about the fact that what if somebody had explosive diarrhea on the ISS, man? Just one person. It's never happened. They eat tacos and pizzas up there, but that's cool. Hey, man, it didn't agree with my stomach, man. And I'm blowing shit all over the bathroom, man. And it's you guaranteed nobody on the ISS has ever had pink eye while they were on the ISS. Never.
What about the weightlessness? Doesn't weightlessness make some people puke sometimes? Like, wouldn't that be inevitable to have happened already? Like, they puke once. What happens if they puke once? It goes everywhere.
Yeah,
I had a
fucking system would be totally screwed up.
Dude, I had a sailboat. I mean, like half the people I took out on the sailboat got sick, man. Half. But they put you through this training there at NASA, and they make sure you don't puke and poop yourself. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah.
Butter, dude, you're really a gem.
Dude, I'm a flat Earth rocking chair. I'm here to keep you guys going, light my pipe, crack a beer and just go, let's do this, man, because there's no going back, man. Once you go flat, man, it's not like our ladies' night last Friday, man, was one of these girls that hadn't been in here for a while, man, came in and totally April Fool's to all the girls, man. It was hilarious. It's hilarious. She's like, yeah, I'm back in the Globe. They're like,
oh yeah,
what? No.
Yeah.
It was great. It was great. She's like, no, I'm just fucking with you guys. Love good laughter. You got to laugh at this stuff. I'm in the flat earth rocking chair. Let's make fun of it. The Globe is so easy to make fun of, man. It's like stupid fun. And
the biggest problem I have at this point is the fact I ever believed it, man. I'm humbled by that.
Well, you got to own that one, man. You got to own that one. And then you move on and say, okay, well, they got me on that one, those bitches. They ain't getting me on and
when I was first looking at a Globe,
none of you Mongos came in here and said, "Oh yeah, this Coco thing is totally 100% legit, and I'm gonna go out and do whatever the government says, and I'm gonna get my Cocoa Puffs, and I'm gonna." No. None of you guys did that, man. Thank you.
I went out and bought a bow and a bunch of fishing equipment because of it. I thought work was going to mandate. I thought everybody. I still think
that's it, man. You're kind of stuck in a conundrum of decisions all of a sudden, man. Like, oh, if I don't get the Cocoa Puffs, I don't get my. I'm gonna lose my job. You know, that's coercion, man. Last time I checked, but you know,
when I saw the Tesla drivers with their gloves and their masks.
Yeah,
going into the store to get toilet paper and then stuff their Tesla full of toilet paper, then change their gloves and mask to get into the car and drive away. And that was the point when I realized, yeah, we're screwed.
Yeah.
Well, they don't want their Tesla getting a virus. Can you imagine if that car had a virus?
Oh, how dare you!
All of a sudden, all the pop-ups in the window show. Like, what is all this?
Sorry, the computers are down. Your car doesn't work, Hank. Your computers are down. But that.
Yeah, you didn't update it. You didn't update it. Now it doesn't work. You need to throw it away and buy a new one, like a phone.
Your Tesla, sorry, doesn't work.
Oh, and you got to scan your QR code. Don't forget to scan your QR code, man.
Where do we begin?
Oh, I think I thought of how, say, New York got away with it. Is so much money that's providing incomes for people or a place to live and resources is coming through the government in one way or another. They were hamstrung everybody there, and that's my opinion. What do you think?
What is hamstrung?
Yeah, it's kind of like, hey man, we're going to pay your rent for the next year, but after that, you're going to owe us.
Like, say the hospitals. A lot of the payments are coming through the counties or through mega corporations, or say the police force, the all the different city force things, and then all the different government employees, and then all the different. But okay, just to say and then all the people that needed government assistance of some variety, the teachers, all these people, right? Well, anyway, my thought is that because there was such an overabundance of people that were in need of the government's assistance, they were able to dictate what happened about getting it. And then and why I say that, for the reason our job didn't go mandate is prior to that, they pulled. And it would have shut down the place because not enough people were willing to go.
I can give you an explanation for that. The cities that are service economy orientated have a huge in and out with government. The manufacturing cities, they are less dependent on governmental bodies. And then you have the farming communities that are even more or less dependent on the government. So when you have a service economy in your city, and that includes tourism, entertainment, etc., then it is always government money that keeps the flow going.
Hey, I heard. Now, it was on here, and some guy worked with Tesla or something, or electric cars. But for every single car made in America, the government is paying that company $29,000. The government is subsidizing electric cars. So,
well,
here in the
Netherlands, I don't know about anything else.
I don't know if I think it might have been specifically Tesla, but
for electric cars in the Netherlands, there was a 60% subsidy on the car.
Mm-hmm.
So
60% subsidy.
Yeah, 60%.
Not $100,000. It was $40,000 to the buyer. Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's even more incredible.
Yeah, and that's because like in the Netherlands, there is already a high tax, so they cut the tax and gave subsidy.
The subsidies, man. That's what's driving these electric cars things on the road, man. I'm like, I was at the light the other day, man. There's like 4 Teslas at the light at the strip. I'm like, oh shit, they're everywhere, man. So yeah, if $29,000 is nothing compared to, $60,000, damn, that's double.
Hey, Monkey, is that where your accent's from? The Netherlands?
Yep.
Yeah, he's a total.
Can't you tell? Can't you tell? You ever played Skyrim?
Dude grew up in the red light district in Amsterdam. I know it.
No, bro. No, say I used to be an adventurer like you till I took an arrow in the knee. Say that, bro.
No, like I live 30 kilometers above Amsterdam. But we do have a red light district, and my favorite bar was just behind the red light district. So you're kind of right, but not completely.
Well, dude, I used to dream about going to the Netherlands, man, and sitting in a bar and smoking a joint, man. Saying, fuck you, motherfuckers. I'm sitting in a bar, having a toke with my friends.
I can tell you have to go to the coffee shop in the Netherlands.
The coffee shop. Yeah.
Because in the regular bar, you will be punched by the drunks who hate marijuana.
Oh, no, they hate it.
I used to dream of a day that pot was legal. Like, oh my God, I can just grow pot in my own yard. Oh, fuck off.
That's one dream that most people have about the Netherlands, which is not true, because it is technically not legal. It is allowed. So they decriminalized it.
Right.
But you cannot have more than 5 plants per person per household.
Right. So, yeah, if you got 3 people living there, you get 15 plants. All right.
Yeah, and then you have to be adults, so you cannot plan for your children and think about the future. You cannot invest in that.
Bastards. Just a bunch of...
But he needs these buds when he goes off to college.
Yeah, well, you have to go through the coffee shop who got to pay tax. They got to get the tax income.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's really stupid when you hear people say, I think they should make weed legal and tax it. Like, no. I got a better idea. Why don't they make drugs legal and not tax it?
Not tax it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, then you screw up their monopoly. And the funny thing is, for coffee shops here in the Netherlands, you may not have more than 500 grams inventory. So the whole time there is a guy driving to and from the deposit, which is illegal,
right,
to the coffee shop. And The cops know who that is. The cops know where the deposit is, and they don't do shit about it because it maintains a certain revenue and tourism for the cities. But if Joe Blow would grow 6 plants in his house,
right,
and the neighbors would complain, he would get busted.
Yeah, he's fucked.
I thought Joe Blow was selling blow.
Joe Blow is selling blow, man. No,
man, they're in your face over there, aren't they? In Amsterdam or Holland or whatever that is. But man, that's really bold to do that so blatantly.
Well, they've been doing this for a long time over there.
I think the first coffee shop in history recorded was in the 1700s.
Yeah.
Well, what I wanted to, well, maybe I misunderstood. That I did not think that Amsterdam had illegal marijuana. Is what I'm trying to say. For the average citizen to grow, to have, to carry around town and all that, I thought that, it's absolute hypocrisy. I can't believe that the citizens are like, that's cool or whatever.
Dude,
we grew up with it.
California, man. Now, I can go down the street, man, and there's like 25 places I can buy weed, man, just off of the Google map. I'm telling you, yeah, they're out there, and you can go out there, just walk in there and buy some weed, man.
When I used to go to middle school and high school, I would, ride my bike, then stop over, wait for some friends, roll a joint. Friends would come, light the joint. We'd ride to school, smoking the joint on the bike.
Yeah.
Then at school, we would be stoned. Then in the first break, we would go into the forest, roll a joint,
yeah,
and get back into school. And that was like daily routine for 5 years. And then, the teachers, there were some teachers that would come up to you during the break and say, "Hey, are you going to the coffee shop? Can you get me a gram, please?
Give me a gram." Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'll give you extra credit points.
Hey, do you want to hear something interesting about marijuana? And what a creature might eat is say deer or cows or horses. They can eat a field of marijuana and have no mental effect. But a dog, us, it's the carnivore omnivore effect. Marijuana does not affect herbivores. Don't be a vegan, maybe not, or whatever. Do what you do, but.
Well, I also think it depends on which plant you give them. Like the bird feed here contains hemp seeds, and you can grow those hemp seeds if you filter them out, but it doesn't produce, let's say, marijuana plants that you can smoke. It produces hemp plants.
I've grown a lot of marijuana, and I've watched deer eating my buds, and they don't. Herbivores aren't affected mentally by THC or whatever.
Yeah, but if you would just so happen as to feed your reindeer some Anita muscaria mushrooms, man, I'll tell you what, there's a reason why the reindeer flies.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just saying marijuana specifically.
Dolphins get high on pufferfish. You ever seen a dolphin play with a pufferfish? If you're under the sound of my voice and you've never seen dolphins get high on pufferfish, you need to watch that shit right now.
All right, man. It's definitely mentally noted.
Maybe for the listening audience, we should finish that concept with the reindeer. So, correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but I think it was the Native Americans. They'd collect these Amanita muscaria mushrooms, and I picked them myself, but they don't have any effect on me like that. And they'd feed them to the reindeer. They'd tie up a reindeer so it can't move, and they'd feed it to the reindeer.
and then this kind of mushroom passes through different creatures' digestive systems, even people's, to where they would collect the piss from the reindeer, the urine from the reindeer, and they drink it, and then gets a psychedelic high from that. So, crazy story, but I think that's what happened, if I know my history correctly.
Natives use these plants and herbs to connect with spirits. And that was the whole purpose of using the plants and herbs. It's poison.
Like belladonna and things, yeah.
Because with poison, when you ingest poison, you're gonna hallucinate. Just like when, I'm not trying to bring up biblical, but just like how God said to Adam and Eve not to eat the fruit, or else you will surely die, indicating that it is poisonous. He doesn't have to say it's poisonous, but you're surely going to die from it. That right there is saying, if you eat this, it's poisonous.
Marijuana can be classified as a psychedelic, especially if eaten. So I'm not promoting psychedelic.
No, you're absolutely right. That's why you don't. That's why when people talk about the use of cannabis, you shouldn't be suggesting to anybody about it, because what you're doing is suggesting poison to somebody, and you don't know whether or not it'll kill them. So you suggesting something that's poisonous to someone's body, and and then they take your advice. Guess what? You just technically killed that person.
So people aren't allergic to marijuana, but there is a disease where if you're smoking pot and then you start getting like really, really bad like stomach aches, there's like all these different symptoms to where like you feel okay like just for a second, like if you're in a hot shower, but as soon as the hot shower is over, like you start having like heat flashes again. Anyway, yeah, there is people who are technically allergic to marijuana. I never knew that. I was like, nah, because I remember somebody told me this like 15 years ago. It's like he said his mom couldn't smoke. I was like, why? He was like, oh, she's allergic. She gets sick. I was like, bullshit. But then someone in my family got diagnosed with it. So I had to look it up, and I was like, what the fuck? Is this made up bullshit? Is this made up?
Nah, some people will actually turn. I'm sorry, Hank. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. I was done. Some people can't smoke. You're good.
Yeah, because like I know a friend. She said something about she can't smoke because the toxin it starts to inflame her whole lung. Her esophagus starts to get swollen, and she can't it's hard for her to breathe. So yeah, you don't you just don't go around telling people, yeah, have you tried this? Have you tried smoking cannabis? Don't go doing that.
No, the best thing is to be sober, because then your mind is not clouded and you can see the world for what it is.
Well, I mean, that's why, you have doctors, psychiatrists, and therapists to listen to give you advice about things, and just some people just don't listen.
I think that is putting personal responsibility in the hands of other people. If you ingest something, you are the one responsible. You should have done your research before ingesting something. You should not rely on the words of others, whether it's good words or bad words, about the substance you're ingesting. You are the one responsible for your body, not someone else, ever.
Precisely, I agree with you, Monkey. You got to listen to your body. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, well, it's your body, so you got to take responsibility for it, and you cannot cannot point your finger when, let's say, you cannot handle certain substances, you cannot blame the one who suggested those substances to you because he's not aware of your body and your physical capabilities. That is up to you.
Well, I mean, unless you give the physician or the psychiatrist or the
not even those. Not even those, because
no, they have to know. They're gonna have to know what's wrong with your body, right? They're gonna have to know what your allergies are, don't they? So they're supposed to be.
Yeah, but they
they're held
They don't
responsible.
know everything. That would be saying.
I'm not saying that they know everything, but they're held responsible for the intent of giving. That's why when they ask you those questions, are you allergic to any type of medication? They're going to do research to check what's inside that medication to make sure that whatever's in that medication isn't going to be in the next medication that they're going to give you.
Yeah, but even that, well, like humans are exceptional beings. Each individual is different. I have a coworker who is allergic to Band-Aids, and that is the adhesive of Band-Aids.
I was just about to say that's probably from the adhesive.
Yeah, and he went to the hospital, and he mentioned that, so they gave him anti-allergy Band-Aids. Then 2 days later, he went back to the hospital because he got a serious allergic reaction. Because they never, they do a test, but they cannot test on everything. They cannot test on all materials for one person because that would run up your health bill so quick. You're broke for the rest of your life. So they go for averages. And that's what doctors and physicians do, unless they treat you full time and know everything about you. So no, a physician or a doctor can give you advice, but you still got to take personal responsibility. You still got to test everything yourself.
I just have a quick thing about the doctor thing and the drugs. So I had an injury, and I was given an injection of ketamine, and that was the absolute most bizarre drug. So the doctor argument, I don't know, man. Anyway, they're I don't know.
Yeah, short disclaimer here. Like we're not doctors or therapists or anything. I'm not trying to give any medical advice about anything, bro. I'm just trying to give you my experience of information. That's all.
You should listen to them, but you should always revert back to take into account the advice given and review that for yourself. You should never blindly trust anyone.
Yeah, I completely agree. My son was diagnosed with swollen lymph nodes, infected lymph nodes, when he was 2 weeks away from his second birthday. And nothing happened after we took the antibiotics. We went through it 2 weeks. He still had swollen lymph nodes. Nothing had changed. So I went to a second doctor to get a second opinion. And that doctor told me, come back to the place. We need to talk to you. I went back and she said, your kid has leukemia, pack your bags. You're going to Children's. And we were like, okay. So I came back to that doctor, the second one, months later after he was in remission. He's fine now, by the way. He's 18, black belt in Taekwondo. But we went back and I said, hey, should that first doctor have known that he had leukemia? Because the first doctor took a blood test. And you can tell when someone has leukemia because their white blood cell count goes through the fucking roof. And she said, yeah, she absolutely should have known that he had leukemia just by looking at his blood counts for 5 seconds. So that doctor is still a doctor today, right? She's still working. You can go see her if you want to. But yeah, the point is with medicine, like if you're taking a poison, right, you're dying in your body a little bit and your spirit man becomes more alive, kind of like when you're fasting. So if you don't want the poison, all you have to do is fast. And as your spirit man becomes more alive, your physical man begins to die because you're not feeding. you're not eating, and that's like the cleaner way to do it. So I would recommend that anyone do lots of research. I did DMT. I did a crap ton of research before I did it. But yeah, it's all about knowing what you're doing and
You cut out at the end, Hank, but happy Ramadan, by the way.
I'm going to hop off. I wish everyone a very flat day, and may the Globers be ready for a real radius argument.
Right? Really. Hey, I'm gonna go too, guys. It was really awesome.
Yeah, no worries.
Take care, guys.
Thanks for stopping by, guys.
lumpy gas in a vacuum. Raccoon.
Is that their name?
Yeah, there's somebody in here with that name.
I was like, what?
Lumpy gas in a vacuum.
Oh, that was that dude that was talking earlier. Yeah.
Lumpy gas.
I was just in my head calling him Lumpy. That was about it.
Yeah, my phone died. I don't know what you guys heard.
Oh yeah, no, it cut out at the end when you were saying something.
Is there?
Actually getting.
I was just saying, get a second opinion. Oh, there's sirens all over the place. It's like I live in a big city today. Yeah, I was saying about get a second opinion. You don't have to follow the doctor's directives. So I had an umbilical hernia repair surgery. So my intestines popped out of my belly button because this guy overdosed on meth, and I took him to the hospital.
Yeah, I remember the story.
Yeah, so when I told them, they said, "Are you allergic to anything?" I said, "Oh yeah, opiates, hydrocodone, OxyContin, anything, like Tylenol. I said anything like that. I'm allergic. I turn white. I puke. I never get any
that
pain relief.
sucks.
So I can't take any
no, it doesn't.
pain, nothing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. So I tell them that, and they do the surgery, and it's like, I wake up, and they're like, "How much pain are you in?" I was like, "I don't know, like 5." I was just guessing. I didn't even know. And then, it's like, they were like, they gave me some morphine, and then I feel it, and then I go back to sleep, and then I wake up again. They were like, "How much pain are you in?" And I was like, "I don't know, like a 4." And they were like, "Do you want some more morphine?" And I was like, "Is that what that was?" No, don't give me no more morphine. I don't want no more morphine. So they were like, "Okay." And then I like stood up, and then I like powered myself like into the toilet and pissed because I knew that's what I needed to do to go home. I get home, or I get to the fucking. They gave me hydrocodones, bro.
Oh man, come on,
Dude,
bro.
The doctor like shoved my, stomach back into my stomach, and then like made me a belly button from scratch, and they gave me pills that I couldn't even take. I was like, these bastards. They gave me pain pills I couldn't even take, so I'm just in pain, just waiting. It wasn't that bad. It was like really like a 5 or a 6. But yeah, I was just waiting for like some kind of painkiller.
Any kind of no alcohol to numb the pain at all?
No, I don't think I was drinking at the time. No. Yeah, I can't drink neither. I can't. You ever heard of the Asian glow? You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
So it's when Asian people can't drink. So as soon as they start drinking, their face turns red and they start to glow.
Oh, bro, that's what it's called.
I got that. Yeah, I got that.
Oh man, my ex-boyfriend had that.
Yeah, he couldn't drink but like 2 or 3 beers, right?
Man, he couldn't even drink a glass of wine. This dude's face would turn instantly peach red.
Yeah.
I mean, I was
glow.
like, oh my gosh.
Like, why are you glowing, bro?
Yeah, no, he couldn't even handle his alcohol. Yeah, it was dangerous when he got drunk.
Oh yeah, like vodka, I try to stay away from it. Like if I'm at the house, I know I can drink like some mixed vodka drinks, but I can't just drink straight vodka. Ooh.
Man, my ex and his cousins and his brothers and I would drink bottles, those big bottles of Crown Royal.
Whew.
Yeah. Oh man, with that. And we would go to the gym. We would go to the gym. Him and his his family and I would go to the gym. We would work out and train because they knew I was boxing. And then after the training, they were like, "Hey, let's go drink." I'm like, "Oh man."
Dude,
and they were in the Navy. They were in the Navy, bro.
Oh man, they were pros.
So, dude, sometimes it would be 3 nights in a row we would drink nonstop. Yeah, it was rough. I mean, the drinking was rough.
Yeah, I drank before I went to the gym one time. And my brother and my uncle, like, they always go to the gym. And I decided to go with them one time because it was my uncle's birthday. So, I'd been drinking, a little bit. I go in there and it's like I never fucking left the gym. It's like I'm doing a clean and jerk and like a lot of heavy weights, and they're looking at me like, "What the fuck? This guy never goes to the gym." But when I was younger, I worked out every day until I was like what, 15, 14 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So if I wasn't running, I was hitting the weights. If I wasn't hitting the weights, I was running. If I wasn't doing that, I was swimming. So I worked out every single day.
Yeah, active.
So so you get them dividends later on in life, but if you don't maintain them, you lose like 10% per decade of your muscle mass. So yeah, I went to the gym like out of the blue, and they were looking at me like crazy, like because they say that I have retard strength. That's what my brother says. He says that I got retard strength.
Oh man. Yeah, I weigh
lifting weights.
128. Oh, I weigh 128. My uncle's at 157, and I picked him up like it was nothing.
Yeah, my wife can pick me up, believe it or not. She weighs 100 pounds. I weigh 300. She can pick me up off the ground.
Oh yeah, I picked up my brother. He's 215. Picked him up too. He was trying to put his weight on me though. I felt it. He was like, "Oh, I gotta go heavier because my brother's about to pick me up." You know how they try to put that dead weight on you when you try to pick them up.
Yeah, I didn't do that to my wife. I helped her lift me up, but she felt pretty confident after she got me off the ground.
Nah, man, he was a 17-year-old, and he was like, "Man, my 34-year-old brother about to pick me up," and then he puts his whole dead weight on me, bruh. I was like, "This mother, this sucker right here."
Well, I just finished my day. I'm about to go in, chill out with the family. It's always good to hear your voice, bro. You gotta come around more often. I know you're busy and doing stuff and getting ready for getting married or whatever, bro. Congratulations, by the way.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate you. I actually have everything like coming into the rings, the case and everything, man. I'm really excited.
It's time.
Yeah, right.
All right, bro. You know how it goes. Shalom.
For sure.
Peace,
brother.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this Neutral Buoyancy Lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself, do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this.
One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, you know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window. At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline, and you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hirsch, CBS, North Carolina.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature is missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition. Right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.